This isn't going to work.
Good boy.
You've got the camera pointing.
Yeah, but you can't see Gordon's head. You can just see like.
Oh, really?
Check this online as well, isn't it? We get a few bargains. I just want online. I think they're on money at the moment.
That's not going to work though. Move the feet.
Gordon, you're looking gorgeous.
Mwah. 24 years, darling. You got old. Thank you, my love.
Jimbo, you're looking all right.
So it's tiny one here, so it's all right. Okay.
What?
These men, people bid on their terror online, don't they?
They do.
So
We have been doing it for years.
people, it's easy to post these pedals. I mean, obviously the knives and you ring up about, but people don't generally come to rooms with military. I've seen anyway, but it's all
Yeah,
online.
but this is kind of getting also the norm for sale rooms now to have very few people in.
Yeah.
But some still attract big crowds.
Yeah, some do.
Yeah, they do.
You go to auctions like I was one up in the Cotswolds, and they'll be like, "Stay in the room."
Yeah, they do well. Yeah, I did go to, this was years ago, when I was trying to do it for a few quid, Stroud one,
Parkfields.
Yeah, what's it called? Yeah, it's sort of like that.
Straddle, I think it's 10 times.
Yeah, it was quite big. Gloucesterway. Yeah, it was a
Stonehouse.
No, it's been on Bali. It's got like bloke. I don't know what it's called. But anyway, yeah, that was quite busy with people. I've been too much on a Mediterranean medal. You know, like, not a QSA, not a KSA, but it was, I just got a bit silly with that one. They're quite rare, aren't they? As you probably know, the Mediterranean ones. What's the other one that's rare? It's from that era. It's not, obviously, QSA, KSA, and the Mediterranean. There's another one that's even rarer than the Mediterranean. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway.
They've got some strange ones from that period.
Yeah.
There's a transport man as well.
That's it, that's the one. Oh, yeah, transport one. That's the one. Yeah, I think that's even worth more than that one.
Yeah, we saw one here for 800 quid.
Right, yeah, yes. I mean, that's really quite rare, that one, isn't it?
Okay. Not ready. Sarah's on the left. Sarah's on the left.
Sarah's on the left. Okay. Oh, we're back to that class start. It threw me. Yeah, threw me. Where's Andy?
He's on holiday.
Is he?
Yeah. He's down in London.
Right.
Things that was suggested today, break on the way out of mine.
This is on the chance of
There's no pay, there's no charges at the moment. We need to we need to charge it.
Did last time.
It's got a fair whack charge, but we need a charge. So if I get the charges, Gordon will let us know when it turns off.
Yeah.
Should
Few more seconds.
I spent 2 weeks trying to fix the car to save the money for this auction, so hopefully don't worry, it doesn't matter.
Ready? Very good morning from RWB Auction Rooms. Welcome to our military auction. Must congratulate Will and his helpers for putting this auction up together. He's done a fantastic job with his helpers, and I have to say the room laid out upstairs has been a piece of work of art. So congratulations to all those involved. So well done, Will. I knew you were there right from the beginning. Make sure you bid quickly on the internet, please, so it's clear, because obviously bids sometimes come through a bit late because we don't know the speed of the internet. So if I bring the hammer down, it will be called out, the bid comes through, and the bidding will remain open. So, without further ado, we'll start straight off with lot 1, a pair of Victorian service medals. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. £100 I'm looking for. 100 I'm looking for. 130 I have with Easy Life. At 150 now. At 150, do I see 160? At 150, 160, 170 now. At 170, 180 with the sell room. 190, Easy Life. At 190, at 190, do I see 200? Do I see 200? At 100, 200 now. In the room at 200, 220 with Easy Live Auctions at 220. You coming back? No? At 220. At 240 now. At 240, do I see 60? At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240, 260. At 240, 260. At £240 and selling and away. You roll out at 240. At 240. 2517. Lot 2. There we go. Start me at 80. £80 I'm looking for. 80 I have at sell. We're at 85 now. At 120 with Easy Live Auctions. At 120 with Easy Live Auctions. At 130 now. At 130. Do I see 140? At 130. At 130. 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At £130. 140. There we go. Little delay there at 140. Do I see 150? At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140 with Easy Live Auctions at 140. At 140 to 517. Lot 3. It's an updated description because lot 7 has been merged with lot 3. So there is a change. There is no lot 7. So lot 3, start me at £80. At £80 I'm looking for. At £80, at £80. At 80, at 85 now. At 95, at 95. 110, 120 now. 120, 130, 130. Do I see 140? At 130. At 130. 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At £130. At 130 to 573. Lot 4. Start me at £50. £50 I'm looking for. At 60 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 65 now. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65. 70 I'm looking for. At £65. At £65 and selling it away. At 65 to 573. That's Easy Live Auctions. Lot 5. Start me at 100. £100 I'm looking for. At 100. At 100. At 100. At 80 then. At £80. At £80. £80 I'm looking for. £80. At 80 I have. At £80 looking for 5. At £80 looking for 5. At £80. At £80. At £80. At £80. Selling and away at £80. At 80 to 629. Easy Live Auctions. Lot 6. Keen South Africa medals. Start me at 70. At £70 I'm looking for. At £70. At £70. At £70 at 50 then. At £50. At £50 I'm looking for. At £50, at £50, at 40 then. At £40, at £40, at £40, at £40. At 40 I have with Easy Live Auctions. At £40, at 2 now. At £40, 42 in the room. At 42, at 42, looking for 5 at 45, coming back at 8. At 48, at 48 in the room. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, at 48. You roll out at £48, selling to the room at 48 to 177. Lot 7 withdrawn. Straight on to number 8. Start me at £40. At £40, 40 I have. Easy Live Auctions were first, ahead of the Sarah. At 45 now. At 45, 48, 50 now with Easy Live. 55 with the sell room. At 55, at 55 with the sell room. At 60 now. Ahead of Easy Live Auctions at £60 to the sell room. At £60 number 5, it's with the sell room. At £60, at £60, 65 now with Easy Live Auctions. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £70 with the sell room. At £70, at £70 number 5, 75 with Easy Live Auctions. At 75, 75, 80 I'm looking for. Easy Live Auctions at 75. Are you out now? On the sell room? No. At £80. With the sell room ahead, it's 85 with Easy Live Auctions now, just ahead of the sell room. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at £85, selling at 85, at 85, 2, 6, 2, 9. Lot 9, start me at £40. At £40 I have 80 I have with Easy Live Auctions. At £80. At £80, 85 now with the sell room. 85, 85 with the sell room. At 85, £90 in the room. 95 with the sell room. At 95, at 95, 100 now. In the room at 100, 110. At 120 now, I'll come back. 120 with the sell room. At 120, 130. At 130, in the room at 130. 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At 130, at £130 I'm selling. At 130 to room to bidder 177. Lot 10. Lot 10. And start me off at £50. At £50, at £50, at £50. At 50 I have, look for 5 now. At 95 with the sell room. At 95 with the sell room. At 95, 100 with Easy Live Auctions now. At 100, 110 now. At 110, 110 I'm looking for. It's with Easy Live Auctions. Head of the sell room. At 110. Do I see 120? Do I see 120? Do I see 120? What are we on?
120 in the room.
In the room, thank you. Sorry, I missed that. Apologies. 120 in the room at 120. It's in the room at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120 in the room. At 120. At £120 selling to the room. At 120 to 177. Lot 11. Start me off at 40. At £40, at £40 I have. At 55 with the sell room. At 60 now, Easy Live Auctions. At 60, 65 the sell room. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65 with the sell room. 70 now with the sell room. At 75 with the sell room. At 75, 80 now with the sell room. At £80, at £80, look for 5. At £80, look for 5. At 80, at £80 with the sell room, selling and away. At 80 to 136, 5, 6, 4. Lot 12. Start me at £50. At £50 I'm looking for. At £50, at £50. At £50. At £50. 30 then. £30 I'm looking for. 30 I have now. Easy Live Auctions at 35, at 35. At 38 now. Easy Live Auctions at 38. 40 I'm looking for. At 38. At 38. 40 in the room now. In the room at 40, looking for 2. At 42, coming back at 5. At 45, at 45 in the room. At 45, at 45. At 45, at 45. I'm selling away to the room at 45. 45, 177. Lot 13 is the military cross. And I start at 380, 400 I'm looking for. Can't mess about, 400 I'm looking for. 400 I'm looking for. 400 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 400, 420 with the sale room. At 420, 440 I'm looking for. At 420, 440 now with Easy Live Auctions at 440. At 440, 460 with the sale room. 480 with the sale room just ahead of Easy Live Auctions. It's with the sale room at 480. At 480, 500 now with Easy Live Auctions. 550 I'm looking for. 550 I'm looking for. At 500. At 500. At 500. You had your chance. At 500. Hammer's coming down. At 500. You're out on the sale room. At 500. 2609. Lot 14, starting at £40, at £40 and £40. At £40, at 110 now, with the sale room. At 110, 120 now, at 120 with the sale room. At 120, at 120, at £120. I'm selling, no I'm not, at 130 with Easy Live Auctions now. It's against the sale room at 130. At 130 with Easy Live Auctions, I'm selling it away at 130 to number 600. Lot 15, start me at 50. At £50 I have with the sale room. At 55 now with the sale room. At 55 at 55, 60 I'm looking for now at 65. At 65, 75. At 75, 80 now, 85, at £90, at 95, 100, 110, 120, with the sale room, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 120, at 120, I'm selling it away, at 120, sale room, at 120 to 150, 8060. Lot 16. Lot 16, start me at £40, at £40, 40 I have now, Easy Live with thirds, 42, 45 with the sale room, at 45 with the sale room, at 48, Easy Live Auctions, at 50 now with the sale room, at 55, 55 with the sale room, head of Easy Live, it's with the sale room, at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55 with the sale room, at 55, at 55, at 55, 60 now, with Easy Live Auctions at 60, looking for 5, at £60, looking for 5, at £60, at £60 with Easy Live Auctions, at 60 to 517, lot 17, start me at £30, at £30, 30, at 100 now, with the sale room at £100, with the sale room, at £100, looking for 10, 110 now, in the room, 120 with the sale room against, at £120 with the sale room, at 120, at 120, selling it away, at £120, at 120 to 136, 564. Lot 18, start me at £20. £20 I'm looking for, 20 I have, 22 with Easy Live Auctions, we're ahead, 28 now with the sale room, at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at 28, 30 now with Easy Live Auctions, at 32 with the sale room, at 32, at 32, looking for 5, at 35 now with Easy Live, at 35, at 35, 38 with the sale room, at 40 with Easy Live Auctions, at 40 now, looking for 2, at £40, looking for 2, at £40, at £40, I'm selling it away at 40, at 40 to 629, lot 19, start me at 40, £40 I'm looking for, £40 and £40, at £40 at £40, at 30 then, at £30 at £30, 30 I have with the sale room, at 35 Easy Live Auctions now, at 35, 38, 40 now, at £40 at £40 and for 2, at £40 at £40 and for 2, with Easy Live Auctions at £40 I'm selling at 40 to 573. Lot 20, lot 20, starting at 40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, at 40 a hand with the sale room now at 40 looking for 2, at £40, 42 now, against at 42 at 42 looking for 5, it's with Easy Live Auctions at 42 at 42 looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at £42 I'm selling at 42, at 42 to 615, lot 21, start me at 50, at £50 I have with Easy Live Auction 60 now with the sale room, 65, 70 now, at 75, 75 and 80. It's with the sale room at 75, 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, at 75, at £75 with the sale room and I'm selling it away, at 75 to 101, 9400, lot 22. Lot 22, start me at 40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40 at 40 a hand with the sale room with first, 42 with Easy Live Auctions, at 42 at 42, looking for 5, at 42 at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at 42 and away, at 42 to buyer 615, lot 23, start me at 40, at £40 at £40, 40 a hand with the sale room. At £40 at £40, 42 now against. At 42 with Easy Live Auctions at 42 at 42, looking for 5. At 42 at 42, and selling away at 42. 42 to 573. Lot 24. Start me at 40. At £40 at £40 I'm looking for. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40 at 30 then, at 30 I have with 32 now with Easy Live Auctions at 35, with 38 Easy Live Auctions at 38, 40 I'm looking for, at 38, 40 now with Easy Live Auctions at 40 looking for 2, 42 with the sale room, at 42 at 42 looking for 5, at 42 at 42 looking for 5, at £42, at £42 and selling it away, at 42 to 101. 9400, lot 25, start me at 40, start me at £40 at £40, start me at 40, at £40 at £40, at 30 then, at £30 I have, at £30 at 32 against, 35 now, at 38 with Easy Live Auctions at 40 now, at £40 at 42, at 42 at 42 looking for 5, at 42 at 42 looking for 5, at £42, at £42 and selling it away, at 42 to 573, lot 26, start me at 40, start me at 40, £40 I'm looking for, at £40 at £40 at 30 then, at £30, 40 with Easy Live Auctions at £40, at £40, with Easy Live Auctions at 40 looking for 2, at £40 looking for 2, at £40 at £40, I'm selling it away, at 40 to 573, lot 27, start me at £40, nicely presented, 40 I have with the sale room, at £40 at £40 looking for 2, at 42 against now, at 45 against, sale room, at 45 at 45 looking for 8, at 48 Easy Live Auctions now, at 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 50 now, Easy Live Auctions at 50 looking for 5 now, at £50 at £50, at £50 I'm selling it away, at £50, 50 to 608, lot 28, start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40 at 30 then, at £30, 30 I have now, Easy Live Auctions at 32, 35, 35, with 38, just ahead of the sale room, 38 with Easy Live Auctions, 40 I'm looking for, 40 now, Easy Live Auctions, at £40 at £40, looking for 2, at £40 at £40, looking for 2 now, at £40, at £40, at £40, I'm selling it away, at 40 to 608, lot 29, start me at 40, at £40 I'm looking for, Wiltshire Regiment, 40 I have, Easy Live Auctions, at £40 at £40, looking for 2, at 42 now, at 42 at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at £42 I'm selling it away, at 42, I'm leaving that open. A bid came in at 45 as the hammer came down. So the bidding is still open. It's with Easy Live Auctions at 45, looking for 8 now. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at 45. Hammer is down now at 45. 45, 2517. Lot 30. Lot 30. Start me at £40. Start me at 40. At £40 at £40. At 40 I have with the sale room. At £40 at £40, with the 2. At £40 at £40. At £40, selling it away at 42,101. I've lost that.
Sorry. SR 1019400.
Thank you. Lot 31. Start me at £30. At £30, 30 I have now. 32 I have with Easy Life. 32 at 32, 35 the sell room now. At 35 with the sell room. At 35 at 35, looking for 8 now with Easy Live Auctions at 38, 40 now with the sell room. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. At £40 and away. At 42, 1019400. Lot 32. Start me at £40. At £40 at £40. At 40 I have now. Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. I'm selling it away. You're all out at £40. At 42,573. Lot 33. Start me at 40. £40 I'm looking for. At £40 at £40. At £40 I have. Easy Live Auctions. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40, looking for 2 now. At 42 at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. I'm selling it away. At 42 to 608. Lot 34. Start me at 40. At £40 at £40. At £40 at 40 I have. Easy Live Auctions. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40. At 40, and selling at 40 to 629. Lot 35. Start me at 40. Start me at 40. £40 I'm looking for. £40 I'm looking for. At £40 at £40 at 30 then. £30 at £30. 30 I have. 32 with Easy Live Auctions at 32. 35 with the sale room. 38 Easy Live Auctions. It's with Easy Live Auctions at 38, 40 now, at 42, in the room at 42, in the room at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at 42, and away, at 42, in the bid, at 42, 192. Lot 36, start me at 40, £40 I'm looking for, at £40 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2, at 42 now, at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42. At 42, and away. At 45 now. At 45, Easy Live Auctions. At 45, at 45, looking for 8. At 45, and selling at 45, 2517. Lot 37. Start me at £40. Start me at 40. Start me at 40. £40 I'm looking for. £40, £40. £40, 35 then, can't go any less than 35. 35 I'm looking for. 35 I have with Easy Live Auctions, just ahead of the sell room. At 35, 38 now with the sell room. At 38 at 38, 40 with Easy Live Auctions at 40 now, looking for 2. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40, and away at 40. At 40, 2573. Lot 38. Start me at 40. Start me at £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. At £30 then. At £30 at £30. At £30, 30 I have. Easy Live Auctions at 30, looking for 2. 32 now. At 35 at 35, looking for 8. 38 now. £40 with the sell room. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. I'm selling it away at £40 to the sell room. At 40. to 1019400. Lot 39. 39. Start me at £40. So £40 I'm looking for. 40 I have with the sale room. At £40 and with 2. At £40, 42 now against. At 45 now with the sale room. At 45 with 8, 48 against now. 50 with the sale room. At 55 with the sale room. 60 with Easy Live Auctions. At £60 and for 5. At £60 and for 5. At 60, at 60, at 60 and selling away. At 60 to 629. Lot 40 at £40. There's a trio of medals now. I start straight in at 42, at 42, at 42, 45 with Easy Live Auctions at 48 now. At 50 with Easy Live Auctions, ahead of the sale room. At £50 and £50 with the 5. It's strawberry. Okay, at 55 with Easy Live Auctions. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 and 55, 60 now in the room. In the room at 60 looking for 5. In the room at 60 looking for 5. That's £60 and £60. I'm selling to the room at 60. 60 to 192. Lot 41. Start me at 50. At £50, 55, 60 with Easy Live Auctions. They were ahead of the sale. 65 with the sale room. 70 Easy Live Auctions now. 75 sale room. 80 with Easy Live Auctions. 85 the sale room. At 85 with 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85 with 85. At 85 with 85, 90 now in the room. At £90 in the room. Room bid at £90 equal 5. At 90, at £90 I'm selling not at 95. At 95, at 95 against. At 95, at 90, 100 in the room at 100. At 100, at 100, at £100 in the room I'm selling it away. 177, thank you. Lot 42, start me at £40. Start me at £40 at £40, 40 I have with the sale room. At £40 with the sale room, 45 Easy Live now with Easy Live at 45. At 45, at 48 I'm looking for. With Easy Live Auctions at 45 at 45, 8 I'm looking for. At 45 and selling away. At 45, 2573. Lot 43, start me at 70. £70 I'm looking for. £70 I have with the sale room. At £70, 5 I'm looking for. At £70 with the sale room. At £70, at £70, at £70 and away to the sale room. At 70 to 1227598. Lot 44, telephone on this. Thank you, sir. Lot 44, start me at £40. Do at 40 I have straight in with Easy Live Auctions at 40, number 2. At 42 now. At 42 with the sale room. At 48, 50 now with Easy Live Auctions ahead of the sale room. I'll come to the phone in a minute. At £50 with Easy Live, 55 Easy Live Auctions. At 60 with Easy Live Auctions. They're just ahead of the sale room. 65 now with the sale room. 70 with the sale room. At £70 with the sale room. At £70, £70, 75. At 75 on the telephone. On the telephone. 80 with Easy Live Auctions. 85. At 85 now. 85 to the telephone. At 85, 90 now against. At 95. At 95 on the telephone. 100, 110. At 110 on the telephone. At 110. 120 against now.
Would you like that? Yes, would you like 130? Yes, please.
130. At 130 on the telephone. At 130. At 130 on the telephone. At 130. You're all out with the telephone at £130. I'm selling away. 130.
6499.
6499. Thank you. Lot 45. Start me at 50. 45, 50, 65 with the sale room. 65, 70 with Easy Live Auctions. 75 the sale room. At 75, 75 with the sale room. at 75, 80 I'm looking for. 80 now against with Easy Live Auctions. 85, Easy Live Auctions. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at 85 pounds and away. At 85, 2629. Lot 46, start me at 50 pounds. At 55 now, with Easy Live Auctions at 60 now. At 60 pounds, you can find 65 now. At 65, 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, with Easy Live Auctions. At 65, and selling it away. 65, 2615. Lot 47 has been withdrawn. So we go straight to lot 48 and start me at 50 pounds. 50 pounds, 50 I have with Easy Live Auctions now. 75 the sell room. At 75 with the sell room. At 85 Easy Live Auctions. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, with Easy Live Auctions. At 85, at 85, selling it away at 85. 85, 2562. Lot 49. There's an awful lot there for your money. Start me at 300. 300 I have with Easy Live Auctions now at 340, 360. With Easy Live Auctions at 380. At 400 now, it's just ahead of the sell room. 420 now, 440. At 440, 460. At 480 with Easy Live Auctions at 480. 500 now, just ahead of the sell room. 550, Easy Live Auctions at 600 now. At 600 with Easy Live Auctions at 600. At 600, 650 I'm looking for. At 600, I'm selling it away. No, I'm not. At 650 now. At 700 with Easy Live Auctions at 700. At 700, 720 I'm looking for. At 700, 720 I'm looking for. At 700, I'm selling it away. At 720 now. Battle's still going. 740 now. At 740, 760 I'm looking for. At 740, and selling it away at 740. 740, good battle there. 562. Lot 50, and start me at 120. 150 I have with Easy Live Auctions. 160 the sell room now. At 160 with the sell room. At 160 with the sell room. At 160. At 160. 170 now with Easy Live Auctions at 170. 180 I'm looking for. At 170. At 170. Last time asking at 170. 170 to 608. Lot 51. Start me at 40. Start me at 40. 55 with Easy Live Auctions now at 60. At £60, Easy Live Auctions at £60, at £60, you can buy 5. At £60, you can buy 5. At £60, at £60. I'm selling it away at £60 and away at 62573. Lot 52. Start me at 100. Start me at 110 I have, 120 with the sell room. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. 130 against now, 140 with the sell room. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140 with the sell room. At 150 with Easy Live Auctions, 160 with the sell room. At 160. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, and away I'm selling to the sell room at 160 to 388613. Lot 53. Lot 53, start me at £40. Start me at 40. 50, 70 now with Easy Live Auctions at 70. 80 now. At 85. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85 with Easy Live Auctions at £85 and selling it away. 85 to 562. Lot 554. Start me at 150. 150 I have with Easy Live Auctions. It was ahead of the sale room at 170 now with Easy Live Auctions. 180. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, at 180 with Easy Live Auctions. At 180 and selling it away. 180 to 608. Lot 55. Start me at £50. 60, 65 with the sale room. 65, 70 with Easy Live Auctions. 75 the sale room. At 75, looking for 80. At 75, 80 now with Easy Live Auctions. At 80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At 80, 5 in the room now. Room big. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at £85 in the room. 85, 177. Lot 56. Start me at £70. 70 I have. 85, 90 now with the sale room. At 95 with Easy Live Auctions. No, it's 90. It was with the sale room at 90. They were first. 100 with Easy Live Auctions now. 100. 110 with the sale room. At 110 with the sale room. At 110 do I see 120. At 120 with Easy Live Auctions. 130 with the sale room. At 130 with the sale room. At 130. At £130 I'm selling it away at 130. No, I'm not. At 140. 150 with the sale room now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150. At £150 and away. 150, 2, 5, 7, 2, 2, 8, 2, 4. Sale room. Lot 57. Lot 57, start me at £70. 90 with the sale room. 95 with the sale room. At 95, 100 now with Easy Live Auctions at 100, 110 against with the sale room. At 110 with the sale room. At 110, 120 now with Easy Live Auctions at 120. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120. At 120 I'm selling it away. At 120, 2, 5, 7, 3. Lot 58. Start me at 120. Start me at 120. At 120. At 120. 100 then. At 100. At 100. At 80. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80. 60 then. £60 I have with Easy Live Auctions. At £60 for 5. At 65, 70 now. At £70 with Easy Live Auctions. At 70 looking for 5. At £70 looking for 5. 75 in the room. Room big. At 75. At 75 in the room. 80 I'm looking for. At 75. At 75 and selling it away. 75, 177. Lot 59. Lot 59, start me at 50. Start me at 50. At £50 I'm looking for. At £50 at £50. At £50. At £40 then. At £40 at £40 I have with the sale room. At £40 with the sale room. At £40 against the Easy Live Auctions. At £40 with the sale room. At £40. At £40. At £40 and selling it away. At 40 to 118354. Lot 60. Lot 60. Start me at £50. Hang on. Right, okay. Lot 60, start me at £50. Start me at 50. £50, £50, 50 I have with Easy Live Auctions. At 55 now. At 55, 60 now. At £60, it for 5. At £60, it for 5. At £60, at £60. I'm selling it away at £60. 60 to 608. Lot 61. Start me at 100. 100 I have at 100 with Easy Live Auctions. 110 now. 120 with the sale room. At 120 with the sale room. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 120, at 120 and selling away with the sell room at 120, 2, 3, 7, 5, 2, 5, 6. Lot 62. Start me at £50. At £50, at 50 I have. Ahead of Easy Live Auctions at 55.60 with Easy Live Auctions now. 70 with the sell room, 80 with Easy Live Auctions, 80 with Easy Live Auctions. At £80, at £80, looking for 5. At £80 with Easy Live Auctions, at 80, looking for 5. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80, selling it away. At 80, 2, 5, 7, 3. Lot 63. Start me at 50. Start me at £50. At £50, at £50. At 40 then. At 40 I have with the sell room. At £40, at £40, you give it 2. At £40, you give it 2. At 45 with Easy Live Auctions now at 48. At 48, at 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, at 48, 50 I'm looking for. At £48, at £48 and selling away. 48, 2, 5, 7, 3. Lot 64. Start me at £80. 80, 95 with the sell room. At 95, 100 Easy Live Auctions, 110 with the sell room. At 110, 120 against now, 130 with the sell room. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130 with the sell room. At 140 now, in the room bid. At 140. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140, at 140 and selling it away. 140, 177. Lot 65. Start me at £50. 50 I have with the sell room. At 55 now. At 55, at 55. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. 60 now against with Easy Live Auctions at 60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At £60, at £60 selling it away. At 60 to 629. Lot 66. Start me at £40. At 40 I have with the sell room. At £40, at £40 for 2. At 45 now. At 48 with Easy Live, 50 now with Easy Live, 55 the sell room. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. 60 now with Easy Live. At £60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At 60, at 60, at £60 and selling it away. At 60 to 629. Lot 65. 7, sorry. Lot 67, should be going forward. And I start straight in with the sell room at 65. At 65, at 65, at 65 with the 70 now with Easy Live Auctions, 75 the sell room. 80 with Easy Live Auctions, at 80 looking for 5 now. At £80, 90 now, 100 with Easy Live Auctions at 100, 110 I'm looking for. 120 now, at 120, at 120. At £120, at £120 I'm selling away at 120, at 120, 2503. Lot 68, lot 68, I start straight in at 65. At 65, at 65 with the sell room at 65. Looking for 70 now. At £70, Easy Live Auctions 75 with the sell room. At 75, 75 looking for 80. 80 now with Easy Live Auctions at 80 looking for 5. 85 the sell room. At 85, at 85. At 85, 90 now. At £90, 95 with the sell room. At 95, at 95. At 95, at 95 with the sell room. At 100 now with Easy Live Auctions at 100, 110 with the sell room. 120 with the sell room. 120 with the sell room against Easy Live Auctions. At 120, 130 with Easy Live Auctions now. At 130. At 130, I'm selling it away at £130. 130 to 629. Lot 69. Start me at £80. Start me at 80. Start me 80 I have with the sell room. 90 with Easy Live Auctions. 100 with Easy Live. 120, 130. At 130 with Easy Live Auctions. 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At 130. at £130, at £130 and selling it away at 130 to 503. Lot 70, start me at £50. 50 I have, 65 Easy Live Auctions, 75 Easy Live Auctions, 85 Easy Live Auctions, 95 now, 110 with Easy Live Auctions at 110, at 110, at £110, at £110 and selling it away at 110, 10 to 550. Lot 71, start me at £40, at £40, 40, 50 now, 55, 55 with the sale room, 60 now, at 65, at 65, 70 now with the sale room, at £70, £70, equal 5 at 75 now with the sale room, at 75, at 75, equal 80, 80 now with Easy Live Auctions at 80, equal 5, at £80, equal 5, 85 the sale room, at 85, at 85, 90 now with Easy Live Auctions at 90, at £90, equal 5. At 95, at 95 against. With the sale room, 100 with Easy Live Auctions at 100, 110. I'm looking for. At 110 now, with the sale room. At 110, 120 now against. At 120 with Easy Live Auctions at 120. At 120, at 120, at £120 and selling it away. At 120 to 629. Lot 72. Start me at £50. At 55 now, 60 with 65 with £70 with Easy Live Auctions at 75. At 75, 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 80 now with Easy Live Auctions at 80 for 5. At £80, at £80. At 80, at 80, at £80 and selling it away. At 80 to 629. Lot 73. Start me at 100. At 160 now, 180 with Easy Live Auctions, 200 with Easy Live Auctions, 220 now, at 220, at 220 with Easy Live Auctions at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, at 220 I'm selling it away, at 220, 220 to buy a 573. Lot 74. Start me at £40. 40 I have, straight in. 45 with 48 now. 50 with Easy Live Auctions at 55. With Easy Live Auctions at 55 against the sale room. 60 now. Easy Live Auctions at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 65, at 65. At 65, 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, I'm selling it away. 65 to 615. Lot 75, start me at 40. At £40, at £40, 40, 50 now, 55, 55. At 55 with the sale room. At £60, Easy Live, 65 the sale room. At 65, at 65, 70 now against. At £70 with Easy Live Auctions at 70 looking for 5. At £70, at £70, at £70 I'm selling it away. At 70 to 573. Lot 76. Start me at 50. Start me 50 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 55 now. 60 with the sale room. 65 the sale room. At 65 with the sale room against Easy Live Auctions. 65 with the sale room. At 65 at 65. At 65 at 65. At 65 I'm selling away. No, I'm not. At 70 now with Easy Live Auctions at 70 looking for 5. At £70, £70 looking for 5. At 70 I'm selling it away. At £70 to 628. Lot 77. Lot 77. Start me at £80, 80 with the sale room. At £80, at £80, 85 against 90 now with the sale room, 95 against 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150. At 150 with Easy Live Auctions at 150. At £150, 160 now against, 170 now, 190. At 190, 220 now. At 260, at 280, at 300, at 320, 340, 360. At 380, 380, 400, fully boots at 400. At 400 now, there we go, at 420, at 420, at 420, 440 I'm looking for, at 420, at 420 I'm selling it away, at 420, 420 to buyer 525, lot 78, start me at £40, start me at 40, at £40, 42, 60 now with the sale room, at 65 now, at 75, 70 now, £70 with the sale room, at £70 with the sale room, it's with the sale room, it's 80 now, at £80, at £80 with the sale room, at £80, at £80 for 5, at £80, at £80 for 5, I'm selling away at £80, you're all out with the sale room, at 80 to 1019400. Lot 79, here we go, the memorial plaque for Edward Charles Bird. Start me at £50, at £50 a hand, at £50, £50 for 5, at £50 for 5, at 55 in the room at 55, 60 against, at £60 for 5, 65 now, in the room at 65 and 70, at 65, at 65, at £65 and away, 65 to 177, lot 80, Charles Henry Sharp, start me, I can start at 50 now, with the sale room, at £50, 55 against, in the room at 55, 60 now, with Easy Live Auctions, we're in first at 60, 65, 65 in the room, 70 now with the internet, with the sale room, at £70, £70 and 5, 75 in the room, at 80 now against, at £80, at £80 and 5, at £80 with the sale room, at £80, at £80, I'm selling it away at £80, 80 to 136, 564, not 81, to David Ford, again start me at £40, 45, 48, 48, 50 I'm looking for, 55, 55, I'll come to you in a minute, at 55, 60 now, £60 looking for 5, with the sale room at 60 looking for 5, at 65 in the room, at 65, 70 again, £70 looking for 5, 75 in the room, at 75, 80 against, 80 looking for 5, £80 with the sale room, at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80, I'm selling it away at 80 to 136, 564, lot 82, Charles Alfred Smith, start me at 40, £40 a hand with Easy Live Auctions, 40, 45, 45 now with the sale room, 48, 48, looking for 50, at 48, looking for 50, 50 I have now with the sale room at 50, looking for 5, at £50, 55 in the room at 55, in the room at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55, at 55, at 55, at £55 I'm selling it away, 55 to 177, lot 83, James Burns, I start at 40, 42 now with the sale room, 45, 45, at 45, 48 with the sale room, looking for 50, at 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 48, 48, 50 now in the room at 50, at £50 looking for 5, at £50 looking for 5, at 50, at 50, at £50 and selling it away, at 50 to 177. Lot 84, the Caterpillar Club Badge, and I have to start with me straight in at £200, at 550 I have 600, I have a bit of 600, 650 I'm out now, it's with the sale room at 650, with the sale room, we soon got there, 700 now with Easy Live Auctions at 700, Easy Live Auctions at 700, 750 I'm looking for, at 700, at 700, I give you time to think, at £700, at £700, you're all out, it's with Easy Live Auctions at £700, at 700 to 568, lot 85, lot 85, I start straight in at £40 with the sale room, at £40, at £40 in the 2, at £40, 42, 45, Easy Live Auctions at 45, at 48, at 48, 50 now, at £50, Easy Live Auctions at 50 looking for 5, at £50 looking for 5, at £50 looking for 5, at £50, at £50, selling it away, at at 50, 2573. Lot 86, start me at £30. Start me at 30, 30 I have, with the sale room with first, at 30 looking for 2, at 38 now, Easy Live Auctions at 40, no, Easy Live Auctions are at 40, looking for 2 now, against the sale room, at 42, Easy Live Auctions at 42, looking for 5, at 42, 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at 42 pounds, I'm selling it away, 42 to 620. Lot 87, start me at 50, start me at £50 at £50, 50 I have, looking for 5, at £50, looking for 5, at 55, 55, 55, 60 now, it's with the Easy Live, 65 the sell room, at £70 sell room, at £70 with the sell room, at £70 it's against, it's 75 now with Easy Live Auctions, at 75, 75 and 80, at 75, 75 and 80, at 75, at 75 and selling it away, 75 to 573, lot 88, start me at £50. Easy Live Auctions were in first at 50, 55 with the sell room, 60 now with the sell room, at £60, £60 you for 5, with the sell room, at £60 you for 5, at £60 and £60 you roll out, at £60, selling it away, 60 to 101, 9400. Lot 89, and start me at £40. Start me at £40, £40, £40. At £40 at £40 at 30 then. At £30 at £30, 30 I have, 2 and arm. In the room at 30. Head of Easy Live, 32 against 35 now. At 35 with Easy Live Auctions, looking for 8. Coming back at 8, 38 in the room. In the room at 38, 40 now with the sale room, we're at next in, 42, 42 in the room. At 42 in the room, 45 against now. At 50, 48 now. In the room at 48. At 48, at 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, at 48, at 48 pounds I'm selling it away. Oh, it's 50 on the hammer. I'm really sorry, it's at 50. I'll go 52. 52, I treat the internet the same. 52, so I'm looking for 5 now. At 52, looking for 5. With the room at 52, can't be any fairer. At 52, in the room. At 52, at 52, at 52 pounds, I'm selling it away. 52 to 192. Sometimes it's a bit awkward when the bid does come in and you see it and the hammer's well on its way down. Lot 90. I start at 80 with the sell room. At £80 at £80, you can 5. At £80 at £80, you can 5. 85 against now. 90 with the sell room. Head of Easy Live Auctions now 100. They were ahead of the Easy Live Auctions. It's against you. £100 with the sell room. 110 Easy Live Auctions 120 the sell room. At 120 130 Easy Live Auctions 140 the sell room. At 150 now against. At 160 the sell room. At 160 with the sell room, 170 against, 180 with the sell room. At 180 with the sell room. At 180, 190 now against, with Easy Live Auctions at 190, 200 with the sell room. At 200 with the sell room, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, at 200, at £200 with the sell room, I'm selling it away. At 200 to 101. 9400. Lot 91. It's a large collection here. Start me at 120. 120 I have with the sell room. Sell room were first. 130 with Easy Live. 140 the sell room. 150, 160 now. At 160 with Easy Live Auctions. 170 now. At 180. At 180 with Easy Live Auctions. At 180, 190 now. At 190 with Easy Live Auctions at 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. We're at 220 now. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, 240 now. At 260. At 260, 280 I'm looking for. At 260. At 260. At 260 pounds. You've had your chance. Hammer's coming down. At 260 pounds. At 260 to 653. Good battle there. 92 now. Good lot, start me at 40. £40, £40, 40, 65 with the sale room, at 65 with the sale room, at 65 with the sale room, look at the 70, at 65, 70 now against, with Easy Live Auctions at 70, 75 with the sale room, at 75, 80 now with Easy Live Auctions at 80, looking for 5, at 85 with the sale room, at 90 with the sale room, at £90 at £90 looking for 5, at £90 looking for 5, at £90 at £95, selling it away at 90 to the sale room, to 101 9400. You can be my favourite bidder. So far, lot 93, start me at £70, at £70, 70 at half, looking for 5, at £70, 75 with Easy Live Auctions, 80 with the sale room. At £80, 90 now with Easy Live Auctions at 95. At 100, do I see 10? At 100, 110, 120 now. At 120, at 120, at 120, with Easy Live Auctions, I'm selling it away at £120 to buyer 618, lot 94. Start me at £30, at £30, £30, at 30 a half with Easy Live Auctions at 30, looking for 2, at £30 at £30, at £30, £30, looking for 2, at £30, I'm selling it away, all out, at 30 to 654, lot 95, start me at 40, at £40, 40 with the sale room, at £40 at £40, looking for 2, at 42 now, Easy Live Auctions at 42, looking for 5, at 45, 45, looking for 8, at 48 now with Easy Live Auctions at 48, it's with Easy Live Auctions now, it's 50 with Easy Live Auctions, bit quicker, 55 with the sale room, at 55, 55, 60 I'm looking for, with the sale room, at 55, with the sale room, at 55, 55, at £55, I'm selling it away, at 55, 2375, 256, lot 96, start me at £50, £50, 85 now with Easy Live Auctions at 85, 85, 85 with Easy Live Auctions, at 90 with the sale room, at 95 with Easy Live Auctions now at 95 against the sale room, at 100 with the sale room, at 100 with the sale room against Easy Live, at 100 with the sale room, at 100, at 100, at £100, I'm selling it away, at 100 to, let's go on, can you give me the number?
Number was SR 118354.
354.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Lot 97, start me at £50. At £50 I'm looking for. At £50 at £50. At £50 at £50 at 40 then. At £40 at 40 I have with the sale room. At £40 at £40 looking for 2. At £40 with the sale room. Against Easy Live Auctions at £40, £40 looking for 2. At 40, at 40, at £40 I'm selling it away. No, I'm not. At 42 with Easy Live Auctions. At 42 looking for 5. At 42 looking for 5. At 42, at 42, at £42 I'm selling it away. At 42 to 628. Lot 98, start me at 40. At £40. At 45, 48 with the sale room. At 48, 50 now with Easy Live, 55 the sale room. At 55, 55, 60 against. At 55, 60 now, 65 with the sale room. At 65 with the sale room, 70 now, Easy Live, 75 the sale room. At 75, 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, at £75. At 80 now with Easy Live Auctions, 85 the sale room. At 90 now with the sale room. At £90, £90 looking for 5. At £90 looking for 5. At 90 and selling it away at £90. 92, 101, 9400, lot 99, collection of medals there, start me at £30, at 30 now, at £30, at 32, at 32 with the sale room, at 32, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 35 now, Easy Live Auctions, at 35, 35, at 35, 35, at £35 with Easy Live Auctions at 35, 564. Now we've had a young lad, some of you probably seen him around doing work experience with us last week, and he has come in on his day off to help us at the auction, and I'm going to invite him up onto the roster with me, and he'll be bringing the hammer down. I'll pull the bit down, you just pull it back. Okay, so you just keep doing it, okay? Lot 100, mixed collection, there we go, of British Service Medals. This is the sale room here, this is Easy Live Auctions, 2 screens. At £70, start me at 70, at £70, Easy Live Auctions at 80 now, at £80 at 85. At 85 at 85, 90 now with Easy Live Auctions at 95, head of the sale room. 100 with Easy Live Auctions now 110. At 110, 120, 130. At 130 with Easy Live Auctions at 140, 150, Easy Live Auctions against the sale room. At 170 now. At 170. At 180, 190. At 190, 200 now. 220 I'm looking for. At 220 I'm looking for. At 200. At 200. At 200. At 200. What's coming down? The hammer at £200. Hammer's down. Well done. 200. Stay there. You're not going away yet. 562. You're not going away yet, young man. You're too good. Right. 101. Mixed collection. Start me at £50. Start me at 50. Start me at 50. At £50, I'm at 5 now. At £50, at £50, I'm at 5. At £50. At £50. At £50. I'm selling it away, and what do you say? Bit louder on the next one, but you're getting there. Bit louder with the next one, and then they'll hear you on the internet. I forgot to tell you, you're on Candy Camera. No, you're not. You're on the internet. Lot 102. Start me at £50. At £50 now with the sale room. At £50, head of Easy Live Auctions at 50, looking at 5. At 55 now with the Easy Live Auctions, 60 now in the sale room. At £60, at £60. At £60 with the sale room. At £60, at £60. I'm selling it away.
And the hammer is down.
Yeah, that was well done. That's better. 375. 256. Next time you can call out the winning bidder as well, okay? Lot 103, you're doing a good job. 103, start me at 40. Start me at 40. £40 I'm looking for. £40, £40. £40, £40, 30 then. £30 at £30. At £30 at £30, 20 then. At £20 I'm looking for, 20 I have. Head of the internet up, 22, 25 now. Easy Live Auctions were ahead. At 25, at 28, 30. At £30, at £30, looking at 2. Do you want to come in? At 32 now. Head of Easy Live Auctions, it's in the room at 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32, in the room. At 32, at 32, at £32, I'm selling, and
The hammer is going down.
well done, 32, and what's his number? Right, room bid.
RWB 177.
Good man, good, right, keep going, you're picking it up now, do my job in a minute. At 104, start me at 40, start me at 40, at £40, at £40, £40 I'm looking for, at £40, at £40, at 30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at 20 then, £20 I'm looking for, 20 I have in the room, head of the internet, at 22 now again, it's 25, 28 now with Easy Live Auctions at 30 in the room, at £30, 32 now, at 32 you back, at 32, 35 in the room, at 35 at 8, at 35, at 35 at 8, at 35, hammer's coming down, 35, what did you forget?
Going to room 177.
177, thank you very much. Lot 105, and start me at £70, 70 I have with the sale room, at £70, at £70 with the sale room, 75 Easy Live, 80 with the sale room. Head of Easy Live Auctions, it's with the sale room at 80, look at 5, at £80, look at 5, it's with the sale room, at 80, with the sale room, at £80, at £80, at £80.
And the hammer is going down to 1019400.
Thank you very much. That's your best one yet. Lot 106. Start me at £50. Start me at 50. 50 I have. At 55. 60 now. Easy Live Auctions at 65. 65. The internet's still bidding. See, the internet always causes problems, doesn't it? 75 with Easy Live Auctions at 75. At 75. at 75, at 75.
75, I got
It's with Easy Live Auctions at 75, 80 now with Easy Live Auctions, 85 with Easy Live Auctions. Okay? Yeah, at 85 with Easy Live Auctions, at 85 with the 90, at 85 at 85, at 85 at 85, at 85 pounds, at 85 pounds. No, there's another room bit. 90 in the room, at 90 in the room at 90 looking for 5, at 90 pounds in the room looking for 5, at 90, now you can call it.
The hammer is going down to 192.
Thank you very much. Lot 107, and start me at £50, at £50, £50 I'm looking for, 50, 70 now, Easy Live Auctions at 80, at £80, at £80 looking for 5, at £80, at £80 looking for 5, at 80, at 80, at £80, 85 with the sale room now, at 85 with the sale room, 90 now, Easy Live Auctions at 90, at £90 looking for 5, at £90 looking for 5, at 90, at 90, at £90.
The hammer is going down
At 90 to, who is it?
to 590.
Yep, that's it, 590. Lot 108. 108, start me at £70. £70 I'm looking for. £70, £70. 50 then. 70 I have with Easy Live Auctions. There was a delay there at £70 looking for 5. At £70 looking for 5. At £70 looking for 5. At 75 in the room. At 75 in the room. At 75 in the room. I'm selling it away.
The hammer is down to 177.
At 75. Lot 109. All the service medals here. And start me straight in. I start straight in at £900. At 900 with Easy Live Auctions at 900. 950 now with the sale room at 950. The next bid is 1,000. 1,000 with Easy Live Auctions at 1,000. Looking for 1,100 now. At 1,000. At 1,000. At £1,000. The hammer is coming down. Wait. At £1,000. No, we're not. We'll take 1,050 with the sale room. At 1,050 with the sale room against the Easy Live Auctions at £1,050, selling it away.
The hammer is coming down
1,050 to
204,117.
Thank you very much. And your last lot with me up here. Next one. Lot 110. And start me at £80. Start me 85 now with Easy Live Auctions, 90 with the sale room, 110 with Easy Live Auctions, 120. At 120, 130 now with Easy Live Auctions ahead of the sale room. At 130 with Easy Live Auctions, 130 with Easy Live Auctions, 140 I'm looking for. At 130 with Easy Live Auctions against the sale room. At 130, at 130 I'm selling it away.
The hammer is coming down
130 to 562. There you go. Hammer's cool. Thank you very much. Good man. Cheap labour. Right. Lot 111. Well done, Ruben. Lot 111. I start at £50 with the sale room. At £70, Easy Live Auctions at 80 now. With Easy Live Auctions at 80, looking for 5. At 85, at 85, 90 now with Easy Live Auctions at 90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, at £90, at £90, I'm selling it away. At 90 to 556. Lot 112. Starting at £30. £30, £30 I have. It was Easy Live Auctions were in first there. 35, 45 now, 50 now, £60. At £60 with Easy Live Auctions at 60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5 and selling it away. At £60. 60 to 542. Lot 113. Start me at £40. At £40 at £40, 40 have. Easy Live Auctions at 45, 45 now. at 48, 50, 55, at 55, 60 with Easy Live Auctions at 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65, I'm selling it away at £65. 65 to 618, lot 114, start me at 100, 100, 120 with the sale room, 140 with Easy Live Auctions against the sale room, at 140, at 140, 150 I'm looking for, at 140, at 140 with Easy Live Auctions, 140 to 562, lot 115, and I start straight in at 140 with Easy Live Auctions at 160 now, at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, at 170, 180 now, at 180 with Easy Live Auctions at 180, at 180, at 180 I'm selling away at 180, 180 to 542, lot 116, start me at 120, start me at 120, start me at 120, at 100 then, at 100, 100 I have with the sale room, at 100 with the sale room, 110, Easy Live Auctions 120 now, at 130, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, it's with Easy Live Auctions at 130, at 130, at 140 now, Easy Live Auctions just ahead of the sale room, with Easy Live Auctions at 140, at £140, at 140, you've all had your chance, at 150 now with Easy Live Auctions at 150, bidding still going, at 150, at £150 I'm selling it away, 150 to 615, lot 117, start me at £80, 95, it was Easy Live Auctions that were ahead of the sale room. It's with them at 100, 120 now against the sale room, at 130, 140. At 140 with Easy Live Auctions at 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140, at 140, I'm selling it away at 140 to 556. Lot 118. Start me at £80. 80 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 80 looking for 5. At £80 looking for 5. At £80 looking for 5. At 90 now. At £90 Easy Live Auctions at 90 looking for 5. At £90. At £90. At £90 I'm selling it away. At 90. Right, I've got to keep this open. It's been called. It's with Easy Live Auctions at 100. At £100. It's still open at 100. At 100. At £100 with Easy Live Auctions at 100. It was called. It's 603 is the winning bidder. Lot 119. Artillery shells. Some trench shark there. Start me at £50. 55 now, Easy Live Auctions at 55, at 65, at 65, 70 now, at £70, £70 into 5, at £70, £70 into 5, at 75, 75 into 80, at 75 into 80, at 75, I'm selling it away, at 75 to 625, lot 120, trench shark, there we go, start me at £80. £80 I'm looking for, £80, £80, £80, 60 then, at £60, at £60, at 60 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 60 looking for 5, at 65 now, at £70, Easy Live Auctions at 70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at 70 and selling it away, 70 to 574. 121, large collection of trench shark, there we go, start me at 100, I start at 150 now, at 150 with Easy Live Auctions at 170, Easy Live Auctions 180, 190, 220 with Easy Live Auctions at 260, with Easy Live Auctions at 260, 280 I'm looking for, 280 now, 300 with Easy Live Auctions at 300, at 300, 320 I'm looking for, at 300, at 300, at 300 pounds, at 320 now, it's still going, at 320, don't let it go for another bid, at 340, at 340 with Easy Live Auctions at 340, 360 I'm looking for, at 340 pounds I'm selling it away, 340 to 603, lot 122, starting at 80 pounds, 80 pounds, 80 pounds, 60 then, 60 pounds, 60 pounds, 60 pounds, 60 pounds, 40 then, that's half the estimate at the moment, 40 pounds, 40 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2, at 40 pounds in for 2, at 40 pounds in for 2, at 40 pounds, at 40 pounds, I'm selling it away, at 40 to 615, lot 123, again trend chart, starting at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, at 40 then, at 40 pounds, 40 pounds, 40 pounds, 30, 42 now, Easy Live Auctions at 45, 45, 48, at 48 with Easy Live Auctions at 50 now, at 50 pounds at 55, at 55, 60 now, Easy Live Auctions at 60 pounds, at 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for now, at 70, at 70 pounds in the 5, at 70 pounds in the 5, I'm selling it away at 70 pounds to 645, lot 124, starting at 70, starting at 70, at 70 pounds, at 70 pounds, at 70 pounds, at 50 then, 50 pounds, 50 pounds I'm looking for, 50 pounds, 50 pounds, 40 then, 40, 40 pounds in the room at 40, looking for 2, in the room 42 against, at 45, in the room at 45, at 45, at 45, in the room 48 against, at 48, 50 now, just ahead of Easy Live, it's 55, no, at 55, with Easy Live Auctions at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55, 55, I'm selling it away at 55 pounds, 55 to 615, lot 125, starting at 40, at 40 pounds I have, with Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2, 42 now, at 42, 42, looking for 5, 45 in the room, at 45 in the room, at 45, 48 against, at 48, 48, 50 now, in the room at 50, looking for 5, at 55 against, at 55, 55, 60 now in the room, at 60 pounds in the room, looking for 5, at 60, at 60, at 60 pounds and selling it away, at 60 to 108, lot 126, and starting at 40 pounds, 40 pounds looking for, at 40 pounds, 40 pounds, 40 pounds, 40 pounds, 30 then, 40 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 42 now, at 42, 45, at 48, 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 48, 50 now, 55, at 55, 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 60 now, 65, at 65, 65 and 70, at 65, at 65, at 65 and selling it away, 70 now, at 70 with the sale room, I'm looking at everything here now, at 75, do I see 80, coming in at 80, no, at 75, with Easy Live Auctions at 80 now, 85, bidding is still going, at 85, 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 85, I'm selling it away, at 85, no I'm not, at 95 now, at 95 with Easy Live Auctions, don't let it get away, at 95, at 95, at 95 pounds, you're all out at 95, 95 to 614, 127, start me at 120, start me at 120 I have with the sale room, at 120 with the sale room, 160 now, 180, 220, 240 with Easy Live Auctions, just ahead of the sale room, at 260 now with the sale room, 280, Easy Live Auctions 300 with the sale room, 320 with the sale room, it's with the sale room at 320 Easy Live, it's with the sale room at 320, 340 with Easy Live Auctions now, at 340, at 340 is the battle over, at 340 pounds to Easy Live Auctions, at 340 to 614. Lot 128, 128, and I start at £80. At £80, 80 with Easy Live Auctions it is 90, 95 Easy Live Auctions at 95. At 95 at 95. At 95 at 95 with Easy Live Auctions. At £95, 100 I'm looking for. At £95, at 95 I'm selling it away. At 95 to Easy Live Auctions, 629. Lot 129. And I start with me at 120, 130 with me. On commission at 130. 140, 150, 160 with me. At 160 on commission. At 160. At 160 on commission. At 160 pounds, no, 170, commissions are now out. At with Easy Live Auctions at 170. At 170. At 170, you're all out at 170. At 170 to 629. We come to the commemorative cup. And I start with me straight in at 500, 550 I'm looking for. 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, at 500, at £500 I'm selling away to my buyer at 500. On commission at 500 to 3161. Lot 131. And start me at £50. Start me at 50. Start me at 50. At 40 then. At £40 at £40. 30 then. £30 I'm looking for. 30. At 20 then. At £20. At £20. At 20. At 20. 10 then. 10 I have in the room. 10 with the 12. At 10 with the 12. 12 against now. At 15 now, in the room at 15. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At 15 in the room. At £15, at £15 and away to 108. Lot 132. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. At 80 then. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80, at 60 then, £60, £60, £60 I'm looking for, £50, no less, £50 I'm looking for, £50, see us after on that. First unsold, I think.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Lot 133, start me at £50, £50 I'm looking for, £50 I'm looking for, at £50, £50. At £50 at 40 then, at £40, £40. At £40 at 30, 40 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2. At £40 at 42. At 42 at 42, looking for 5. At 42, 42. At 45 now. At 45, 48. 50 now, 55. 55 in the room at 55. At 55, 60 against. 65 now. No, at 65, do I see 70? At 65, at 65, at 70 now, at 75. At 75, at 75, at 80 now, at £80 with Easy Live Auctions at 85 now. At 85, at 85, little battle going on. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 80, 90 now. At £90 looking for 5. At 95, at 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, I'm selling away at 95. At 95 to 629. Are we changing over?
Couple
Yeah.
more.
Couple more, okay. Lot 1.
You'll do it now, sorry.
Good, because I need a drink.
Yeah.
Just had a changeover, just bear with us. I think not. Lot 134. I know, don't know where that bit's come from. Lot 134. 2 household brigade medals. There we go. Start me at £70. Start me at 70. Start me at 70. Start me at 70. At 50 then. At £50. At £50. 50 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50, looking for 5 now. At 55, Easy Live Auctions at 60 now. £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. 65 now. Looking for 70. £70, Easy Live Auctions at 70, looking for 5. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, £75 and selling it away. At 75, 2629, Easy Live Auctions. 135, start me at £40. At £40, £40, 40 I have, Easy Live Auctions at £40. 42, the sell room. At 42, the sell room. At 42, 45 against now with Easy Live Auctions at 45. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 48, the sell room. At 48, 50 now. Easy Live Auctions at 50, looking for 5. 55, the sell room. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, £55 and selling it away. At 55, the sell room to 1019400. Lot 136. Start me at £30. At £30. At £30. At £30. At £30. At 20 then. £20 I'm looking for. 30 I have with the sell room. At £30 with the sell room. At £30, at £30, looking for 2. 32 now, Easy Live Auctions at 32. At 32 against the sell room. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, 35 in the room, just ahead of Easy Live Auctions. It's in the room. 38 against now. No, at 38, Easy Live Auctions at 38. 40 now. Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2. 42 now. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At £42. At £42 and selling. No, I'm not. Hammers knocked down. 45 came in. So the bidding is still open at 45 with Easy Live Auctions at 48. Now there we go. At 48, 50 is the next bid. At 48. At 48 pounds to Easy Live Auctions at 48. At 48 to 608. Lot 137. 137. All these sweetheart brooches, etc. A lot for your money. Starting at £70. 120 then. Easy Live Auctions at 120. 150 with 150 with the sell room. 160 with the sell room. It's ahead of Easy Live Auctions. 170 with the sell room. 180 Easy Live Auctions. 190, 200 Easy Live Auctions at 200. At 200, 220 now. At 220. At 240, 260. Easy Live Auctions at 260. At 260. At 280. At 300. At 300, 320 now. At 320. At 320 with Easy Live Auctions. At 320. Hammers down. At 320 to buy at 653. Lot 138, starting at £40. 40 I have, 60 with the sale room at 65. With the sale room at 70 now, 80 now, 90 with Easy Live Auctions at 110. With Easy Live Auctions at 120. At 120 against the sale room, 130 against the sale room. At 140 with Easy Live Auctions at 140. At 140. At 150 now at 160. At 160 with Easy Live Auctions at 170. At 180 now. At 180 with Easy Live Auctions at 190. At 200 now. Good battle going on. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200. At 200. At £200. I'm selling it away. At £200. 220. No, I'm not. At 220, 240. 240. 260 is the next bid. At 240. At 240, last time of asking at 240, 260, at 260, at 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, at 260, I'm just going to pause to let you think about it, at £260, 280, there we go. At 280, 300 I'm looking for now. At 280, it's been a really good battle. At £280, hammer is coming down. At 280, 2622. Lot 139, and start me at £80. 80 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 80, looking for 5, 90 now at £90, looking for 5, 100 now, 140, 180, 200 with Easy Live Auctions at 200, Easy Live Auctions at 200, at 200, 220 I'm looking for, at 200, at 200, at £200 and saying away, at 200, 2653, lot 140, start me at £30. Start me at 30, at £30 at £30. At 20 then, £20, 30 I have, Easy Live Auctions, must have been a delay at 30, looking for 2. At £30 at £30, looking for 2. With Easy Live Auctions at £30 at £30, I'm selling it away. At £30, 32610. Lot 141, start me at £40. 40 I have, looking for 2 now. At £40, 42, Easy Live Auctions at 45, 45, 48, 50, at 55, at 55, 60 now, Easy Live Auctions at 65, at 65, 70 now, £70, looking for 5, at £70, looking for 5, Easy Live Auctions at 75, 75, looking for 80, at £80, at £80, looking for 5, at £80, at 85 now, at 85, 85, 90, I'm looking for at 90 now, at £90, looking for 5, 95, with Easy Live Auctions, 100 with Easy Live Auctions at 110 now, at 110, 120, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 120, at 120, at 130 it's still going, at 130, 140, don't let it get away, at 140, at £140 I'm selling Easy Live Auctions at 140, 140, good battle there, 564. Lot 142, start me at £40. Start me at 40 I have with the sell room. At £40 at £40, you for 2. At £40 at £40, you for 2. At 40, at 40, at 45, 45, and for 8. At 45, 45, and for 8 with the sell room. At 45, at 45, at 45, selling it away. 45 to 211930. Lot 143, starting at £30. Starting at £30, £30. At £30, £30. At 20 then. At £20, £20. At £20, I'm looking for 22 now. Easy Live Auctions at 25, 25 and 8. At 25, 28 now. At 28, 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £30, £30, you for 2. At 32 now. Easy Live Auctions ahead of the sell room. It's with Easy Live Auctions at 32, looking for 5 now. At 35, Easy Live Auctions at 35. At 35, Easy Live Auctions against the sell room. At 35, Easy Live Auctions now at 38. At 38, with Easy Live Auctions at 38. At 38, at 38, have to be quicker on the sell room. At 38, with Easy Live Auctions at 40 now, they're caught up. At £40 with the sell room. At £40 with the sell room, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40 with the sell room at £40. At 40 to 63723. Lot 144, start me at £40. 40, 60 now, Easy Live Auctions. 65 Easy Live Auctions against the sell room. 70 with the sell room. At £70 with the sell room. At £70, £70, 75 in the room. At, thank you. At 75 in the room, 80 against her. 85 now. 85 in the room, 85, 90 against her. 95. At 95 in the room. 100, 110 sir. 110 in the room at 110, 120 against her. At 130 now, in the room at 130, 140 against her. At 140, 150. Up against 160 sir. At 160. It's only another bid. At 160, 170, there we go, 180, I'm afraid. At 180 with the sell room, 190 in the room. At 190 in the room. At 190, at 190, at 190 pounds, I'm selling, no I'm not, at 200, at 200, 220, so 220 now, in the room at 220, at 220, at 220 pounds, and selling 220, there we go, 215, good battle there, sir. 145, starting at 70, at £70 I'm looking for, £70, £70, £70, £70, 50 then, £50 I'm looking for, £50 I have with the sale room, 55, 55, 67, 60 now with Easy Live Auctions at 70, Easy Live Auctions at 75 in the room, at 75, 80 against, 85, 85, 90 sir, 90 now against, at 90, at 95 in the room at 95 just ahead of the sale room. Easy Live, sorry, at 95, 100, 110, it's two people bidding online at 110, 120, in the room at 120, 130 against her, at 140 in the room, at 140, at 140 in the room, at 140 and selling, no I'm not, at 150, 160, thank you sir, at 160, in the room at 160, at 160 pounds, at 160, at 160, 215. Thank you. Lot 146, starting at £70. Starting at £70, 70 pound with the sell room. At £70, £70, in the 5, 75, Easy Live at 75, 80 in the room. In the room at 80, just ahead of the sell room, 85 against now, sir. 90 now, in the room, 95 against, sir. 100 in the room at 100, 110 against. At 110, 120 in the room at 120. In the room at 120, it's with you at 120, sir. You don't have to bid again. But I'm just keeping you in check, Lucy. Save it for another bid. 120 in the room at £120, selling away at 120 to 215. You're on a roll now, sir. Lot 147, starting at 40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, at 30 then. At £30 at £30, at £30 I have. Easy Live Auctions at 32 now. At 32, at 32, at 35, 35, 38 the sell room. At 38 with the sell room, 40 Easy Live Auctions at 42. At 45, at 45, looking for 8. At 48, 50 now against the sell room. At 55, at 55, Easy Live Auctions at 60 now. At £60, 65. At 65, looking for 70. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, 75, looking for 80. At 75, Easy Live Auctions at 75, 80 now. At 85, at 85, 90 is the next bid. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at 85, no, at 90 now with the sell room, just in there at £90 with the sell room. 95 against now to Easy Live Auctions. At 95, make it 100. Don't let it get away for another fiver. At 95, at 95, at 95 with the Easy Live Auctions at 95 to 597. Lot 148, starting at £40. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40 at 30 then. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. At 20 then. £30 Easy Live Auctions. There was a delay there at 30, looking for 2 now. At 32, at 32, looking for 5, 35. At 38, at 38, 40 now, at £40, looking for 2, at 42. At 45, at 45, at 48, 50 now. At 55, at 55, Easy Live Auctions at 60. At 65, 65, 70 now. At £70, £70, looking for 5. At £70, looking for 5. And selling it away at, no I'm not, at 75. Easy Live Auctions at 75. 80 now, Easy Live Auctions at 80. At £80, at £80, at £80, at 85, at 85, at 85, looking for 90. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. It's with Easy Live Auctions at £85. 85 to 597. Lot 149, starting at 30. At £30, at £30, 30 I have, 35, 38, at 38, at 38, I'll come to you in a minute, so 38, there's battle going on here. 42, Easy Live Auctions at 48, 48, 50 now. At £50, 55, 55 with the sell room. At 55, 60 sir, 60 in the room. Ahead of Easy Live Auctions, 65 again, 70, 70. At 70 in the room, 75, 80, 80 now in the room. At 85, 85, 90. At £90 in the room. At 95 against. At 100 now. at 100, 110, 120, 120 now, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, in the room, 120 with the gentleman in the room, second row, at £120 I'm selling it away, at 120, sorry, number 7, 215, thank you, lot 150, start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40 at 30 then, at £30 at £30, at 30 I have, easy live auctions at 30, looking for 2, at £30, looking for 2, at 30, at 32 the sell room, head of easy live auctions, it's with the sell room, 35 easy live auctions, at 35, 35 looking for 8, at 35, 35 looking for 8, at 38 head of the sell room, with easy live auctions at 38, 40 now with easy live auctions at 40, against the sell room, at £40 at £40, looking for 2, at £40 at £40, looking for 2, at 40, 42 now, the sell room, at 42 at 42, looking for 5, at £42, at £42, at £42, and selling it away, the sell room, 263723, lot 151, start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at 40 I have, easy live auctions at 40 looking for 2, at £40 looking for 2, at £40 42 now, at 42 at 42 looking for 5, at 42 looking for 5, 45 looking for 8, at 45 with easy live auctions at 48, easy live auctions, against the sell room, at £50, easy live auctions, at 55, easy live auctions, 60 with the sell room, at £60 with the sell room, at 70, easy live auctions now at 70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at £70, at £70, at 75 now with the sell room, at 75, 75 with the sell room, looking for 80, at 80 now with easy live auctions at 80 looking for 5, at 80, at 80, at 85 now with the sell room, at 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 90, the easy live auctions at £90, at £90, 95 I'm looking for, at 90, 95 with the sell room, at 95, good battle going on here, at £95 with the sell room, at 95 to 63723. Lot 152, start me at £40, 40 I have, easy live auctions at 45, 65 with the sell room, 65, 70 now, easy live auctions at 70, 75 the sell room, 80, 85 easy live auctions, 85 with easy live auctions against the sell room, 90 now with the sell room, 90 with the sell room against easy live auctions at 95 now, with easy live auctions at 110, at 120, easy live auctions at 120, 130 now, at 130, 140, 150, at 160, at 160, 170 I'm looking for, easy live auctions at 160, at £160 I'm selling it away at 160, at 160 to 564, lot 153, start me at £50, start me at 50, 50 I have, looking for 5, 55, 50 I'm looking 5 I'm looking for. It's with easy live auctions against the sell room at £50, easy live auctions 55 in the room, 60 now against her, 60 easy live, 65 in the room, at 65 in the room, 70 again, 75 now in the room, 75, 80, £80, 85 sir, at 80 easy live auctions, and at 90 now, at £90, at £90 it can 5. At £90 it can 5, at £90 at £90, I'm selling it away at £90, 90 to 574, lot 154, start me at £30, start me at 30 I have, easy live auctions, at £30 in for 2, at £30 in for 2, at £30 at £30, at £30, at £30, selling it away, no I'm not, at 32, at 32, looking for 5, at 32, looking for 5, easy live auctions at 32, looking for 5, and selling it away at 32 to 622. Lot 155, start me at 30, start me at 30 I have, with easy live auctions, we're just ahead of the sell room, 32 with the sell room, 35 easy live auctions at 35 at 35, 38 with the sell room, 40 in the room now, just ahead of easy live auctions at £40 in the 2, 42 against her, 45, 45. 45, with you, sir. At 45, looking for 8. In the room at 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. In the room at 45, looking for 8. It's with you, sir. At 48, 48. At 48, at 48. Do I see 50? Coming from everywhere. At £48, with you, sir. At 48. In the room at 48, 315. 215. 215. Right, 156. Start me at 40. Start me at £40 at £40. 40 I have, easy live auctions at 40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2, easy live auctions at £40 at £40. At 42 at 42, with easy live auctions at 45. At 45 against the sell room. At 45 at 45, looking for 8. 48 now sell room. At 48, sell room. At 48, sell room. 55, easy live auctions at 55. 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55, 60 now the sell room. Head of easy live auctions, it's with the sell room. 65, easy live auctions at 65. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £70, easy live auctions now at 75. At 80 now. At £80, easy live auctions at £80 at £80, looking for 5. 85 now. At 85 at 85, 90 now. At 95. At 95 at 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. At £95, battle's over. No, it's not. With the sale room at 100. Sneaky one in there. At £100, do I see 110? At 100, 110 with easy live auctions at 110. Are you coming back with the sale room? At 110, at 110, I'm selling away at £110. At 110 to 610. Lot 157. Start me at £40. Start me at 40. Start me at £40. 65, 65 with the sell room. At 65, 65. At 65. At 70 now. Easy live auctions at 80. At 90 now. At 95. At 95. Easy live auctions at 95. Sell room at 100. 110 with easy live auctions at 110 against the sell room 120. With the sell room that time. At 120, 130. 130 easy live auctions at 140. 150. At 150 with easy live auctions at 160. At 160, bidding sir. At 170 in the room, thank you. At 170 in the room. 180 against sir. At 180 with easy live auctions. At 180 against you sir. At 190 now. In the room at 190. In the room at 190. At 190. At £190 in the room. 190. 215. Lot 158. Start me at £70. Start me at 70. At £70. At £70. At 50 then. £50 I'm looking for. £50. £50. £50. £50. 40 then. 50 I have. Easy live auctions at 50. There's the labour at £50. You for 5. At £50. You for 5. At 50. 55 now. At 55. At 55. 60 I'm looking for. At 55. At 55. At 60 now with the sell room. At £60. At £60 you for 5. At £60 you for 5 with the sell room 65. Easy live auctions at 65 against the sell room. At 65. 65. At 65. 70 now with the sell room. At £70. £70 with the sell room looking for 5 now. At 75. Easy live auctions at 75. At 75. At 75. At £75. Hammers down. At 75. 564. Lot 159. Start me at 50. Start me at 50 a ham. Look at the 5 now. At £50. It's with easy live auctions. It's against the sell 55 with the sell room. At 55. 60 against the sell room. At £60 with easy live auctions. 60 looking at 5. 65 the sell room. 70 against 80 now with the sell room. At £80 and £80 with the sell room. £80, 85 easy live auctions at 85. 90 with the sell room. At £90, 95 easy live auctions. At 95, 100 with the sell room. 110 against 120 now. Good battle at 130, 140. At 140, at 140 with the sell room. At 140, at 140, at £140, and I'm selling it away. At 140 to the sell room. 3, 3, 9.
Sorry, 391617.
391617. Thank you. Lot 160, start me at £80. Start me at £80. At £80, at £80, at £80, at £80. At 60 then, at £60, at £60, at £60, at 65 now. Easy Live Auctions at 65. At £70, £70, in the 5. At £70, in the 5. At 70, at 70, at £70, I'm selling it away. At 70 to 653. Lot 161. Start me at £40. At £40, 40 a half, Easy Live Auctions at 40, look at the 2. At £40, look at the 2. At £40, at £40, 42. At 40, you sat there all that time and you bid now. At 42, in the room at 42, look at the 5. At 42, look at the 5. At 42, at 42, at £42 and selling it away. Look at that, that was sneaky, 196. You waited a long time for that, so well done. 161. 162, sorry. 162, start me at £70. Start me at 70. 70 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 70. Look at the 5. 75 in the room now. At 75, room bid, 80 against, 80, 85 now. Room bid at 85, 85, 90 against, 95 now. At 95 in the room, 100 against, 110. At 110 in the room at 110, 120 against. At 120 with Easy Live Auctions at 120. At 120, at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120 and selling away at 120. 120, 2573. Lot 163, start me at £50. 50 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 50, head of the sell room. At 60 now, with Easy Live Auctions at 65. 70 in the room bid. 70 with the room head, 75 against now, with Easy Live Auctions at 75, 80 in the room. 80, 90 now. 95 with Easy Live Auctions 100. No, 95 with Easy Live Auctions at 95. 100 now, Easy Live Auctions at 100. It's against the sell room. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. With Easy Live Auctions at 100, at 100, at 100. I'm just pausing to give the sell room a chance to catch up. They have at 110. At 110 with the sell room. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110 and selling away. At 110, 263, 723. Lot 164. Start me at £30. £30 for all of this. £30 I'm looking for. £30, £30, £30, £30 at 20 then. At £20, at £20. 10 then, 20. Easy Live Auctions at 20, delayed. At £20 with Easy Live Auctions at £20, look for 2, 22 the sell room. At 22, look for 5. At 22, look for 5. At 22 with the sell room and selling it away. 22 to 63723. Lot 165. And I have to start with me straight in at £50 in the 5 on commission. At £50 in the 5. At £50 in the 5. At 50. At 50. At £50 on commission and selling away. No, I'm not at 55. 60 with me on commission. On commission at 60, looking for 5. At £60, it's with my commission. My commission bid at £60. You're all out selling at 60. 60. Lot 166. Oh, sorry, it's 2690. 2690. Lot 166, the naval flag, starting at £40, 40 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2. At £40 in the 2, 42 in the room. At room bid at 42, looking for 5. Room bid at 42, looking for 5. Room bid at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. It's a room bid at 42 and selling it away at 42. 42, 108. Lot 167. 167. Naval flags, there we go, starting at 50. £50 I'm looking for. £50, £50. at £50, at £40 then, at £40, at £40, at £40, at 30 then, at £30, at 30 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 30 looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at £30, at 32 now, at 32 with Easy Live Auctions at 32, at 32 looking for 5, at £32 I'm selling away, 32 to 647, lot 168, start me at £60, £60 I'm looking for, £60, £60, £60, £60, £60, 40 then, £40 I'm looking for, £40, 40 I have with the sell room, at £40 in for 2, at £40 in for 2, with the sell room, at 45 now, Easy Live Auctions at 45 against the sell room, at 45 at 45 with 8, 48 now with the sell room, at 48, 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 48, at 50 now with Easy Live Auctions at £50 in for 5, at £50, 55 now with the sell room, at 55 at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55, 60 now with Easy Live Auctions at 60, it's against the sell room, at 65 now with the sell room, at £60 in for 5, at 65 looking for 70 now, it's with the sell room, at £65 with the sell room, at 65, 65, comes down at 65 to the sell room, 371440. Lot 169, start me at £60, start me at 60, £60 I'm looking for, £60, £60, 40 then, £40, £40, £40, £40, 40 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 42 now, at 45, at 48, at 48, 50 now, 55, at 50, 60 now, Easy Live Auctions at 60 against the sell room, at £60, at £60, I'm selling it away at £60, 60 to 573, lot 170, start me at £40, start me at 40, start me at 40, 40 I have with the sell room, at £40, 42 against now, with Easy Live Auctions at 42, 45, at 48, it's with Easy Live Auctions at 48, just ahead of the sell room, at 50 now with the sell room, at 55 in the room, at 55 in the room, room at 60 now again, 60, 65, 65 in the room at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65 in the room, selling it away at 65 in the room, to 192, lot 171, and start me at £40, 40 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 45, at 48, at 48, 55 now, at 55 with Easy Live Auctions at 60, at £60, Easy Live Auctions just ahead, 65, 70 now in the room, room bid at 70 looking for 5, at £70 in the room looking for 5, 75 against, at 75, 80 now in the room, 80, at 85, at 85, looking for, at £80 in the room, 5 I'm looking for, at £80, roll out, 80 to 192, lot 172, start me at £40, £40 I'm looking for, £40, £40 I'm looking for, 30 then to start, £30, £30, 30 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 30 looking for 2, at 32 against with the sell room, 32 with the sell room, at 32, 32, 35 against now with Easy Live Auctions, at 38 sell room, at 38 with the sell room, against Easy Live Auctions, at 38, 38, 40 now with Easy Live Auctions at 40 looking for 2, at £40 looking for 2, at 45 now, at 45 with Easy Live Auctions at 45, at 48 sell room, with the sell room 50 now, Easy Live Auctions at £50 and 555, at 55, 60 now, at £60 with Easy Live Auctions at 60, and selling it away at £60, 65 now or not, at 70 now, at £70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, I'm selling it away at £70, at 70. Good battle, 5, 7, 8. Lot 173, start me at 40, at £40, at 40 I have with the sell room, At £40 a good 2. At £40 a good 2. At 42, Easy Live Auctions now against the sell room. At 42, at 42, 45 with the sell room. At 45, 45 looking for 8. At 45, 45 looking for 8. At 48 with Easy Live Auctions now against the sell room. At 48, Easy Live Auctions. At 50 now. At £50 looking for 5. At £50 looking for 5. At £50 and selling it away. At 50. 2, 615. 174. Starting at £40. Starting at £40, at £40, at £40. At £40, at £40, at 40 I have with Easy Live Auctions now at 42 the sell room. At 42 with the sell room. At 42, at 42 with the sell room. At 42, at 42, at 45 Easy Live Auctions now against the sell room. At 45, at 45 looking for 8. At £45, at £45 and selling it away. No, I'm not. At 48 to the sell room. At 48, at 48. At £48, at £48 and selling it away. At 48 to the sell room to 194, 2266. Lot 175, start me at £40. 40 I have, Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2, at 45 now, 48, 50 now, 55, Easy Live Auctions at 55, 60 I'm looking for 60 now, with Easy Live Auctions at 60 looking for 5, at £60 looking for 5, at 60, at 60, at £60 and selling it away, at 60 to 563.
No, can you go back one, because it came in after the hammer, so you need to take 615.
Right, okay, I didn't see it. It's just been called out.
60. You sold it at 60.
Yes, yeah.
So the bidder is 615.
Oh, sorry.
It was
Sorry.
exchanged
Sorry. Yeah, it's all right. It's on here. It's saying 563.
Yeah.
Right. 6. The buyer is.
615. You sold it at 60.
Yeah, 615. There was a glitch there. The hammer was down and it was sold to buyer 615 at 60. At 60. We move on to 176. At 176. At 176. Start me at £50. Start me at 50. Start me at 50. At £50 I'm looking for. At 50. At 50. At 40. At £40. At £40. At £40. Thank you. At 40 in the room at 40. At 42 against her. At 42. 45. 45 now. In the room at 45 with 8. 48 against. No. At 48. At 48 with Easy Live Auctions. At 48.50 now in the room. New bidder. At £50 in with 5 at 55.60. At £60 in the room at 60 looking for 5. At £60 in with 5. At £60 in the room looking for 5. At 60. At 60. At £60 and selling it away. At 60 to 192. Lot 177. 177. Start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, at £30 then, at £30 at £30 at 20. 30 I have with Easy Live Auctions at 32 now, at 32 at 32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 at 32 selling it away, at 32 to 578. Lot 178, start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at 30, at £30 at £30, at 20 then, £20 I'm looking for, £20, 20 I have looking for 2, £20 with the sell room against the Easy Live, it's 22 now, with Easy Live Auctions at 25, at 25 looking for 8 against the sell room, 28, Easy Live Auctions at 28, at £28, at £28, at £28 and selling it away. 28 to 610. The drum now, Parachute Regiment, start me at 200, lot 179, start at 500 I have. At 500 with the sell room. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, at 500, at 500 and with the sale room at 500 to 1693,978. Lot 180, starting at £40. 48 with easy live auctions at 48, 50 now, at £50 at £50, 55, 60 now, at £60 at £60, 65, at 65, 65 with the 70, at £70, £70 with the 5, 75 now. Easy live auctions at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, at 75, at £75 and selling it away at 75. 75 to 605. Lot 181. Start me at £50. Start me at 50. At £50, at £50, at 40 then. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40, at 30 then. At £30. 30 I have. Easy live auctions at 32 now. At 35. At 38, at £40, easy live auctions at 40, 42, the sale room. At 42, 42, looking for 5. At 45, 45 with the sale room. At 45, they're ahead of the easy live auctions. 48, easy live auctions now. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 50 with the sale room. At £50 at £50, looking for 5. At 50 with the sale room. At £50 at 50 and selling it away at 50. At 52, 7, 7, 1, 3, 6, 5. Lot 182. Start me 182. Start me at £50. Start me at 50. At 50. At 30 then. £30 I'm looking for. £30. 30 I have. 32 now. 35 with easy live auctions at 40 now. At 42, 45, 45 at 48 sale room. At 48 with the sale room 50 now, easy live auctions at 50, at 55 with the sale room. At 55, 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 with the sale room. Against easy live auctions at £55, I'm selling it away. At 55 to the sale room, 7, 7, 1, 3, 6, 5. Lot 183, start me at £50. 50 I have, easy live auctions at 50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At 50, at 50, at £50, at 55 now with the sale room against easy live auctions. At 55 with the sale room. At 55, at 55 with the sale room. I'm selling it away at 55. 55 to 7, 7, 1, 3, 6, 5. Lot 184. Start me at £40. 75 now. 75 easy live auctions at 75. 80 with the sale room at 90 now. At 95 with the sale room against easy live auctions. At 95 the sale room. At 95 at 95. At 95 with the sale room. At 95, 100, 110 now with the sale room. At 110. At 110, I'm selling it away at £110. At 110 to 163076. Lot 185, and I start the bidding with me at £50 and 5. It's with me at 60, 65 with me, 70, 75 with me on commission. 80, 85 with me on commission. 90, 95 with me, 100. 140 commissions are out at 140, at 150 now. Easy live auctions at 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at 150, at £150. At 150 to 544. 186. Start me at £50. 50 I have, looking for 5 now. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, 60 now. At £60, at £60. At £60, looking for 5. Easy live auctions at 60, looking for 5. At 65 now. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £65. At £65, selling it away at 65. 65 to 610. Lot 187. This is my last sheet. 187. Starting at £30. £30. £30. 20 then. 10 if you like, 10 I have. In the room, 20 now against. Easy Live Auctions at 22, 25, 28, at 28, 30, 32, 35, 38, 38, 40, I'll come back to you, 40, at 38, 40, at 38, at £38, at £38 with Easy Live Auctions at £38, 38 to 610. Lot 188, starting at £40, starting at 40. At £40, 40 a hand, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40, looking for 2. At 40, at 42 with Easy Live Auctions at 45 now. At 48, at 48, at 48, at £48, at £48 and selling away at 40.50 now. At £50 with Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 at £50 and selling it away at 50 to 555. Lot 189, start me at £80. All the crested were £80, £80, £80, £80, £80, £80, 60 then. £60 I'm looking for. 60 I have, 5 in the room at 60. Looking for 5 now, 65 the sell room. At 65, 70 now. In the room at 70. Room bid at 70. At £70, looking for 5, 75 against. 80 now. In the room at 80. At £80, 85 against. At 85, 90 then. In the room at 90. At £90, 95 against. 100 now. In the room at 100. 110. No, at 110 with the sell room. At 110. At 110. Hammers coming down. One you back. Yep, at 120. They're back. At 120 in the room. 130 against. No, okay. At 130, I'm selling it away. At 130 to the sell room. 163076. Lot 190, starting at £70. 70 a hand with the sell room. At £70, you for 5. At £70, you for 5. At 70, 75, Easy Live Auctions at 75, 75, you for 80. At £80, at £80 with the sell room. At £80, at £80, you for 5. At 85, Easy Live Auctions now. At 85, at 85. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At £85 and selling it away at 85. 85 to 630. Lot 191. Starting at £40. 40 I have. Easy Live Auctions at 40, looking for 2. At £40, 42 now. Easy Live Auctions at 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42, at £42 and selling it away. 42 to 6. No, go back on. Hammer was down. Yeah.
42, selling it.
Yeah, 42.
615.
Sorry?
615.
Thank you. 615. It went to buyer 615 at 42. Yeah. Lot 192. Lot 192. Start me at 50. At £50. Good lot this. At 50. Looking for 5. At £50. Looking for 5. At £50. Looking for 5. With Easy Live Auctions at 50. Sell room now at 55. At 60 with Easy Live Auctions at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 60, at 60, at 70 now. Easy Live Auctions at 70. At £70, £70, and selling it away at £70. 70 to 608. Lot 193. Start me at £80. At £80, at £80. 80 a hand, Easy Live Auctions now at 90. 95 with Easy Live Auctions against the sell room. 100 with the sell room. At 100, 110, 120 with Easy Live Auctions at 130, 140. At 140 with Easy Live Auctions at 140. At 150 now. At 150, 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at 160, at £160. At 160 to buyer 610. And my last lot, Will take over and then followed by Gareth. 194, start me at £40. 40 a hand, Easy Live Auctions at £40, at £40, looking for 2. At £40, £40, looking for 2. At 42, 42, looking for 5, at 45 now. Easy Live Auctions at 48.50. At £50, you give a 5. Against the sale room. At £50, 55.60 now. At £60, £60 with Easy Live Auctions at 60, looking for 5. Against the sale room. At 60, at 60, at £60 and selling it away at 60 to 574. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Let's try it.
I'll tell you what, I'll follow up from the fridge.
Yeah, no. Yep. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Hope we're all well. Sterling job by Gordon there, starting off the sale. I'm going to be taking on from lot 195. So, are you ready to go? Ready to go. Without further ado, lot 195. Start off at £50, please. £50. £50 straight in on Easy Live Auctions at 50. At 50. At 50. Any advance at £50, and we're all done then. Wrapping up and selling away the main bid has it at £50. 55 on the hammer. Reopen that. That's okay. Keeping that open. That came in as the hammer came down. At £55 and at £55. Giving you a chance at £55. Fair warning. We're sold £55 to buyer 610. Lot number 196. Stopping off at £30, please. £30, 38 straight in, looking for 40. Do we see 40 anywhere? At £40, 42 is a bit. 45, 48 now. At 50 is a bit. At £50 then. At 50. At 55 then. At 60 now. At 60 is a bit. At 60. At 60. At 60. Are we all done then? At 65 then. At 65, 75 now. At 75, 80 now on Easy Live Auctions. At 80. At 80. At 85 on the sale room now. Sale room bidding at 80. At 85, 90. At £90 on Easy Live Auctions now. At 90. At £90, 95 on the sale room bidding at £95. At £95, 100 at £100 now. On Easy Live Auctions, that is. On Easy Live Auctions at 100, 110 back on the sale room now. Sale room bidding at 110, at 110, at £110 then. At £110, are we all done? At 110, fair warning at 110. Sold £110 to
SR 163076.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Lot 197, start me off at £40, please. Do we see £40 anywhere? In the room or online at 40? At 40. At £40. Any interest at 40? At 40. 40 is a bid. At £40 on Easy Live Auctions. At £40 on Easy Live Auctions. At 40. At 40 is a bid. At £40. At 42 is a bid now. At 42, do we see £45 anywhere? At 45 now. At 45, looking 48. Do we see £48 anywhere? At 45 then. At £45. Any advance at £45? Wrapping up and selling away now at 48. No, we're not. At 48, at 50 now. At 50 is the bid. At £50 then. At £50. At £50, are we all done at 50? I think we are at £50. We sold £50 to buyer 615. Thank you. Lot 198. The presentation display cans here. Start me off at £40, please. Do we see £40 this lot? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Any interest at £40? Do we see £40? £40 anywhere. At 20, do we see 20? Looking for 20. Any interest at £20 then? £20 in the room, ahead of the internet, in the room at 20. At £20 with you, sir. Room bidding at £20 with you then. At 20. At £20, 22 against you now. 25 in the room. 28 you like, 28 you have. 30 you like, 30 you have. 32, shake the head at 32. With you, sir, at 30. In the room at 30 then. Room bidding with man the cap on. At £30. Are we all done at 30? Sold. To buy 177. 177 for £30. Thank you. Lot number 199. Start me off at £40, please. £40 straight in online at £40. At £40 on Easy Live Auctions at £40. Ahead of the seller at 42 now. Seller bidding at £42 and at 45, 48 is the bid at 50 now. At £50 on seller at 55 now. At £55, at 55, at 55. Are we all done then? At £55 on the seller and then at £55. Are we wrapping up and selling away at 55? Sold £55 to buyer.
SR 163076.
Thank you. Lot number 200. The Royal Artillery interest here. Start me off at £50, please. Do we see £50 this lot? Looking for 50. Any interest at 50 then? Do we see 50? At 50 then, at 50 at 30, let's try it at 30. At £30 then, at 30. At £30 at 30. At 30's a bid on these live auctions at 30. On the seller that is. On Sarah bidding at £30 then. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. Any advance at £30. Sold £30 to
SR 771365.
Thank you. Lot number 201, the RAF Silver Compact here. Starting off at £70. Do we see £70 this lot? Looking for 70. Looking for 70. The silver was worth that alone. At £70 then. At 70. At 70. At 70. It's a gift at 70 here, folks. At £70, any interest at 70. 50 then. At 50 is a bid. Do we see 50? Any interest at 50? 50 is a bid. At £50 on these live auctions now at 50. At £50 then at 50. At £50, it's still a gift at 50 here, folks. The main bid has it at 50. Sold £50 to buyer 608. Lot number 202. The RAF collectibles here. Starting off at £50 this lot. Do we see 50? 50 straight in on these live auctions at 50 then. Do we see £55 anywhere? Looking 55. 60 is a bid. At £60 then. At 65 is a bid. At 65, do we see 70? At 65, any advance at £65 then. At 65, 75 now, at £75. At £75 then. At 75, 80 is a bid. At 80 is a bid. At 80, at 80, at 80. Any advance at £80 then. At 85 now, and these live auctions at 85. At £85 then. At £85, we're all done at 90. No, we're not at £90 then. At £90, 9 no. At £90, we're all done then. At £90, fair warning, at 95 on the serum bidding at 95. A 100 on these live auctions then at 100. At £100 at 100. At £100, we're all done then. At £100 on these live auctions, you've all had a chance at 110 now. At 110. At 110. At 120 now. At 120. Any advance at 120. At £120 on these live auctions, fair warning at 120. We sold £120 to our bidder in Hong Kong by 629. Thank you very much. Lot 203, the novelty pink cushion here. Starting off at £50, please. Do we see 50 for this lot? Looking for 50. Looking for 50. Any interest at 50? Straight in on these live auctions at £50 and at £50 is bid. 55, 60 is bid. At £60 and at 60. At 60. At £60 bid. At 65 now. At 65, do we see 70? At £70 now. At £70. At £70. Any advance at 70. At 75 now. 75. At £75 at 80 now. 80 is bid. Do we see 85? Yes, we do. At £85 now. At 85 at 85. Any advance at 85. Fair warning, selling away at £85. 90 before the hammer. On the hammer at 90. At £90 at 90. Keeping it open at 90. That came in at 95 now. At 95, do we see 100? Top it up to 100. At £95, any advance at 95. Are we all done then? At £95, fair warning. Sold £95 to buy 666. Legend, thank you, Gordon. Oh, he's a good man. I didn't know what to say about him.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not even going to rise to it.
Beautiful stuff. Right, moving on to lot 204.
Oh, sorry. Go back.
Yeah,
Go back. We have two of them, didn't we?
we do.
Yeah.
If you missed out on the first one, it's a chance to get the other one. You need to offer it again.
204.
There we are. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much. Lot number 204. Starting me off again at £50, please. At 50. Do we see 50 for the start? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? 50 straight in again on these live auctions at 50, 65, 75, at £75 and at 80. At 80 is a bid. At 85 now. At 85, 90 now. At 95, do we see £100? At 100. At 100, do we see 110? At 100 then. At 100 on these live auctions. At 100 then. At 100. At £100. At £100, you're all done. You've all had a chance at 100. Sold £100 to buyer 650. Thank you. That's the first sheet done there. Lot 205. 205, ready to go. Start me off, please. At £50 this lot. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50 anywhere? Look for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 50 bids straight in on these live auctions at 50 then. At £50 is bid. At 50 then. At 50. At 50 then. At 50. Do we see any advance at £50? Selling away then to our main bidder at £50. We sold £50 to buyer 634. Swapping over there. Okay, I'm just going to swap this last quickly. £206. Right, cracking lot this one. Lot 206. Royal Flying Ball fretwork photograph frame. Starting off, please, at £50 for this lot. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £50 bid straight in at £50 then. At £50, any advance at 50. At £50 then at 50. It's 55 on the seller now at 55. Seller bidding at 55. Any advance at £55 on the seller at £55 then. At 55, do we see 60? At 55, do we see 60? At 55, I will sell 55 at 60 now on the serum. Still on the serum. At 65 now on the serum. At 65, serum bidding at 65. At 65 on the serum at 65. Any advance at £65. 70 now on the serum at £70. £70 on the serum now. Serum bidding at £75 now. At 75 on the internet. At £75. Any advance at £75. Fair warning. £80 now on the serum at £80 at £80. At £80 on the serum then. At £85 now at 85. At 85, do we see 90? Do we see 90? At £85 then, at 85. Any advance at £85, selling away to our bidder on the serum at £85. Sold £85 to
SR 732255.
732.
255.
Thank you, Kelly. Lot 207. Picture here, start me off at £70, please. Do we see 70 for this lot? Looking for 70. Do we see 70? Any interest at £70 then? At 70. At 70. At 70. 50 then. Do we see 50 anyway? Any interest at 50? At 50 then at 50. Any interest at 50? At £50 then at 50. At 50. At 30 then at 30. At £30 then. Do we see 30? 30 in the room with you, sir. Room bidding at 30. At £30 with you, sir. At 32 against you. 35 you like. 35 you have. You'll bid at 35, sir. At £35 in the room then. At 35 in the room. At 35. Room bidding. At 35. 38 against you. 40 if you like, sir. Shake your head at 40. At £38 on Easy Live Auctions then. At 38, 38, 38. Any advance at £38. Sold £38 to buy at 610. Lot 208. One of my favourite lots in this auction. The HMS Victory box. Starting off at £80 this piece. Do we see £80? Fantastic thing at £80. At £80, at £80, at £80. Any interest at 80? At 80 then, at 50 then, at 50. At £50, any interest at 50? 50 is a bid. At £50 on Easy Live Auctions. 55 you like, 55 you have. 55 ahead of the internet in the room at 55. Your bid, sir, at £55, 60 against you, 65 you like, 65 you have. Your bid at 65, sir, at 70 against you now, 75 you like. Yes, you have. Your bid, sir, at 75, 80 against you now. 85 with you, sir, in the room at 85. At £85 now, ahead of the internet, at 90 now against you on Easy Live Auctions. At 95, your bid, sir. Your bid at 95, 100 against you. Shake your head at 110. At £100 on Easy Live Auctions at 100. Any advance sale, you coming back in at 110. Final call at £100. Sold £100 to buyer 668. Thank you. Lot number 209. The World War I Imperial German ring. Starting off at £40, please. Do we see £40 this lot? Fantastic piece at £40 at 40. At £40 at 40. Any interest at £40 then? At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. 30 in the room. See your hands there. At £30 with you, 32 with like, 35 with you, 35, 38, 40, 42, 45, 48, 48, 50. Shake head at 50 with you, sir, at £48. 50 against you now. 55 you like, sir. Shake head at 55. On the internet now at 50. At 50 is a bid. £50 at £50. Any advance at £50 then. We're selling away to our Easy Live Auctions bidder at £50. We sold £50 to buyer 591. Lot 210. The RAF plates here, negatives, really interesting lot again. At £50, do we see 50 for this lot? Looking for 50. £50 bid straight in on serum at 50. At £50 on the serum. Serum bidding at £50 and at 50 at 50. Any advance at £50 then? Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £50. Maybe it has at £50. Sold 50 to buyer SR.
94786.
Thank you, Kelly. Lot 211. The RAF bits and pieces here, flying goggles, they're a flying hat, sort of World War II period. Starting off at £70. Do we see £70 this lot? Looking for 70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? Any interest at £70 then? At 70. At £70 then? At 50 then? At 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At 50 spin online at £50 then. At £50 spin. At £50 then online at 50. Any further interest? Bidding online at £50. We all done then. Selling away at £50. Sold the main bid of £50 to SR641. Thank you. Feel free to have a seat. Don't stand all big at the back. Lot 212. Starting off at £200, please. For the LRTG Sun Composite, £200 bid straight in at 200. at 200, at 240 now, 240 is bid. Any advance at 240, 280 now. On Easy Live Auctions, 320 now, 360. 360 is bid at £360 then, at 360. 380 is bid now, at 380. Fantastic thing from a good local home, at £400 then, at 400, at £400. Any advance at £400 then, at £400, we're all done then, at £400, selling away to our Easy Live Auctions bid at 420. No, we're not, at 420 is bid now, at 420, 440 is bid now, at 460 now, at 460, at 460. At 460, 480 is a bid. At 500 now. Do we see 550 anywhere? At £500, 550 now. At £550 in Easy Live Auctions. At 550. At 550. At £550. 560 if it helps. At 560 if it helps. 550 is a bid. At 560 if it helps. Any advance at 500. 560 is taken. Treat it all the same. 580 is the next bid. 580 is bid. Do we see £600 anywhere? I'm looking for 600. Any advance at 580, £600 now. 620 is the next bid. Do we see 620? Yes, we do at 620. 640 is the bid now at 640. At 660 now is bid. At 660, 680. Do we see £700 anywhere? At £700 now. At £700 is bid. At 700. At £700. 720 is the next bid. Do we see 720 anywhere? A fair battle there on Easy Live Auctions at £700 for the Sun Compass. Selling away at 700. That was down at £700. Thank you very much. By 570. Good battle. Lot 213. Thank you. Starting off at £30. At £30. At £30. £30 is bid now. At £30 is bid. On Easy Live Auctions at 35 now. At 35. Do we see 38? Do we see £38 anywhere? At 35. At 35. At 35. Do we see 38? 40 is bid now. At £40 is bid. At £40 is bid. At 40. At 42 on the Serum now. Serum bidding at 42. Any advance at 42, 45 we have on Easy Live Auctions at £45 then. At £45 is bid. At 45, 48 is bid. At £48 then. At 50 is bid now on Easy Live Auctions at 50. At 55, 60 now on Easy Live Auctions at 60. At 60 is bid. At 60. At 65 now. Back on the Serum. Serum bidding at £60. At £65 then. At 65 and 65. Any advance at £65. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £65. Sold £65 to buyer.
SR 163076.
163076. Thank you. Lot 114. 214. My apologies. 214. Starting off at £30 for the slot. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? World War II British Compass here. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. Good lot here. £30. Any interest at 30? 20 then. 20 that helps, 20 is the room, and room bidding at £20, ahead of the internet at 20, at 20, 22, 25 against you, 28 if you like. 28 you have, your bid sir at £28, 30 against you now, 32 would you like? Your bid at 32, in the room at £32 now, at 35 against you now sir. You're out at 38, at £35, on the Serum at 35, £35, on the Serum we were done at £35, fair warning at 35, so £35 to buyer.
SR 163076.
Thank you. Lot 215. Starting off at £40 again. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. £40 bid straight in on the Serum at 40. At £40 then at 40. At 45, 48, do we 50, 55 now. 60 is bid at 65. At 65, 70 now. At £70 is bid at 70. At 70. At £70 is bid at 70. Any advance at £70 then wrapping up and selling away to our Serum bidder at 70. Sold £70 to
SR 163076.
Lot 216. Starting off, please, at £60. Do we see 60? Sorry, 50. Do we see 50 this lot? 80 is bid, straight in at 85. At 85 is bid. At 85, at 85. At £85. Do we see any advance? At £85. Do we see 90 in the room? Anywhere, any further interest? At £85 then. At 85, at 85. Any advance at £85. Selling away to our main bidder at 85. 90 is bid. At 95 now. At 95, at 95. Any advance? At £95 then. Do we see £100 anywhere? Any further interest? At £95. Sold 95 to buyer.
SR 629070.
Thank you. Lot number 217. Starting off at £50, please. Do we see £50 this lot? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Any interest at 50? 50 is bid on Easy Live Auctions at 50 then. At 50 at 50. At £50 then at 50. Any further bidding at £50 selling away to our main bidder at 50. 55 for the gather at £55 and at 55 at 60 is bid. At 65 is bid then. At 65. At 60 is bid. At 60 is bid. Any further bidding at 60, 65 is now the bid at 65. At £65 and at 65, 70 is the bid. at £70 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 70, at £70 and at 70. Any advance at £70. £70 to buy at 605. Gordon was alone when he said it gets hot up there. At lot 218. Starting off, please, at £50 this lot. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Any interest online or in the room at £50 then? At £50 is bid. Straight away on Easy Live Auctions at 50. At 50. At £50 and at 50. At £50. Any advance at £50 then? Wrapping up and selling away at £50. Sold main bidder at £50 by 605. Lot 219. Start with £40 please. Do we see £40? Look at 40. 40 bid straight in on Easy Live Auctions at £40 ahead of the Serum now. Serum bidding at 42 now. At 42 is a bid. 45 back on Easy Live Auctions at 45. 48 back on the Serum at £50 now on Easy Live Auctions. 55 on the Serum. Serum bidding at £55 then. At £55 is bid at 65 now. At 65, do we see 70? At £65 is bid. Do we see 70? At 65, 70 now on the Serum at 70. At £75 now. At 75, 75. Any advance at 80 now. At 85, do we see 90? At £85 is bid, at £90 is bid, at 95 is bid. Do we see £100 anywhere? At 95 and 95. At 100 now, on the Serum now. At £100 at 110 now. At 110, at 110. At £110 at 120 now, at 120. At £120 any advance, at 120, 130 now, 130. At £130 is bid, at 130. At 130. At £130 any advance, at 130, 140 now is bid. At 140, at 140. Any advance at £140, and do we see 150 in the room or online at 150? At £140 on the Serum, selling away at 140. Fair warning at 140. Sold £140 to
SR 1240022.
Thank you. Lot 220. Starting off at £40, please. Do we see 40? Do we see 40 this lot? Looking for 40. £40 bid straight in on the Serum. Serum bidding at £40 then. At £40 is bid at 40. At £40 is bid then. At £40 at 40. At £40 any advance at 40. 42 back on Easy Live Auctions. Easy Live Auctions bidding at £42. At 45 is bid. I had the Serum at 45, 55, 65 now. On the Serum. Serum bidding at 65, £70 now. At £70 on the Serum. Serum bidding at 70. At £70 and at 70. At 70. At £70, we all done then at £70. Fair warning at £70. I'm selling away at £70. That is sold £70 to buyer SR
163076.
Thank you. Lot 221. World War II Luftwaffe Aircrew Wrist Compass. Starting off at £70 this lot. Do we see £70 anyway? In the room or online at 70. At £70 is what we're looking for. £70 is what we have at £75 a bid. At 75 is now the bid. At 75, at 75. Any advance at 80 now. At £80 now. At £80 is the bid. At 85 now is the bid. At 90 now. At 90, do we see 95? 95 on the Serum. 95, 100 at 100 now. At £100 on the Serum now. £100. At £100, we're all done then. At £100. Final time of asking. At £100. They sold £100 to
SR
1240022. Thank you. Another wrist compass here, starting off at £70 again. Do we see 70? Do we see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. £70 is bid straight in on the Serum at £70 and £70 is bid at 70. At £70, any advance at 70. At 70, didn't get the last one, this is your chance to get the other one. At £70 and at 70. At £70. Are we all done then? The main bid has it at £70. Sold £70 to
SR 163076.
Thank you. That's actually done. Lot 223. British military wristwatch here. Start me off at £70, please. At £70. At £70 then, at 70. At £70 at 70. At £70 at 70. At £70. Any advance at 70. At £35 then. Half the estimate at 35. At 50 is bid then. At 55 is bid. At £55 is bid. At 55 at 55. At £55 is bid at 60 now. At 60. At £60 online at 60. At £60 on Easy Live Auctions ahead of the Serum at 60. At 70 now on the Serum at 70. Serum being at 75 now on Easy Live Auctions at 75 then. At £75 is bid at 75. At 75 at 80 now on the Serum at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. Any advance at £80. Serum Easy Live Auctions are coming back in. The Serum still has it at £85 now. At 85 at 90 now. 90 is the bid at 90. At £90. Are we all done then? At £90. Fair warning at 90. Sold £90 to to
SR 163076.
SR 163076. Thank you. British military winding wristwatch here. Starting off at £40, please. At £40 at 40. Do we see £40? Lovely watch here at 40. 40's bid. On Serum at 40 then. At £40 at 40. At £40 at 40 then. At £40 at 40. At £40. We all done then, wrapping up and selling away to the main bid at 40. 42 just before the hammer. 45 is bid now. 45 at 45. At 45 at 50 now. At 50 is bid at 50. At 55 at 60 now. At 65 is what we need at 60. At £60 at 60, at 70 now, at 80 now, at 85 at 90, at £90 is bid now, at 95, do we see 100 anywhere? Looking for 100, 100's bid now, at £100 at 100, at £100, any advance at £100 then. At £100, on the Serum at 100, selling away at £100, they sold £100 to
SR 163076.
lot 225. Interesting wristwatch here. Starting off at £40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Any interest at 40? At £40 at 40. At £40 at 40. At 20 then at 20. Do we see anything for 20 then? Any interest at 20 in the room ahead of the internet at 20. Ahead of the internet at £20. Room bidding at 20. Your bid, sir, taken at £20 in the room. 22 against you now on the Serum. 25 you like, 25 you have, sir. Your bid at £25 then. At 25 in the room. At 25, 25. Any advance at 28 against you now, 28, 30 you like, 30 you have, your bid, sir, at £30 at 30, at £30 at 30. Any advance at £30 with our bidder at the back of you, sir, at £30. Sold £30 to 177, thank you. Lot 226, collection of military pocket watches here, and other pieces, starting off at £50 and at 50. £50 bid straight in on Ease Live Auctions at 50, at £50 at 55, 60 now, 65, 70, at 75, at 75 at 80 now on the Serum at 80, at 80 at 80, any advance at 80 then, at £80, at £80, any advance at £80, are we all done then wrapping up and selling away at 80, on the Serum at 80, sold £80 to
SR 163076.
thank you. Lot 230. Getting ahead of myself. Lot 227, the CWC military wristwatch. Lovely watch, this one. Starting off at £80, please. Great thing at 80. At £80 is bid, at 80 straight in at 80. At £80 at 90 now. At £90 is bid, at 90. At £90 at 95 then. At 95 do we see 100? At 95 at 95, still a gift at 95. At £95 then. At £100 in the room. At 110 at the back. At 110 with you, sir. Ahead of the internet at 110. In the room at 110. Any advance at £110 then, at 110, at 110, at 120. Do you want 130? 130. Do you want 130? Was that a bid for 130? 130 with you in the room at 130. At £130 then, at 130, 140 against your Ease Live Auctions at 140, at 140, at £140. Are we all done then? At 140, fair warning at 140. No, you're too late on that one, unfortunately. That was sold to Ease Live Auctions for £140. Bid of 556. Lot 228, starting off at £70 then, at 70, do we see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70, at £70, do we see £70 in the room or online at 70 then? At £70 anywhere, do we see 70? Any interest at £70 then? At £40 and at 40, at £40 at 40, do we see 40 this collection here? Great collection here at 40, interesting military technology here at £40 at 40, at £40 at 40, at 30 then, at 30 then, do we see 30? Any interest at 30 then? Do we see 30? 30 is bid at £30, at £30 then. At £30 is bid at 30. At 32 is bid at 35 then. At £35 then, at 35. At £35, any interest at 35? At £35, any advance at 35, selling away at £35. Sold £35 to 5555. Lot 229, starting off at £50 for this. Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see £50? Looking for 50. Any interest at 50? In the room or online at 50. £25 and any interest at £25 then. Do we see £25 anywhere? We're looking for 25. Any interest at £25 then. Do we see 25? Do we see £25 anywhere? At 10 then. At 10. At £10 anywhere. Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Any interest at £10? Fair warning. At £10, £10 is bid. Thank you very much. At 10. At 10. At 10. At £10 then. At £10. At 10. At £10 I'm selling away at £10. £12 with you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. You're a kind man, Joe. At £12. At £12. Any advance at 12. Any advance at 12. With a At 15 in the room, then at 50. I don't know how I feel about pity bids actually. At £15, at 15 with you, sir. At £15, in the room at £15, at 18 with you now, sir. At 18, 20 would you like? 20 you have, at £20 then. Shake that at 22, with you, sir, at 20. At £20 then, at 20. Selling way to you, sir, at 20. They're sold, £20. To buyer number, please. 119, thank you. Lot 230. Starting off this collection at £50, please, at 50. Do we see £50? Do we see 50? Any interest at 50 then, at 50? At £50 anyway, looking 50. Any interest in the room or online at 50? At 30 then, at 30. At 30 then, at 30. At 30 it's worth and more. At 30 it's gift at 30. At £30 and 30. Any interest at 30? £30 is bid online now. At £30. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 32. 35 to bid. Do we see £38 anyway? Yes, we do at 38. 42 now. At 45 to bid. At 45 at 50 now. Back where we began at 50. At 55 is bid. At £55 and at 55. At £55 at any. Are we all done then? At £55. Sorry, we're at 50.
We're at 50.
We're at 50.
I was just making sure you couldn't see me.
Yeah, yes. Good. We're at £50 and I'm selling at 50. That is sold. £50 to buy at 555. Thank you. Lot 231. Start me off, please, at £50 again at 50. Do we see £50 anywhere at 50? Do we see 50 anywhere at 50? Any interest at 50 then at 50? At £30 at 30 then at 30? Do we see £30 anywhere? Any interest at 30? At £30 at 30? At 20 then at 20? Do we see £20 anywhere for this collection at 20? Any interest at 20 then at 20? Any interest at 20? £10 then. £10 is a gift at 10. Who wants it? At £10. At £10 is bid with you, sir, at £10. At £10 is bid. In the room bidding at £10 then. At £10. At £10. At £10. At £10 selling with you, sir. At 12. Oh, 12. 15 would you like? 15 you have. Your bid, sir, at £15. At £15. Do we see £18 anywhere? Looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? 18, 15 in the room. £18 anywhere. You've all had a chance at 18. And sold to you, sir, for £15 by 177. Thank you very much. Lot 232. Good collection of binos and other scopes here. Start me off at £70 this collection. Do we see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. 70 straight in. 75 is a bid. On the serum at 75. At 75 is a bid. At 75, do we see 80 anywhere? At 75 at 75. Any advance at 75, 85 now. At 85 is a bid. At 85 at 85. Do we see 90 in the room or online anywhere? At 85 at 85. Any advance at 95 now. At 95, 100 with you, sir. At 100 in the room. At 110 now. At 110, 120 would you like, sir? 120 you have. Not at the head of the back. At 120, 130 against you now. 140, shake head at 140. On the internet now. At £130 for the serum. Serum bidding at 130. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away £130 for the serum bidder. Sold £130 to buy SR.
1022456.
Lovely. Lot 233. Start me off at £70 this lot, please. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? Yes, we do. Straight in at 70. On the serum at 70. At £70 at 70. At £70 at 70. Any advance at £70 then? Are we all done then? At £70 the maiden bidder at 70. Fair warning. Sold £70 to buyer. SR.
2006352.
Thank you. Lot 234. Starting off at £50, please. Tank sighting scopes at £50. 3 of them. Bid strokes in at £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At 50 at 50. Any advance at £50. Selling away to our main bidder on these live auctions at £50. Sold £50 to buy 612. Thank you. Lot number 235. Start me off again at £50, please. At 50. £50 a bid straight in at 50. Any advance at 50. At £50 on Easy Live Auctions. Selling away to our Easy Live Auctions bidder. The main bidder at 50. Sold £50 to buyer 612. Lot 236. Start me off at £100, please. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for £100. Do I see £100 this lot anywhere? British Periscope here. £100. At £100. At £100. At 100. At 100. At 180 then. At 80 at 80. At £80 at 80 then. At 80 at 80. Any interest? At £80 then. At £80 anywhere. Do we see 50 then? At 50. Do we see 50 anywhere? Worth this and more. £50 is bid. Thank you very much. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Any advance at 50. It truly is a gift. At £50 at 50. Any advance at 50. Fair warning then. At £50. Sold £50 to buyer 574. Lot 237. Again, another periscope here. Starting with £40, please. Do we see £40 this lot? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Any interest at 40 then? Any interest at 40? 40 with you, sir. Thank you very much. At 40. At £40 in the room. Room bidding at 40. At £40 is bid at 40. At £40 at 40. The main bid has it at £40. Thank you very much. £40 and your buy number is 196. Lot 238. Again, gun sighting scopes here. Start me at £50, please. Do we see £50 this lot? £50 bid straight on the sale at £50 then. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Any advance at 55 now on these live auctions at 55. At 55 is bid at 55. At £55, are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away to what these live auctions bid at £55. They're sold 55 to buy at 605. Lot 239 then. Start me off at £50 please. Do we see £50 this lot? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. At £50 and 50. At 30 at 30. At £30 at 30 then. At £30. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for £30. Do we see £30? £30 is bid on Serum then. Serum bidding at 30. At £30 is bid. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. At 32 with you, sir. In the room at 32. At 32, room bidding at £32 with you, sir. At the back at 32. Fair warning then, wrapping up and selling away to you, sir, at £32. Sold £32 to wire 177. 32. Lot number 240. The Tabby infrared night vision monoscope. Fantastic thing. Start me off bidding straight in at £120, straight in at 120. At 120, straight in at 120. Do we see 130 anywhere? Do we see 130? At £120 then. At 120, do we see 130? Do we see 130? Do we see 130? At £120. Great bit of World War II history here. At £130 a bid. At 130. At 130, do we see 140 anywhere? Do we see 140? At £130 a bid. Any advance? At 130. I will sell at 130. Fair warning. They've sold £130 to buy 610. Thank you. Lot 241. Rangefinder by Bar and Stroud. Start me off at £70, please. At 70. Do we see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. Any interest at £70 then? At £70 at 70. At £70 at 70. At £70 at 70. At £40 then. At £40 at 40. At £40 to you, sir. At the back at 40. Room bidding at £40 then. At £40 at 40. At £40. We're all done then wrapping up and selling away to our main bidder at £40. 42 on the hammer. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to reopen that at £42 on these live auctions at 42 at 42. 45 with you, sir. In the room at 45. At 45 at 45. These live auctions are coming back in at £48 then. At 45 with you, sir. Your bid at 45. Sorry about that. £45 by 177. Lot 242. Starting off at £40 again for this lot. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see £40 for this? Looking for 40. £40 anywhere. At 20 then at 20. At 20 then at 20. Any interest at 20 then? At £20 is bid, straight in. At £20 then. At £20 at 20. Any advance at £20 then. At £20 and we're selling away to our easy live auctions bidder at £20. Sold £20 to buy at 610. A lot 243. RAF radio receiver. Start me at £50 then. At £50 at 50. £50 at 50. At £50 at 50 then. At £50 at 50. Any interest at 50? Any interest at £50? Sarah, what is like? Any interest at £50 then? At £50 at 30. At £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 is bid. Thank you very much. On these live auctions, at £30 then. At £30. Come on, folks. At 32 now. At 32, 35 is bid. At 35 is bid. Do we see £38 anywhere? At 35 at 35. Any interest at £35? Selling away at £35. It's sold. No, that's not. £35. It's not. Sorry, that came in too late. £35 by 624. Gonna have to get your bids in quicker than that. Lot 244. Start me off bidding at £80, please. At 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. Any interest at £80? At 80. At £80 at 80. Any bidding at £80 and at £40? Half the estimate at 40. Half the estimate at £40. £40 to bid. At 45 to bid. At 48 to bid. Do we see 50? At 48 at 48. Any advance at £48 at 50 to bid. At 55 now. At 60 to bid. At 65 to bid. At 70 to bid. 75. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80 for the slot? Looking for 80. At £75 then. At 80 to bid. Right where we began. At 85 now. At 85 at 85. Any advance at £85 then. At 85 on these live auctions at £85 then. Any advance at £85, selling away at £85. Sold £85 to buyer 574. Lot 245. Handheld field radio. Starting at £40, please. Do we see £40? So this is 40. £40 is bid straight in on Easy Live Auctions at 40. At £40 is bid at 45 now. At 45.50 is bid at £50. Do we see 55? Do we see 55.60 is bid? At £60 then at 60. At 70 is bid. At 80 is bid. At £80 at 90. At £90 is bid. At 90. At £90 at 90. At £90 £100 on Easy Live Auctions at 100. At 120 now. At 120. Do we see 130 anywhere? Do we see £130 anywhere? At £120 is bid. At 140 now. At 140. At £140. At 140. At 150 is bid. At £150 is bid. At 150. At 160 now is bid. At 160. At 160. At £160. Are we all done then? At 160. Run out of steam at 160. Fair warning. So £160 by 668. Lot 246. Start me off at £50 this lot. Mixed lot here at £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Do we see £50 anywhere for this lot? Looking for 50. Any interest at 50 then? At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. Any further interest at £30? At £30 is bid. Thank you on Easy Live Auctions. Ahead of this ceremony, 32 now. At 35 to bid. At 38. At 38. At 38. At 38, 40s now. At 40 to bid at 40. At 42 now. 42 is the bid at 42. Do we see £45 anywhere? At 42. At 42. 45 now. At £45 on Easy Live Auctions. At 45. At 45. At 45. Any further interest? At 48 now. 48 is the bid. Easy Live Auction bidding. At £48. Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Any advance at £48? 50 is the next bid. Fair warning at 48. So £48 to buy 668. Lot 247. Field signalling set. Starting for £80 this lot. At 80 at 80. At £80 anywhere. Looking for £80 anywhere. Do we see £80 anywhere? Any interest at £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. At 50 then. At 50. At £50 at 50 then. At £50 at 50. Any interest at 50. At £50 is bid now. At £50 is bid. On Easy Live Auctions at 50 then. At £50. Any further interest? At £50 then I can or will sell to Easy Live Auctions bid at 55.60 now. At £60 is bid. At £60 is bid. Do we see £65 anywhere? At £60, 60. At £60 at 60. Fair warning at 60. Sold £60 to buyer 549. Lot 248. Mixed lot here. Start me off at £50, please. At £50 then. At 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Any interest at £50 at 50. At £30. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. Any further bidding at £30 then. At £10 then, at £10, and gift at 10. At £10 then, at £10. Good mixed lot here, at £10. Would look great on eBay, at £10. At £10 then, at £10 a bit, sea of hands there. £10, £10 of you sir, £12 you like. Good man, £12 ahead of the internet, at £12. At £12, at £12 in the room at 12. At £12 then, at 12. At £12 is bid. Any further interest at 12? 15 against you sir, 18 would you like? 18 is bid, you'll bid at 18, sir. In the room at 18 then, at 20 against you now. 22 is like, shaded at 22. He's out at 22. Internet goes through at £20. Fair warning. Sold £20 to buy 668. Lot 248. Your bubble sections here. 249, my apologies. Start me with £50 then. Do we see £50 this lot? Looking for 50. Do we see £50 anyway? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Any interest at 50 then? At 50. At 50 then at 50. At £10 then. We'll start there and go on at £10 then. At 10. At £10 then. Come on folks, at £10. At £10 a split. Thank you very much. At £10. At £10. At 12 against you now, sir. 15 would you like? 15 you have, you'll bid at 15, sir. In the room at 18 against you now. 20 would you like? 20 you have, you'll bid, sir. At £20 in the room. At £20 in the room. At 20. At 20. 22 against you now. 25 in the room now with you, sir. Your bid, sir, at £25. Easy Live Auctions, you're coming back in at 28. At £25, your bid, sir, at 25. Fair one, 28 against you now. 30 would you like? 30 you have, sir. Your bid at 30. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £30 to you, sir. Sold £30 to buyer 119, thank you. Lot 250, the ARP medical boxes with the kit inside as well. Start me off at £50 please. Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do we see 50 games at 50? 50 we have at straight in at 60 now. At £60 for these live auctions. At 70 is a bid now. At 75, at 80 on the serum at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80. At £80 on the serum, 85 now. Back on these live auctions at 85. At 90 is a bid now. At 90. At 95 at 100 now. At 100. At £100 in. At 100. Any advance at £100 in. At £100 on these live auctions, selling away at 110 now. At 120 is a bid. At 120 do we see 130? At 120 do we see 130? At 120 do we see 130? Any further bidding? At £120, fair warning. So 120 to buy at 610. World War II British Pioneer Core Chainsaw, the original case, starting off at £40 please. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Do we see 40? £10 then, at 10. At £10 then, at £10. Any interest at £10? £10 is bid. Looking for 12. Do we see £12 is bid? 18 is the bid now. At £18 at 18 on these live auctions at 18, 20 is bid now on Sarah. Sarah bidding at 20. At £20 is bid then. At £20 at £20. Any advance at £20 then. Are we all done then? At £20 on the Sarah at 20. Fair warning at £20. So £20 to
SR 771365.
Lot 252. Collection of military trench digging tools and other pieces here. Starting off at £80 please, at 80. At £80 at 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? At 60 then at 60. At £60 anywhere? Looking for £60. Do we see £60 anywhere? Do we see 60? Any interest on the room or online? At £60 at 40 then at 40. At 40 then at 40. £60 bid on the ceremony. £60 then. Thank you very much. At £60. We're all done then at £60. Fair warning at 60. That's all we have now. £60. Is your one frozen? Because it's not coming up on my screen.
SR 194226. No, online. Yes, 2266.
2266. Okay, we're back. All right. Lot 253. Starting at £120 please. At £120. Any interest at 120? 120 bid straight in on the Sarah at 120. At 120 is bid straight in. Do we see 130 anywhere? At 120. At 120. Do we see 130? 130 is bid on these live auctions at 130. Each Sarah, we're coming back in at 140. Yes, you are. £140 now. At 140. At 140, 150 now back on these live auctions at 150. Do we see 160? 160 back on the Sarah at 160. Sarah bidding £160 at 160. 170 back on these live auctions at 170. Do we see 180 on the Sarah? Yes, we do at 180 now. At £180 back on the Sarah. These live auctions are coming back in at 190. At 190 now on these live auctions at 190. At 190. At £190 and at 190. Do we see £200 anywhere? Looking for 200. At £200 back on the Sarah now. Sarah bidding at £200. At 200. At £200. At £200. Are we all done at 220? No, we're not. Back on these live auctions at 220. At £220 then. At 220. At £220. Ease up Sarah, you're coming back in at 240. At £220, at 240 now, back on these live auctions. Sorry, back on the Sarah at 240. That's a Sarah bid at £240. That's Sarah bid at 240. Do we see 260 anywhere? At 240 on the Sarah at 240. Do we see 260? At £240 then. At 240. At 240. At £240, you all had a chance at 240. 260 back on these live auctions at 260 then. At 260. At £260 at 260. Do we see 280? Do we see £280 anywhere? Fair warning then. At £260. Are we all done at 260? 280, no we're not. At £280 now. On these live auctions at 280. At 280. At £280 then. At 280. Do we see £300 anywhere? Final time of asking at £280. So £280 to buy at 619. Thank you very much. Lot 254. The artillery calculator here, starting for £70 please. At 70. Do we see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. Do we see 70? Do we see £70 this lot? Looking for £70 anywhere? £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for £50. It's a great thing at 50. At £50 at 50. At 40 then at 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for £40 then. Do we see £40 anywhere? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 30 then? It's a gift at 30. It's a gift to you, sir. At £30 in the room then. Room bidding at £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. At 32. At 32, 35 you like. 35 you have. 38, 38. 40 would you like, sir? Your bid, sir, at 38 then. In the room at 38 then. At £38 with you, sir. At £38. At £38 with you then. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £38. 38 to buy 177. 259, the replica M1 carbine by Denix. I've got interest on the book taking us straight in at £70 on commission at £70. At £70 on commission. At £70 on commission at 70. At £70 on commission. At 75 with you, sir. Commission's out at 75. Your bid, sir, at £70 then. At 70. At 70. At £70 and we're done at £70. No, sorry, 75 with you, sir. It's 75 with you, sir. My apologies. 75 in the room at 75. And the number, sorry, is 108. Thank you. Lot 260, the 303 SMLE. Starting off at £300, please. Do we see £300 anyway? £300 bid straight in, 360 on these live auctions at 360, at £400 then, at 420 bid, at £420 is a bid at 420. Do we see 440 anywhere? At 420, at 440, at 440 is a bid at 440. Do we see 460 anywhere? At £440 on these live auctions at 440. Do we see 460? At £440, fair warning at 440. Are we all done at 440? So £440. To buy 659. Lot 261. The deactivated Uzi. Starting off at £250, please. Do we see 250 bids straight in on Easy Live Auctions at 250, at 250, at £250 at 260 now on the server at 260. At £260 at 280 now on Easy Live Auctions, at 300 on Easy Live Auctions. At £300 is bid. At 300, at £300, at £300. Are we all done then? At £300, selling away to our Easy Live Auctions bid at £300. Sold £300. Who was the buyer on that one? Who was James? Who was the buyer?
Oh, 614.
Ready to go? Excellent. Lot 262, interesting double barrel side by side flintlock percussion conversion pistol. Starting off at £80, please. At £80, 120 bid, 130 bid straight in. At 130 on the serum. Serum bidding 130. At 130. At £130 is bid. At 130. At £130. Any advance at 130. At £130. At 130. At 130. At £130. Selling away at 130. Sold 130.
SR 49683.
Thank you, Kelly. Lot number 263. Start me off, please, at £150. £150 bid straight in at 150. At 150's bid. At 150 on Easy Live Auctions at 150. 160 on the Serum at 160. At 170 on the Serum on Easy Live Auctions at 170. At £170 on Easy Live Auctions at 170. At 170. At £170. It's an unusual thing at 170. At £170 is bid. At 170. At £170. Any advance at 170. Fair warning at £170. Sold 170 to buy 556. Thank you. Lot 264. I've got interest on commission, taking us straight in at £40 meal commission at £40. At £40 meal commission, 42, 45, 50 with me. At £50, 55, 65, 75 with me. It's running away. It's running away here. At £90 with me. At £90, £100 meal commission. At 110, commission's out at 110. At 110, at 130 now. At £130 on Easy Live Auctions at 130. At 140 now, £140. Commission out at 140. At 150 now on Easy Live Auctions at 150. Any advance at 150. At 150, do we see £160 anywhere? At £150, fair warning, we've all had a chance at 150. Sold £150 to buy at 556. Lot 265, got a telephone bid. Excellent, ready to go. Right, so we've got competing commission bids taking us straight into a bid of £130 on commission at 130. At £130, 140 commissions out with our telephone bidder at £140. At £140 on the telephone and at 140. Any advance on 140. At £140 with our telephone bidder, are we all done at 140? Fair warning. That is sold to our telephone bidder for £140.
11287.
Thank you, Gareth. Excellent stuff. Moving on to lot 266. Start me off, please, at £50. At £50 and 50. 50 bid straight in, 55 like 55 you have, sir. In the room at 55, 60 against you, 65 your bid, sir. At 65, 70 against you, 75, 75 your bid, sir. At £75 with you. In the room at 75. At £75 is bid. At 80 against you now, shake head at 85. At £80 on Easy Live Auctions, at £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. Are we all done then? At £80, last time of asking at £80. Sold £80 to buy at 573. Lot 267. Start me off, please. At £70. At £70 at 70. At £70 for you, sir. Ahead of the internet. At £80 against you. £90, 100, at 120 now. At 120. At 120 on Easy Live Auctions. At 120. 130, 130 with you, sir. In the room, 130. 140 against you. 150. 150 your bid, sir. At £150 is bid then. At 150 your bid, sir. At £150 is bid. Fair warning at 150, 160 against you now, 170, 170 your bid, sir. At 170 with you, sir. In the room, 170, at 170, at 170. Fair warning at 180 now, shake that at, are you sure? At 190? Shake that at 190, at £180 on Easy Live Auctions at 180. Sold £180, 556. Lot 268, start me off please, at £70 and 70, at £70 and 70. At £70 and 70 then, at £70, any interest at £70 then, at £50 and 50, at £50 your bid, sir, at £50 to you, your bid, sir, at £50 and 50, at 55 against 60 we like 60 you have, sir, your bid at 60, at £60 in the room, 65 against you, 70 we like, sir, shake head at 70, with our Easy Live Auctions bidder at £65 then, at 65 and 65, any advance at £65, sold £65 to buy at 573. Lot 269, start me off at £50 please, at £50 and 50. At £50 a bid straight in, 55 like 55 you have, sir, your bid at 55. At 60 against you now, 65 your bid, 65 then, sir. At £65 is bid then. At 65 and 65, any advance at £65, your bid, sir, at 65. Sold £65 to buy a 111. Lot 270, start me off at £80. At £80 at 80, straight in 80, thank you very much, sir. At £80 in the room at 80, ahead of the internet, 85 against you, 90 would you like, 95 already on the serum now, 110 now, 110's bid at £110, 120 would you like, 120 you have, sir. Your bid at 120, ahead of the internet at £120, at 120 in the room bidding at 120, at 120 in the room, at £120 with you, sir. Fair warning, your bid, sir, at £120. Sold, same bar as last, 111 to 120. Lot 271. Start me off, please, at £80. At £80 at 80. At £80 is for a bid, 110 straight in. On Easy Live Auctions at 110. 120 with you, sir. At 120 in the room, ahead of the internet at 120. At 120 with you, 130 against you now. 140 your bid, sir. At £140 in the room now. 140, 150 against you. 160 would you like, sir. 160 you have your bid, sir. At 160 with you, sir. At £160, 170 against you now. 180 would you like, sir. 180 your bid, sir, thank you. At £180 then, with you in the room. At £180, you've scared off the internet at 180. You sold £180 to buy a 111. Lot 272. Start me off, please, at £80. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. Two SE80 bayonets here. At £80. At 60 then at 60. At £60 at 60, at £60 60 bid, online at 60 now, at 65 is a bid, at 65 at 65, do we see £70 anyway? At 65 at 65, any interest at 70, at 65 is a bid, at £65 we're all done selling away at 65, so £65 to buyer.
SR 1453570.
Thank you. Lot 273, start me off please, at £70 at 70, at £70 at 70. Any interest at £70 then? At £70 at 70. Let's do 50 then. Let's try 50. At £50 then. At £50. Any interest at £50 then? At £50. At £50 split. At £50 straight in. On Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 then at 50. At £50 it's bid on Easy Live Auctions. No.
No, you're okay.
No. £50 to 652. Yeah, make it a bit quicker. Excellent, that's the end of that sheet there. Lot 274, S80 bayonet once more. Start me off at £50 then, at £50 at 50. Let's start at 50 then, at £50 anyway, looking for £50. Do you see 50? 50 bids straight in on these live auctions at £50 then, at £50 at £50. At 55 on the serum now, at 55, serum bidding at 55. At 60 now, at 60 on the serum bidding at 60. At £60 then, at £60 at 60. At £60, are we all done then? At 65 now on these live auctions at 65. Do we see 70 on the serum? At £65 on these live auctions at 70 now on the serum. Back on serum bidding at £70 and 70. At £70 at 70. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £70. Sold £70 to buyer.
SR 1453571.
Thank you. Lot 275. Lot 275. Collection of spike bayonets and label bayonets. Starting off bidding straight in at £85. At 85, at 85. At £85 is bid then. At 85 is bid. At 85. At 90 with you, sir. At the back of the room at 90. Thank you very much. At £90 in the room. We're bidding at 90 then. At £90 at 90. Are we all done then, sir? You're bid at 95 now ahead of you. Shake your head at 100. £100 with you, sir. At £100. At 100. At £100 with you, sir. Ahead of the internet at £100. Fair warning at 100. It's also £100 to buy 111. Lot 276. The grass pattern bayonets here. Starting off at £80 a set. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? £80 is bid straight in at 80. At 80 at 80. Any further bidding at £80 then? Are we all done then? At £80. Main bid has it at £80. 277. Starting off at £40, please. At £40. At £40. Do we see £40? Any interest at 40? At £40 with you, sir. At £40 is bid. In the room at 40. At £40 then. At £40. At £40 is bid. Main bid has it at 40. So £40 to buyer 111. Lot set 278. Starting off at £40 again then. At £40. Do we see £40 anywhere? £40 bid straight in on the serum then at £40. Thank you very much. Serum bidding at £40 then. Any advance at 40. At £40 at 40. Fair warning then. At £40 we're all done at 40. Sold £40 to buyer SR.
1942266.
Thank you. Lot 279. Starting off at £80 this lot, please. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. At £80. At £80 at the back of the room with you, sir. 95 on the internet. £100 with you now, sir. At £100. At 100 in the room. Sorry. At £100 with you, sir. At 110 against you now. 120 if you like. Shake that at 120. At 110 against you on the internet. 110. Fair warning. £110 to buy 556. Thank you. Lot 280. I've got interest on commission taking us straight in. £76. Keep it weird. At £76. At 85, blown straight out of the water. My commission bids out. At £90 is bid then. At £90 at 90. At 95 with you, sir. In the room at 90. At 95 in the room. At 100 against you now. 110 would you like? 110 you have, so you'll bid at 110. At £110. In the room at 110. At 110. At 110. At £110, we're all done at 110. Sold £110 to buy 111. Lot 281. Starting off, please, at £40. At £40. At £40 ahead of the internet. In the room at 45 against you now. At 45, 48 is the bid. At 50 ahead of you now. At 60 ahead of you now. At 60 is the bid. At 60, 65 would you like? 65 you have, sir. At 65 at 65. At £65. With you, sir, in the room at £65. Are we all done at 65? All good, sir. At £65 to buy 111. Thank you very much. Lot 282. Starting off, please, at £40. Foul Type C soccer bayonets at £40 at 40. £40 straight in with you, sir. At £40 at 40. At £40 at 40. Any advance at £40 with our room bidder at £40. Sold £40 to buy at 111. Lot 283. Starting off, please, at £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 straight in again, sir. Ahead of the internet. At £50 in the room. At £50. At 60 against you now. At 65. 70. 75. 80. Shake your head at 80, sir. Shake your head at 80. With you at 75 then. Your bid at £75, in the room at 75. At £75, we've got a room bid at 75, we'll be all done at £75. 80 ahead of you, sir. 85 would you like? No, shake your head at 85 then. With our Easy Live Auctions bidder at £80, at £80 we're all done at 80. So £80 to buy at 652. Lot 284. Starting me off at £40, please. Do we see £40? 40 on the internet. With 55 on the serum. At 60 on the serum now. At £60 on the serum. 60. At 65 back on Easy Live Auctions. At 65. At 65. At 70 now on the serum. Serum bidding at 70. At 75 back on Easy Live Auctions. At 75. At 75. 80 on the serum now. At 80. At 80. At £80 on the serum. At 80. At 80. At 85. Would anyone like 85? At £80 on the serum then. At 85 with you, sir. At 85. Was that 90? Would you like, sir? 90. Sorry, I've already taken it on the internet. At £90 on the internet, 95 you like, sir? 95. £100. Show your head at 100. At 95 with you, sir. At 95. At £95, ahead of the internet at 95 with you, sir, in the room. Are we all done at 95? Fair warning. Sold. £95 for buy 108. Lot 285. Pair of US 1917 Pattern bayonets. Start me off at £50, please. Do we see £50 anyway? £50 with you, sir. Straight in at 50. At £50 with you, then, sir. At 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £50. 55 with you, sir. Head of the internet at 55. 60 would like, 60 you have. 65? 65, 70, sir. 70, 75? Shade at 75. With you, 65 then. Your bid, sir, at £65. At £65 is bid. Fair warning at £65. Sold. £65 to buy 111. Thank you. Lot 286. Start me off, please, at £40. At 40. Do you see £40 anyway? Fantastic thing at £40. £40 is a bid straight away on Sarah at 40. 42 with you, sir. At £42 is bid. At £42 in the room. At 45 against you. 48 would you like? 48 you have, sir. Your bid at 48. 50 against you. 55 your bid, sir. At 60 against you. 65. Shake your head at 65. At £60 then. At £60 on the internet. At £60. At 60. At £60 at 60. Are we all done then? At £60. £60 to buyer.
SR 771365.
Thank you. Lot 270, sorry, 87. Lee Metford, fantastic thing here. Start me off at £120. 120 straight in with you, sir. At 120 in the room, straight away at 120. At 120. At 130 against you, 140 would you like, sir? At 130 against you. 140 your bid, sir. At 140 with you in the room then. Room bidding at 140. At £140 with you, sir. At the back at 140. At £140 with you then. At £140 your bid, sir. Sold. 140 to buy a 111. Lot 288. Start me off, please, at £40. At 40. At £40 at 40. 40 bid straight in. Thank you very much. At £40 straight in. At £40 then. At £40 at 40. No, not that one. Doesn't matter, we've got 42 anyway. At £42 is bid. At 42 is bid. At 42 on Easy Live Auctions. At £42 is bid on Easy Live Auctions at 42. At £42 is bid then. At £42. At £42 at 45 is bid now on Serum. Serum bidding at £45. At £45 is bid. At 45 at 45. At £45 is bid. Are we all done then at 45? So £45 to
SR 1942266.
thank you. Lot 289. Start me off, please, at £50. Do we see £50? £50 straight in. Do we see 55? £55 with you, sir. 60 against you. 65, 65. 70 against you. 75? Shake your head at 75. On the internet, at 70. At £70 is bid. At £70 is bid. At 70. At £70 we're all done then at £70. Sold. £70 to buy 556. Lot 290. Start me off, please, at £80. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for £80 is bid straight away online at 80. At £80 is bid at 80. At 80. At £80. Any advance at 80 then? At 80, 85 with you, sir. In the room at 90 against you now. 95 if you like. 95 you have, sir. You'll bid at 95 then. At £95 at 95. At 100 against you now. 110 would you like? Shake your head at 110. At 100 then. At 100. At £100 we're all done then at £100. Sold. £100 to buy a 556. That sheet done. Lot 291. Start me off, please. at £70. Do we see £70? £70 bid straight in at 70. At £70 in at 70. At £70 at 70. At 75 on Serum at £75 then. At £75 on the Serum at 75. Any advance at £75. Do we see 80 anywhere? Looking for 80 at £75 and wrapping up and selling away at £75. Oh, that bid, sir. Your bid, sir, at 80 then. In the room at 80. Ahead of the internet at £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. Are we all done then? Selling away at 85 against you now. 90 would you like, sir? Shake head at 90. At 85 then. On the internet. Selling away to the Serum bid at 85. Sold. £85 to
SR 771365.
Thank you. Lot 292, Swiss Pioneer Bayonet. Start me off at £100, please. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for £100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Your bid, sir. If I don't see you, just give me a shout. At £100. At 100. At 100 in the room. £100 in the room. Room bidding at 100. 110 with you, sir. 120 would you like? 120 you have. 130. 130, 140, shake your head at 140, with you sir at 130, at £130 in the room then, at 130, at 130, at £130, sold, no, £130, sold to buy 108, you have to get your bids in quickly please ladies and gents. Lot 239, 293, start off at £50 please, at £50 50. £50 a bid straight in at £50, and we have on Ease Live Auctions at 50, at £50 a bid, at £50 at 50, at £50 at 50. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away to our main bidder at £50. Fair warning. Sold £50 to buyer 526. Lot 294, start me off please, at £80 at 80, at £80 at 80, at £80 we have online at 85 now, at 85.90 the bid, at 95 at 95, at £100 then, at 100, at 100, at £100, at £100, at 100, at 110 with you sir, at £110 with you sir in the room at 120 against you now, 130 would you like to shake your head at 130, at £120 then, going all the way to the Czech Republic at £120. Sold 120 to buy at 552. Lot 295. Another butcher bayonet here. Start me off at £80 at 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for £80. £80 bid straight in. On £90 now. At 95 now. At 95 to bid at 95. At £95 on Ease Live Auctions at 95. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. Are you going to top it up to £100? At 100 now. On Ease Live Auctions at 110. Back on Ease Live Auctions at 110. Do we see 120 anywhere? Looking for 120. At 110. At 110. At £110 selling away at 110. £110 to buy at 552. Lot 296. Start me off please. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. Sorry, 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for £50. £50 is bid straight away. At 55, 60 is bid. At £60 is bid. At £60 is bid. At 60. At £60. At 65 with you sir. Ahead of the internet at 65. At £65 ahead of the internet at £65. That's in the room at 65.
Yeah,
at £65 with you sir in the room. Fair warning. Sold 65 to buy 108. Lot 297. Start me off please at £40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? £40 bid straight away on Ease Live Auctions at £40 at 40. Any advance at 40? Does the main bid have it at £40? Fair warning at 40. Sold £40 to buyer 624. Lot 298. Start me off please at £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Any interest at £50 at 30 then's bid. Do £30 for you sir. And they're at 30. Any advance at £30 at £30. At 32, 35, 35, 38, 38, 40. 40's a bid at 42. Should I put it at 42? 45? 45, 48. Shake your head at 48. Your bid sir at 45 then. At £45 then. In the room at 45. At 45 at 45. Any advance at 40, 48 against you now, 50 would you like? 50 you have sir, you'll bid at 50. £50 ahead of the internet at £50 at £50. Any advance at £50 I'm selling away to you sir at the back at £50. Sold £50 to buyer 108. Thank you. Lot 299. Start me off please at £50. At £50. Any interest at 50? At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At 30 then at 30. At £30 your bid sir. At £30 32. 35, 35, 38, 38, 40. 40's a bid. 42. 42, 45, 45, 48, 48, 50 sir. Are you sure? Okay, 50 with you, sir. At £50 with you. At £50 in the room. 55 again. You like? Shake your head at 55. Your bid, sir, at 50. At £50 is bid then. Fair warning, at £50 with you, sir. So £50, 2 by 111. Lot 300. Starting off at £50, please. Do I see 50? Do I see 50? Do I see £50 anywhere? £30 then. Do I see 30? Do I see 30? £30 with you then. 32, 32, 35, 35, 38, 38, 40, 40, 42, 42, 45, 45, 48, 48, 50. Show you that 50. Your bid, sir, at £48 then. At 48, £48 then. At 48, any advance at £48. At £48 in the room with you, sir, at the back at 48. Fair warning then, selling away at £48. Sold £48 to buyer 111. Thank you. Lot 301. The M1 bayonet here, starting off at £50 then. So we see 50. £50 a bid straight away at £50 on News Live Auctions at 50. At £50 and at 50. At £50 at 55 on the serum at 55. At 55 at 60 now on News Live Auctions. At 65 back on the serum then. At 70 back on News Live Auctions. At 75 on the serum now. At 75, 80 on News Live Auctions at £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. Any advance at £80 then. At £80 at 80. Fair warning, wrapping up and selling away at £80. Sold £80 to buyer 603. Lot 203. Start me off, please, at £40 at 40. At £40 a bid straight away. Do we see £42 anyway? At 40 at 40. At £40 at 40. 42 on Easy Live on the serum at £42 in. At 42, 45 on the serum. 48 on the serum now. This is the biggest tongue twister in the world.
I'm on 55.
£55 now on the serum at 55. It's 60 back on Easy Live Auctions. That's £60 at 60. That's £60 at 60. Any advance at £60 then? At 65 back on the serum at 65. At 70 back on Easy Live Auctions at 70. Any advance at 70 then? At £70 at 70. At £70 at 70. Fair warning then, wrapping up and selling away at £70. Sold £70 to buyer 603. Lot 303. Start me off, please, at £50 at 50. At £50, we see £50 a spit, £55 anyway. At £50, 55 on the serum, 60 on the serum now. Serum bidding at 60. At £60 at 60. Any advance at 60. At £60, fair warning at 60, wrapping up and selling away at 60. Sold £60 to buyer SR 771
365.
365. Thank you. Lot 304. Starting off at £40, please. Do we see £40 anywhere? Look at 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? £40 bid straight in on the serum at 40. At 42 on Easy Live Auctions at £42. At 45 bid at 48 on Easy Live Auctions at £48. Do we see 50? 50 bid on the serum at 50. Serum bidding at 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Any advance at £50 then? Any advance at £50? Last time I'm asking 50. Sold £50 to buyer SR
145 3571.
Thank you. Lot 305. Start me off, please. At £70 to 70. At £70 to 70. At £70 a bid, straight in at £70. Any advance at 70 then? At £70. At £70, we've all done the maiden has it at 75. You certainly back in the room at 75, 80 against the 85. You like 85, you have so. You'll bid at 85 and 90 against the 95 you like. Shake your head at 95. Back on Easy Live Auctions at 90 then. At £90 at 90. At £90 at 90. Are we all done then? Wrapping up at 95. You're back in, sir. At 95, 100 against you now. Shake your head at 110. Back in the room. Sorry, back online at 100 then. At £100 is bid. At £100 is bid. Are we all done then? Wrapping up in the same way at £100. Fair warning. Sold £100 to buyer 603. Lot 306, the AKM bayonets type 3. Starting off at £70, please. At £70 in the room with you, sir. 75 ahead of the internet. At £80 now. 85 you like. 85 you have. Your bid, sir. At 85 in the room then. Room bidding at 85. At £85 with you there, sir. Any advance at 90. At 85 at 85. Wrapping up and selling away at £85. And fair warning at 85. 90, it came in 4, I have to take a bid. At £90 at 90. 95 like 95 you have, so your bid at 95. At 95 at 95. At £95, fair warning at £95. Sold to you, 95. Sorry about that. £5 to buy 111. Lot 307. Start me off, please. At £50 at £50. At £50 at £50. Any interest at 50? At 50 then at 50, at £30 at 30 then, at £30 at 30, any interest at 30 then. Serum, you coming in at 30? Yes you are, £30 on the serum now, serum bidding at 30, at £30 at 30, at £30 at 30, any advance at £30, fair warning at 32 now, at £32 on the serum, 35 on the serum now, 38, are you coming in at 38, at at 35. Any advance at £35 then? At £35, I'm wrapping up and selling away at £35. Sold £35 to buyer SR.
1453571.
Thank you. Lot 308, group Mark 1 there, start me off £20 please. Do I see £20 anywhere? Looking for 20. Do I see 20? Do I see 20? Yes, I do at £20 a bid. At £20 at £20. At £20 at £20. Do I see 22? Yes, I do at 22. 25 is the next bid. Do I see £25 anywhere? At 25. At 25, do I see 28? At 28 is the bid. On the serum now, £28. Any advance 28. At 25, at 28, 28. Any advance £28. Selling away at 28. Fair warning. Sold £28.
SR 1453571.
Thank you. Lots 309. Start me off, please, at £70.70. At £70 a bid, straight on these live auctions at £70, at £70. Any advance at £70 then? At 75. 75 with you, sir. At 75. In the room at 75. 80 against you now. 85 would you like? 85 you have, sir. You'll bid at £85 then. At 85 in the room at the back with you, sir. At 90 against you now. 95 would you like? Are you sure? Shake your head at 95. On the internet at 90 then. At 90 at 90. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £90 on the serum at 90. Sold £90 to buy SR.
1355701.
135
5701.
5701. Thank you. Lot number 310. Start me off, please, at £150. 150 bids straight in at 150 on Easy Live Auctions at 150. Do I see 160? 160 with you, sir. At 160, 170 against you now. 180 would you like? 180 you have, sir. You'll bid at 180. At £180 in the room at 180. At 180 with you, sir. Any advance at £180 then? At £180, selling away at 180. That's your bid, sir. At £180 to buy at 111. Thank you very much. Lot 311. Start me off, please. At £150 then. At 150 spit straight in at 150. At 150. 160 with you, sir. 170 against you now. 180 would you like, sir? 180 you have. You'll bid at 180. In the room at £180 then. At 180. At 180. At £180, we'll bid at 180. 190 against you. 200 would you like? Shake that at 200. At 190 back on these live auctions. At 190. At 190. We'll then wrapping up and selling away at 190. Sold £190 to buy at 520. Lot 312. Start me off, please. At £50 at 50. At £50 at £50 in the room, at £50 at 75. At £70 with you against you, sir. 75 you like, 90 against you now. At £100 now. At 100. At 100. At 110. 110. Ahead of the internet at 110. In the room at 110. Your bid, sir, at £110. Easy Live Auctions coming back in at 120. With you, sir, at 110. 120 now against you. 130. Your bid, sir. At £130 with you. In the room at 130. At £130 then. At 130. At 130. At 140 against you. 150, sir. 150 with you now, sir. At £150 then. At 150. At 150. At £150. Selling away to you, sir, in the room at 150. We sold £150 by 111. Switching around there. All right. The K98 naval bayonet here. Start me off, please. At £50. Do I see 50? 50 80's bid straight in. 85, do you like, sir? Sorry, 90, 95, and 95, and 95. And 95, 100, would you like, sir? Oh, 100 on the internet now, ahead of you. 110, would you like, sir? Show your head at 110. At £100, at 110 now on the internet. At 120, back on these live auctions. At 130 then. At 130. At 130, do we see 140 anyway? At 130 is the bid. At 130. At 130, any advance at £130 then. At 130. At 140 is the bid now. At 140. At 150 is the bid now. At 150. At 150. At 150. Do I see 160 anywhere? Do I see 160? At £150. Any advance at 150, wrapping up and selling away at £150. Sold 150 to buy at 668. Lot 314. German Red Cross here. Start me off, please, at £300. Do I see £300? Do I see 300? Do I see £300 anywhere? Asking 300, please. At £300 anywhere. Do I see 300? £200 then. Do I see £200 anywhere? Looking for £200. Do I see 200? Do I see £200 anywhere? Do I see 200? 150 then. I will not go any lower than 150. If you're going to bid, please bid now. At 150's bid now. At 160's bid. At 170. At 170. At 170 is the bid. Do I see 180? Do I see 180? At 170 pounds then, at 170. At 170 pounds. At 170. Any advance at 170, I can, I will sell. At 170 pounds, I'm all done at 170. So 170 pounds to buy at 556. Got 315 K98 dress bayonets here. Starting off, please, at £80, at £80, bid straight in at 80. At £80, then at 85 with you, sir, at the back of the room, at 90 against you now. At 95, if you like 95, you have your bid, sir, at 100 against you now. 110, shake your head at 110. At £100 on these live auctions, then at 110. Sorry, at 100, then at 100. At 100, any advance at 110. At £100 on the wall, done at £100, selling away at 110 now on the Serum at 110. Ahead of these live auctions at 110. On the Serum at 110. On the Serum at £110 then. At 110. At 110. At £110, selling away at 120 now, on 130 now. At 130 now. Do I see 140? Do I see 140? At £130 on the Serum at 130. Fair warning then, selling away to our Serum bidder at £130. 130 to buyer SR.
771365.
Thank you. All right then. Moving on to lot 316. Fire protection dress bayonets here. Starting off, please, at £50, at £50, at £50 is bid. At £50 is bid. On the internet, 50. At £50, at £50. In advance at 50. At £50, at £50 on these live auctions at 50. At 60 now on these live auctions at 60. At £60 on these live auctions at 70 back on the Serum. £70. Serum bidding at 70. At £70 is bid then. Any advance at 70. At 75 back on the Serum. At 80 on the Serum now. Serum bidding at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 we're all done then. At £80 fair warning, and then at £80 I'm selling at 80, 85. No, I'm not. At 85 at 80. At 85 at 85. Any advance at 85. Do I see 90 anywhere? 90 I do. At £90 is bid. Now on the Serum at 90. At £90 at £90. Any advance at £90 I'm selling away at 90. Sold. £90 to SR.
771365.
Thank you. Lot 317. Start me off, please, at £40 straight in at 40. At £40 and £40 I have. On these live auctions at £40. At 42 back on the Serum at 45, 48, 50 a bit. At 55, 60 a bit. At 65, at 75. At 75 at 80. At 85 at 90 now. At £90 at 90. At £90 on these live auctions at 90. Sorry, on the Serum at 90. Serum bidding at 90. Serum bidding at 90. At 95 back on these live auctions at 95. Do I see 100? Yes, I do. Back on the Serum at 90. At 100 at 100. At 110 now. At 120 back on the Serum at 120. At £120. It's very confusing. At £120. At 120. At 120. At 120. At £120. And we're all done then at £120 with our Serum bidder at 120. Are we all done in the room? Are we all done online at £120? I think we are. Selling away at 120. So £120 to SR.
134532.
Thank you. Lot 118, labour service, knife here. Starting off at £150, please. At 150, do you see £150 anywhere? Was that a bid? No, I thought, sorry. Gotta be careful. I'll take this. At 150, do I see 150 anywhere? Do I see 150? 150 is bid on the Serum at 150. At £150 then. At 150. At 150. At £150, do I see 160 anywhere? At £150 on these live auctions. Sorry, on the Serum at 150. At 150, any advance at 150 then? At £150. Any advance at 150. At £150 I'm selling away at 150.
In the room,
In the room,
he did
yeah, just hand
before.
Have you had your hand up? Give me a shout if I don't see it, sorry. At 160. At £160. At 170 against you now. 180. Shake your head at 180. Back on the Serum at £170 then. At £170. At 170. At 170. At £170, we're all done at 170. Sold £170 to buyer SR11709. Thank you. Lot 319, dress dagger here. Starting off, please, at £150. 150 bids straight on Ease Live Auctions at 170 now. 170. Do I see 180 anywhere? Looking for 180. At 180 now. On Ease Live Auctions at 180. At 180. At 180. At £180 at 190 on the Serum at 190. At 190. Do I see 200? At 190. At 190. At 190. Any advance at £190. I'm selling away at 190. Sold £190 to buyer SR1. 5. Got it. Lot 320. Oh, sorry. Use that if you are James, I'm going to get it wrong. Yeah. All the numbers are wrong. Lot 320. Start me off, please, at £150. Do I see 150? Do I see 150 anywhere? Looking for 150. 150 is seen on the serum first. At 150 on the serum. Serum bidding at 150, 160, 170 on the serum, 180 on the serum. At 190, 200. I'm going to come back to you, sir. At £200 on the serum. 220. Would you like shake that at 220? At £200 on the serum. Serum bidding at 220. 220 now on these live auctions at 220 then. At 220. Do I see 240 anywhere? At £220 on these live auctions at 220. At 220. Any advance? At 220. Final time of asking at 220. Sold £220 to buyer 624. Lot 321. The active record bayonet here. Start me off at £80, 85 is bid. At 85, 120 on these live auctions at 120. At 120. At 120 on these live auctions. Any advance at 140 then? At 140, 150 with you, sir. At 150 ahead of the internet. Your bid, sir, at 150. Ahead of the internet at 150. 160 against you. 170. Shake ahead at 170. At £160 on these live auctions at 160. At 160. At 160, final time of asking 160. So £160 to buy 669. Lot 233. Start me off, please. At £200. Do I see £200 anywhere? Do I see 200? Looking for £200, please. 260 bid, 280 bid. At 280. At 280. That's the way to do it, James. At 280. At £280 on the serum now. Serum bidding at 280. 320 is the bid. At 320 is the bid. Do I see 340 anywhere? At 320. At 320. At £320, I'm selling away at 320 to our serum bidder at 320. 340, back on these live auctions at 340. 360, back on the serum at 360. Are you coming back in these live auctions at 380? At £360, 380 now on these live auctions at 380. £400 now on the serum at £400. At £400. At £400. At £400, we're all done then at 400. Selling away at £400. Sold £400 to buyer SR
134
Yes.
532.
Thank you.
1933, yes.
Alright, lot 323. Are you ready?
324, we're on set.
I've also got a telephone bidder for this one as well. Lot 323, I've got a telephone bidder.
Yeah, is this the one? Sorry, so it's, I've not got 323 on here. This is the description.
German Third Reich NSSK Model A on that.
This is the German Third Reich NSSK model, 1936, on a deco. Sorry. Right, okay. No, there's no point to mark that one.
I have it marked down and I've got a client here. We're at the telephone bid for this one.
We're going to check the page.
Bear with us, sorry. I would tell you a joke, but I don't know.
I can't get through it.
Have you got this one?
Yeah, I can't get through this.
Oh, right, okay, that's fine. Gordon's got one in the mouth. Okay. Crisis averted. That's fine then. Okay, so we can carry on with this lot. So lot 323, please start us off. At £700, do I see £700? 700 bid straight away. At £750 the bid. At £750 on serum at £750. Serum bidding at £750. At £750. Any advance at £750 then. At £750. At £750. At £750, I'm selling away to our serum bidder at £750. Are we all done at £750? Sold £750. £750 to buyer SR2008407. Alright, we have a telephone bidder for this one. Lot 324. Gordon's getting on it. Come on, Gord. Bear with us, ladies and gents. We'll just give them a minute. We're going to give Gordon a moment here. Give him a minute. How do you think it's been going so far?
Yeah, very well.
I think it's been going alright. What do we have? You think it's been going? Okay, good, good.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this is going to be a very niche crossover, if anyone is interested. But we currently have 3 Cray supercomputers available at auction, time auction. Very rare things. It's going to be a very strange crossover. Any of you actually are interested in military items and Cray supercomputers. But if you are, check them out. Yeah. RWB Auctions is the supplier of the weird and wonderful. That's it.
It's working outside.
Still got auction as well.
We do, yes. Yeah. It's all going on here. Sorry for those watching on the internet.
No.
No telephone bid.
Does he not want it? Or have it all can he not get through? Gordon, were you not just on the phone with him? Was that not the guy on the phone, or was that a different guy?
That's the one that I had, yes.
For this lot here,
It's
lot.
going through to voicemail, sir.
So they've been calling the same person, so Gareth can't get. Yeah, good man. Lovely weather recently, isn't it? Carry on. All right, we're carrying on. Okay, lot 3, 2, 4. Starting off, please, at £800. I'm looking for £800. I would like £800 to stop, please. At £800, at £800. Do I see £800 anywhere in the room or online? At £800. At £600 then. At £600. At £600. £600 is bid online at 600. At £600 the Serum now. Serum bidding at 600. Let's go up in 20s to this lot, please. At 650. At 650. At 700. No worries. At £700. At 750 then. At 750, do I see 800? Do I see £800 anywhere? Yes, I do at £800 then. At £800. At £800. At 800. At £800. At £800. Any advance? At £800. At 820 now. At 840 is the bid. At £820 on the Serum at 820. Do I see £840 anywhere? At £820 and at 820. At £820. At 840 now. At £840 is bid. At 860 now. Do I see £880 anywhere? Looking for 880. Do I see £880 anywhere? Fair warning, at £860, you've all had a chance at 860. Selling away to our Serum bidder at £860. Sold 860.
1920.
SR 1920
735.
735. Thank you. Okay, super. Right, moving on to lot 325. Please start us off at £150. Do I see £150 anywhere? Looking for 150. 150 is bid straight away on Easy Life Auctions at 150. At 150. At 160 with you, sir. At 160. Do I see 170 anywhere? 170 against you now. 180 if you like, sir. At £180 on the Serum at 180. At £180 on the Serum. Serum bidding at 180. Do I see 190 anywhere? Looking for 190. Shake your head at 190, sir. At £180 then. On the Serum at 180. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 180. Sold £180 to buyer SR.
192 0735.
Thank you. Lot 326. Please start us off again at £150. Do I see 150? 150 with you, sir. Ahead of the internet at 150. 160 against you. 170. 170 with you, sir. Ahead of the internet. 170. 190 against you now. 200. 220 now. At 220. 240. 260 now. At 260. At 260, at 260, at 300, at 320 now is the bid. At 320 is the bid. At 320, at 320, at £320 is the bid at 320. Are we all done then? At £320, fair warning at 320. Sold £320 to our buyer SR.
183 2307.
Thank you. Lot 327. Same again. Start us off £200, please. Do I see £200 anywhere? Looking for £200. Do I see 200? Do I see £200 anywhere? Looking for £200. At 150 then. At 150. 150 with you, sir. Your bid, sir, at 150, 160 against you, at 160 against you, 170 would like, 170 you have, sir, at 180 against you now, 190 would you like, sir. Shake your head at 190, at 180 pounds on these live auctions at 180, 190 on the serum now, serum bidding at 190, at 190. Do I see 200 pounds anywhere? Looking for 200, a very fine example here. At 190 pounds, at 190, at 200 pounds with you, sir, at the back of the room at 200, at 200 pounds at 220 against you now at 220. At 200 pounds against you, 220, 240, we'd like to shake that at 240. At 220 pounds on the serum at 220. Are we all done then? Selling away at 220 pounds. Sold 220 pounds to buyer SR. James, SR.
Oh, sorry. I was confused. 192.
Sorry, 112.
192. 07.
192.075. Excellent. Moving on to lot 328. Are we okay? Excellent. We're okay. Lot 328. Starting off at £300, please. Do I see £300 anywhere? Looking for £300. Do I see 300? Do I see 300? Yes, I do. Straight in at £300 is bid. At £300 is bid. Do I see 320 anywhere? At 320, 340 is the bid. At 340. At 340. At 340 is the bid. At 340. At 340 is the bid. At £340. Do I see 360? At 340. At 340. Do I see 360? At £340, I'm selling away at 340. So £340 to buyer.
192.
192.
0735.
073.
Yeah.
35. Lot 329. Do I have a telephone bid for this?
Yes.
You do. Excellent. Okay. I've also got a commission bid taking us straight in to £100 of me on commission. 110 would you like? 140 with me on commission, 150. 150 is running away here at £150, 160, 170. At 170, 180 would be like.
Would you like 180? 180 bid.
190's bid. 200? 200 we have online now. At £200 online. They're out at 200. At £220 online then on Easy Live Auctions. At 220. At 220. At £220 is bid then. At 220. 240 is a bid at 240. At £240 is bid at 240. Any advance at 240. At £240 we're all done 260 now at 260. At £260 is the bid at 260. At £260 at 260. Are we all done then? At £260 on Easy Live Auctions at 260. Sold £260 to buyer 621. Excellent. Lot 330. Another youth dagger here. Starting off at £100, please. At 100. Do I see £100? Yes, I do. At £100 thrown in. Do I see 110 anywhere? At 100 and 100. At £100. At 100. Any advance? At £100 for 110 on the internet. 120. Would you like 120? You have, so you'll bid at 120. At £120 in the room. 130 against you. 140. 140 is bid at 140. At 140. 150 against you now. 160. Would you like? Shake your head at 160. At £150 these live auctions then. At 150. At 150. At £150 more than 150. So £150 to buyer 624. Lot 331. Starting off again at £100. At 100. Do I see £100 anywhere? Looking for £100. Do I see £100 anywhere? Do I see 100? At £100 is bid online at £100 then. Any advance at 100? Do I see 110 anywhere? 110 with you, sir. At 110 at the back. At £110. At 120 against you now. 130 would like 130 you have, sir. At £130 in the room, then at 140. 150 against you now. 160. 160 we have online, then at 160. Do I see 170 anywhere? Looking for 170. At 160 at 160. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 160. Sold £160 to buyer 624. Lot 232. Bidding straight in at £220. At £220 on the serum at 220. At 220. At 220. At 240. At 260. At £260 on the serum at 260. At £260 we have. At 260 then. At 260. Any advance? £260 on the serum at 260. 280 on Easy Live Auctions at 280. Easy Live Auction bid at £280. That's on Easy Live Auctions that bid. 280 on Easy Live Auctions. At £280 on Easy Live Auctions, 300 on the serum then. At £300 on the serum. Serum bidding at £300 then. At 300. At 300. At £300. Are we all done then at £300? Fair warning. So £300 to buyer
182. 1433.
Thank you. Lot 333, I've got a commission bid here taking us straight in at £50 and £50 with me on commission at 50, at £50 with me on commission, at 55 at 60 with me, at 60 with me, at 65 70 with me, at 75 80 with me, at 85 90 with me, at 95 £100 with me on commission, at £100 with me on commission then, at £100 with me on commission, are we all done then? At £100, at £100, are we all done and wrapping up and selling away at £100? Fair warning then at 100. Sold to my commission bidder at £100 by CT3161. Again, lot 333 has a commission bidder and is taking us straight in at a bid of £80 to me on commission, at £80 to me on commission, at 80, at £80 to me on commission at 80, at £80 at 80, at £80 at 80. Any advance at £80, does my commission bidder have it at 85 90 with me on commission then? At £90 with me on commission, at £90 at 90, at £90 at 90, any advance at 90, at 95, commission bids are out at £95 then. Through goes the syrup at £95, are we all done then? At £95, sold £95 to buyer SR 186 9273. Thank you, James. Lot 335. Cookery knives here. Start me off, please. At £70. Do I see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. Do I see 70? Any interest at £70 then? At 50 then? At 50. At £50 then? Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for £50 then? Do I see 50? Any interest online or in the room at 50? At £50 at 30 then? At £30 and less? At £30 at 30. Do I see £30 anywhere? Looking for £30. £30 is bid. We have £30 online now. At £30 on the serum at 30. At £30 at 30. At £30 at 30. Any advance at 32 now. 35 is a bid. 35. Do I see £38 anywhere? Looking for 38. Do I see £38 anywhere? £35 on the serum at 35. Selling away at £35. Sold £35 to buyer SR
690911.
Thank you. Lot 336, the RZM diver's knife here. Start me off, please. At £50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Do I see 50? Do I see 50? Do I see £50 anywhere? £50 is bid online on Sarah now. At £50 is bid. At £50 at 50. At £50 at 50. Any advance at 55 with you, sir. 55 in the room. Room bidding at 55. 6 against you now. 65 you like, sir. 65 you have. You'll bid at 65. 70 against you now. 75 you like. 75 you have, sir. You'll bid at 75. At 80 against you now. 85 you like. At 85 you have, sir. You'll bid at 90. 90 against you now. 95 you'll bid, sir. At 95 at 95. 100 against you now. 110. £110 with you, sir. At 110. 120 against you now. You're out at 130. At £120 then. Back on the serum at 120. Fair warning then. You're all out at 120. Sold £120 to buyer SR
39039.
Thank you. Lot 337. We've got the presentation dagger here. Starting off at £120, please. £120 straight in. Here we go at 120. Back on these live auctions at 120, at 120, at 120, at £120. We've all done in at 120, wrapping up and selling away at 120. Sold £120 to buyer 502. Lot 338. The Italian knife here. Start me off, please. At £50 at £50. Do I see 50? Looking for £50 anywhere. Do I see £50 for this? Looking for 50. Any interest in the room or online? You're all looking quite bored at me, I have to say. At £50 at £50. At £50 at £50. At £50 we have on the internet 50. At £50 to bid. At £50 to bid. Any advance at £50, I'm selling away to our maiden bidder at 50. Sold. £50 to buy SR 771 365. Thank you, James. All right, another sheet closer to the end there. At 339. Start me off, please. At £70 at £70. Do I see £70 any of this? Do I see 70? Looking for £70, please. At £70 at £50 then. At £50, do I see 50? Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. £50 to bid straight away on the serum at £50. At £50, any advance at 50? At 50. At £50 to bid, I can, I'm also at 60 now, £60 to bid. Do I see £65 anywhere? At 60 to bid at 60. At 60 to bid at 60. Any advance at £60 at £60. Fair warning then selling away at £60. Sold £60 to buyer SR 771 365. Thank you, James. The lot 340. German trench boot knife, possibly World War I or World War II. Start me off, please, at £50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do I see 50? 50 bid straight in on these live auctions. 55 to bid now at 60. At 60 is the bid. At 60. At 65 is £70 now. At 75 is the bid. At 80 is the bid now. At 80, at £80 then. At £80 then. At £80, at £80. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away to our easy live auction bid at 85. No, we're not. At £85 bid. At 90 is the bid now. At £90 at £90. Why is it £95 anyway? In the room or online at 95. At £90 then. Back on easy live auctions. Fair warning at £90. So £90 to 624. Lot 341. Starting off please at £50 for this. Do I see £50 anyway? In the room or online at 50. At £50 and at 50. At £50 at 50. Do I see £50 anyway? At £30 then. Do I see £30 anyway? Looking for 30. Any interest at £30 and £30 is bid. Both on the serum now and on these live auctions at 38. Do I see 40? Yes, I do at £42 now. 45 is the bid. At 48, 40, 50 is the bid. At 55 then. At 55, 60 then. At 65, do I see 70? We're going to let it run for a moment. At £80 is the bid. At 85 then. At 85, do I see 90? Do I see 90 anywhere? Looking for 90. At £85, I will sell at 90. No, I won't. It's still on easy live auction at 95 then. At £95 then. At £95. At 95, £95 then. Any advance? At £95. Fair warning at 95. £100 on the serum at 100 at 100 then. At £100 on the serum at 100. At £100. At £100 then. Are we all done then? At £100 selling away at 100. £100 to buyer SR 164.
7044.
Thank you, James. Lot 342. Please start me off at £40. Do I see £40? Yes, I do. £40 straight in. At £40 at £40. On these live auctions at 40. Ahead of the serum at £40 then. Any advance at £40. In the room or online at £40. 42. In the room, 45 against you, sir. 48, would you like 48? You have your bid, sir, at 48. At 50 against you now. On these live auctions at 50. 55 with you now, sir. At £55 in the room at 55. Any advance? At £55. Your bid, sir, at 55. Fair warning. Sold £55 to you, sir. And that is 192. Thank you. Lot 343. Another trench knife here. Please start me off at £70. Do I see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. Any interest at £70? Do I see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. £50 then. £50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do I see 50? Do I see 50? £50? Yes, I do. At 55 is the bid. At 60 is the bid now. At £60, £60 then. At 65, do I see 70? Back where we began at £70 then. At £70. At 70. At £70. Any further interest at 70? Fair warning then at £70. £70 to buy 624. Alright, lot 344. I've got interest on commission, taking it straight in at £80. On commission at 80. At £80, 150, 160, 170, 190, £200 with me. At 220 is the bid. At 260 is the bid. At £260 commissions out. At 260. At 280, do I see 300? Yes, I do. At £300. At £300. At 320, back on the serum at 320. At 320. On the serum at 320, 340. Back on these live auctions at 360. Back on the serum at 360 on the serum. Serum bidding 360. At £360. At 360. At 360. At £360. On the serum at 360, fair warning. Sold £360 to buy S.
496. 83.
Thank you. Lot number 345. Start me off, please. At £80. At £80, bid straight in at 90, 100, 120, 140, 150. At 150. At £150 on these live auctions at 150. At 150, 160 on sale on these live auctions at 170, 180 on these live auctions. Do I see 190, 200 on the serum now? Serum bidding at 200. At £200 then. At £200. At £200 is bid on the serum at 220 now on these live auctions at 220. At £220 on the serum at 220. Are we all done then? At £220, fair warning.
You want to go?
220 by 559. Lot 346. Stop me off, please. At £70. Do I see £70 for this? Looking for 70. Do I see 70? Do I see £70 anywhere? £50 then, at £50. At £50 at £50. At £50 anywhere, looking for 50. Do I see £50 anywhere? At £50 is bid. At £50 at £50. At £50 on the serum at £50 then. At £50 on the serum. Serum bidding at £50. Do I see 55? Yes, I do. At £55 on these live auctions at 55. At 60, back on the serum at 60. At £60 on the serum. Serum bidding at 60. Any advance at £60 then. Fair warning at £60 on the serum. We're all done at 60. So from £60 to via SR 771 365. Right, well, you've got a telephone bit of this.
Yeah, got cut off and now I'm trying to get them again, so I'm really sorry about this, but the gentleman is being evasive. I was ringing. Oh, God, that's not supposed to
Right, we're not going to bother with that.
Time.
Okay, we'll give you one more chance for them.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, goodness.
Sorry.
Right, gigs up. Okay, let's start off at £80, please. Do I see £80 anywhere? Looking for £80. At £80, bit straight at 80. At £130 then. At 130. At 130. At £130 on these live auctions at 130. At 140 back on the serum. At 140 on the serum. At 150 on these live auctions at 150. At 150, 160 back on the serum at 160. At 160 on the sale room. Sale room bidding at 160. 170 back on these live auctions at 170. Do I see 180? 170 on the sale room. On these live auctions, sorry. At 180 on the sale room, at 180 on the sale room, at 190 back on these live auctions at 190. Do I see £200 anywhere? £200, yes I do at £200 on the sale room, 200. £200 is bid, at 200, at £200, at £200 are we all done then at £200? Fair warning at £200. So £200.
377634.
Yes. Yeah.
SR isn't okay. Excellent, James. Lot 3 for 80 up. Start me off, please. I've got a commission bid taking us straight in. 60, 65 with me. 70, 70, 80 with me. My bid at 80. My bid at £80. At £80 with me on commission at 80. At £80 at 80. At £80 my bid. Any advance at 80 then. At 85. Commission bid is out at 85 on the serum now at 85. Any advance at £85 then. At 85 on the internet at 85. Selling away to our serum bid at £85. Sold 85 to buyer SR 277 049. Thank you. Lot 349. Again, commission bid taking us straight in. £50 at £50 with me at 50. At 55 at 60. 65, 70, 80 with me. At £80 on my commission. My commission bid's 80. At 85, commission bid's out. Thank you very much. At 85 on Easy Live Auctions at £85. Ahead of the serum at £85. Any advance at £85 at 90 is the bid now. At £90 is bid. At 95, at £95. At 95 on these live auctions at 95. Any advance at £95. We're all done then at 95. 100, no we're not. Back in the serum at £100 then. At £100. At £100. At £100 we're all done then at £100. Sold £100 to SR 277 049. Thank you. Lot 350 competing commission bids here, taking us straight in at £90 with me on commission, at £90 with me on commission, at £90, at £90, at 100, at 110, 130, at £130 with me on commission at 130, at 130, 150, 160 with me on commission at 160, at 160, 170 commission bids out at 170, at 170, at 170, at £170 on these live auctions at 170 then, at 170, we're all done then, at £170. Fair warning. So 170 to buyer 5, 8, 6. Excellent. Lot 351. Start me off, please. At £40 we have. £40 straight in on serum at 40. Serum at £42 now on these live auctions at £42. At £42 at 42. At £42. Any advance at 42? Do I see 45? Yes, I do at 48 now. At 48 is the bid. At 50 is the bid now. At 50 is the bid. At £50 on the serum at 50. Serum bidding at 55 now. At £55, any advance at 55. At 60 the bid then. At 60 the bid. At £60 at £60, any advance at 60. At £60, and are we all done then? At 65, no we're not. At 65, 70, thank you sir. At £70 with you sir. In the room at 70. Fair warning at £70. At 75 against you now. 80 would you like? Shake your head at 80. At £80 online now. At 85 is the bid. At 85, do I see 90 anywhere? At 85, at 85, at 85. At 90 we have now on the serum 90. Serum bidding at £90 and any advance at 90. Are we all done then wrapping up and selling away at £90 on the serum? So £90 to SR
106 897 8 8917.
Thank you. Lot 352, again, commission bid on this piece, starting us off straight in at £120. So £120 with me on commission, 130, 140 with me on commission, at 140, 150, commission bids out at 150, at £150 at 150, at £150 at 150. Are we all done then? At £150, you all had a chance at 150. 150 to buy at 574. Thank you. Lot 353, again, commission bids, taking us straight in at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80 with me on commission. That's my commission bid at 85, at 90 with me on commission, at 95, 100 with me on commission, at 110, 120 with me on commission, 130, 140, 150 with me on commission. That's my commission bid at 150. 160, commission bids out, at £160 and a line at 160, at £160 and 160. At £160, we're all done then at 160. So £160 to buy at 540. Thank you very much. Lot 354, Imperial German dress sword. Starting off with £70, please. Do I see £70 anywhere? £70 bid straight away on these live auctions at 70, at 75, at 75, at 80, 80 bid at 85, at 85. Do I see 90 anywhere? Looking for 90. Any further interest at £85, and we're all done then. At 85 and 90, no, we're not. 95 is bid. Do I see £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. Do I see £100? There's a deal on Sarah at £100. Sarah bidding on £100 then. At 100. At £100. At £100. Are we all done then? At £100. Selling away to Sarah at £100. Has sold £100 to SR
192
192.
0735.
Thank you, James. Lot 355, again, German officer sword here, starting off at £120, please. At £120, bid straight in at 120. At 120 we have. At 120, do I see 130? Yes, I do on the Sarah at 130. At 130, 140, back on these live auctions at 140. 160 on the Sarah at 160. Do I see 170? At £160 on the Sarah at 160. At 160. At £160 on the Sarah then. Are we all done then? Selling away to our seller bidder at £160. Sold. £160 to the Sarah bidder SR 192 0735. Thank you, James. All right, another sheet done. Again, lot 56. World War I German officer sword here. Start me off, please. At £100. Do I see £100 to this lot? £100 straight in on these live auctions. At 100. At 100. Do I see 110 anywhere? At £100 is bid. At £100. At 100. Any advance at £100. Selling away 110 with you, sir, at the back of the room. At 110. 120 against you now. 130 if you like, sir. 130 with you, sir. At the back at 130. At £130 in the room with you, sir. At 130. At 130. At £130 with you, sir. At 130. So 130 to buyer 192. Thank you. Lot 357, competing commission bids, taking us straight in at £55 with me on commission at 55. At £55 with me on commission at £55 at £55. Any advance at £55, are we all done then at £55? Selling away at 55. Sold £55 to buyer CT2690. Thank you. Lot 358. Start me off, please. At £90. At £90. At £90 for me on commission at 90. At £90. At £90 on commission with me at 90. At £90 it is. At £90 with our commission bidder. At £90. We all done then at £90. Selling away at 95. Commission's out. At £95 it is then. At 95 from the servant bidding at £95. At 95. At £95. Any further interest at 95. Sold £95 to buyer SR
105 6936.
Thank you, James. Lot 359. Again, commission bids taking us straight in at £50 with me on commission at 50. At £50 to my commission bidder. At £50 at £50 at 55 at 60 now on my commission. At £60 to me on commission. Any further advance at £60 at £60. Any further interest at £60 with my commission bidder at 60. Sold £60 to buyer CT3161. Thank you very much. Lot 360, hanger cutlers here. Start me off, please, at £50 at £50. At £50, do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do I see 50? Do I see £50 anywhere? At £30 at 30. At £30 or less. At £30 at £30. Do I see £30 anywhere? At £30 is bid on these live auctions. At 30. At £30 is bid then. At £30 at 30. Any advance at £30 at 32. On Easy Live Auctions still. Sarah, we've got to be quicker. At £32 on Easy Live Auctions. Do I see £35 over? Yes, I do. Sarah at 35. At £35 on the Sarah then. At 38 back on Easy Live Auctions at 38. Do I see 40 anyway? Looking for 40. At £38 at 38. Any advance at £38. Selling away at 38. 40. Just before that for the gavel. On Easy Live on the Sarah at £40 it is then. At £40 at £40 at £40 then. Fair warning then at 40. Sold £40 to SR.
194 2266.
Thank you, James. Lot 361. Reproduction swords here and the period fall fencing sword. Start with at £40, please. Do I see 40? Do I see £40 anyway? Looking for 40. Any interest at 40? At 40, at 40. At £10 then. At £10. Do I see £10 anyway? Looking for 10. Do I see £10 anyway? Yes, I do. Straight away on the Serum at £10. Do I see the bid at 12? At £10 is bid. At 12 is bid on these live auctions at 15 now. At 18 is the bid. At 20. At 20. At £20 is bid. Do I see £22 anyway? At 20 is bid. At 20 is bid. Fair warning then. Selling away at £20. 22 before the hammer, we're going to have to reopen that back on the Serum at £22 on the Serum. At £22 on the Serum bidding at 22, 25 back on these live auctions. Do I see £28 anywhere? At 25, at 25, at £25. Sold 25 to buy at 641. Thank you. Lot 362. Rather fantastic heady cavalry sword here. Start me off, please, at £250. At £250. Do I see 250? Do I see £250 anywhere? Looking for 250. At 250. At £250. At 200 then. At £200 then. Do I see £200 anywhere? Looking for 200. At £200 then. At 150 then. Do I see 150? Do I see £150 anywhere? Looking for 150. Do I see 150 for this? It's a good thing at 150. I can't believe this. At £150 then. Any interest at 150? 120. I will not go any lower. At 120. Do I see 120 anywhere? £120 with you ahead of the internet, at 120 with you. In the room at 120. At 120 in the room. Do I see 130 anywhere? At £120 with you, sir. At the back at 120. Fair warning at £120. Sold by 192. Thank you. Lot 363. We should have a telephone bidder for this. So I don't know where they are. But we have a bid straight in on the internet at £200 is bid. At £200 is bid on the internet at 200. At £200 then. At £200. Can you send a message? 220 on these live auctions at 220. 240 back on the Serum at 240. Do I see £260 anyway? Yes, I do at 260. At £260 on the Serum at 260. Do I see £280 anywhere? Looking for 280. At 260, 280 now back on these live auctions at 280. Do I see £300 anywhere? Looking for £300. At 280. At £280 is bid. At 280. At £280 is bid then. Are we all done then? Selling away at £280. Sold 280. To buy at 584. Lot 364. Please can you stop me off at £100? Do I see £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. Do I see £100 anywhere? 130 is bid at 130. At 130 is bid at 130. 170 is the bid now at 180. At 180. At 190 now at 190. Do I see £200 anywhere? Looking for 200. At £190 is bid. At £200 now the Serum bidding at £200. At £200 on the sale room at 200. 220 on Easy Live Auctions at 220. At 220. At £220. Any advance at 220, selling away at 220, 240, no I'm not. At 240 on the Serum now. Serum bidding at 240, 260, back on Easy Live Auctions at 260. At 260, on Easy Live Auctions at 280, back on the Serum at 280. At £280 now. Any advance at 280. At £280 then. Fair warning at £280. Sold 280 to buy at SR.
153.
153.
4677.
4677. Thank you. Lot 365. Practice mine here. Start me off, please. At £40. At £40. At £40. At £40. Any interest at 40? Do I see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do I see £40 anywhere? Any interest online or in the room? Any mine collectors out there? At £40. At £40, at £40, at 20 then. At £20, do I see £20 anywhere? Looking for 20. It's a gift at 20. At £20 bid on Easy Live Auctions. At 22 at £22. At £22 on Easy Live Auctions at 22. At £22. Do I see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. Fair warning at £22. 25 with you, sir. Ahead of the internet at £25. 28 against you now. £30 like £30 you have. At £30 at 32 against you now. 35 now. Are you sure, sir? Oh, I'm missing out on a great steal there. At £32 on the internet at 32. Fair warning. Still change your mind. Sold £32 to buy a 610 on the internet. Lot 366. Deactivated Grenadier. Starting off, he's bidding straight in on the serum at £40 then. At £40, at £40, at £40. On the serum bidding at £40 then. On the sale room at £40. At 42 on Easy Live Auctions. At £42 on Easy Live Auctions. At 45 back on the serum room. Serum bidding at 48 now on Easy Live Auctions. At 48. At £48. At 50 back on the sale room. We've got a battle of the platforms here. At £50 on the serum. Are we all done then? At £50, you've all had a chance at 50. Fair warning at £50. £50 to buy SR
162
162.
9233.
Thank you, James. All right, lot 362. Again, more 367. Sorry, my apologies. Start me off at £50 at £50. Do I see £50? Making up numbers, aren't I? At £50. At £50. Do I see £50 anyway? Do I see 50? £50 I have on Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 is bid. At £50 on Easy Live Auctions is bid. On Easy Live Auctions at £50. At £50 any advance at 50. At 55 on the sale room now. At 55 sale room bidding at 55. 60 back on Easy Live Auctions at 60. At £60 at 60. At £60 at 60. Are we all done then? At £60 at 65. No, we're not. Back on the sale room at 65. At £65 at £70 now. Back on Easy Live Auctions. Are we all done then? At £70. Ceremony coming back in at 75. Fair warning, it will be sold to our Easy Live Auctions bidder at £70. Sold £70 to buyer 603. Lot 368. Well, am I right? Start me off, please. At £50 then. At £50 to £50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. At £50 to £50. At 30 then at 30. At 30 then at 30. Do I see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. Yes, I do at £30. At 32 is the bid. On Easy Live Auctions at 38 now. At £38 at 40. At £40 is the bid. On Easy Live Auctions at 40. On Easy Live Auctions at £40. At 42 now. On the serum at 42. At £42 then. At £42, 45 back on Easy Live Auctions at 45. At 45 on Easy Live Auctions. Fair warning then at 48 then. On the serum, back on the serum at 48. At 50 is the bid now. On the serum at 55 is the bid. At 55 on the serum at 55 at 60 now. At £60 is the bid on the serum. 65 back on the serum. Serum bidding at £65. Do I see £70 anywhere? In the room 9 at 70. At 70. At 65 then. Do I see £70 anywhere? Fair warning then. Selling away to what? It's serum bidder at 65. So no, I'm not back on the 70. At 75 now. At £75. At 75. Are we all done then? At £75. Fair warning at 75. At £80. At 80. At £80 we have on the serum at 85 now. Do I see 90? At 85 do I see 90? At 85 do I see 90? At 85, it's a tricky one this one. At £85, we're selling away at 85. £85 to SR
145 357.
Rude. Math learning like this. Okay, moving on to lot 369. Some more grenades again. Start me off, please, at £50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Do I see 50? Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. £50 straight in on Easy Live Auctions at 55 and 65 now. At 70. Do I see £75 anywhere? Yes, I do at 80 now. At 85 and 90 now. At £90 is bid at 95 now. Do I see 100? At 95 on 100 now on the serum. Serum bidding at £100. Do I see 110 anywhere? At £100 on the serum at 100. At £100 at 110 now on Easy Live Auctions at 110. At £110 at 120 now. At 120 on the serum at 120. At 120 now. At 120. Any advance at 120. At £120 on the serum at £120. You're all done then. And selling away at 120. Sold 120 to buyer SR
153 4677.
Thank you, James. Lot 370, DPSH magazine. Yeah, okay. Start me off, please. At £40 and £40. Do I see £40 anywhere for this collection of magazines here? At £40 and £40 and £40. Any interest at 40? At 20, then at 20. At £20. Do I see any interest at 20 then? At £20. At £20 is bid at 20 on Easy Live Auctions at 20 then. At £20 at £20 at £20 at 20. At £20 are we all done at 22 on Easy Live Auctions at 22. Easy Live Auctions bidding at £22. At £22, Sarah, we have to be quick. At 25 on Sarah now. At £25 on the Sarah at 25. At 25, 28 on Easy Live Auctions at 28. On Easy Live Auctions at 28. On Easy Live Auctions at 28. At £28 and 30 back on the Sarah at £30 and £30 on the Sarah at 30. At £30 and £30. Any advance at £30. Are we all done then? At £30 I'm selling away at 32, now I'm on £32. At £32 do I see £35 anywhere? I'm selling away at £32. Sold £32 to 5663. Okay, thank you. Lot 371 has been withdrawn. So we're moving on to lot 372, the anti-personnel Claymore drill kit. Start me off at £80. At £80 and £80. At £80, do I see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. At £80 is bid online at £80. At £80 is bid. At £80 at £80. Any advance at 80. At £80 at £80. Any further bidding at £80, I can and will sell at £80. Fair warning. Sold to our main bidder at £80 by SR 153. Thank you, James. Lot. Sorry, bear with me. Lot 373. Replica piece here. Start me off at £70. Do I see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. Do I see 70? Do I see £70 for this? Looking for £70. At 50, then at 50. At £50 at 50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for £50. £50 is bid online at 50. At £55 now on Easy Live Auctions at 55. At 55 at 55. Do I see 60? Yes, I do on the Sarah at 60. Sarah bidding at £60 at 65. Back on Easy Live Auctions at 65 and 70. Back on the Sarah at £70. At 75, do I see £75 anywhere? At 75 now, back on Easy Live Auctions at 75. At £75, do I see 80? Do I see 80 anywhere? James, at 75 on Sarah, please. At £75. At 75, do I see 80? At £80, thank you very much, Sarah. At £80 and £80. At £80, any advance? At £80, are we all done at £80? Sending away to our Sarah bidder at £80. £80 to buy SR. 15346. Thank you. Lot 374. The display board here, start me off at £40, please. Do I see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do I see 40? Do I see 40? Looking for £40. Any interest at 40 in the room or online at 40? £20 then. Let's try 20. Do I see £20 anywhere? Looking for 20. 20 online, 22 would you like, sir? 22 you have, your bids are at 22. Ahead of the internet, 22, 25 against you, 28 would you like? 28 you have, sir, your bid at 28, 30 against you. 32 would you like, sir? Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, at £30. At £30 at £30 then. On the internet at £30. Are we all done then? At £30, at 32, no we're not, at £32 now. On Easy Live Auctions at 32. 35 back on the Sarah at 35. Do I see £38 anywhere? £38, thank you, sir. At £38. At £38 on in the room at 40 against you now, sir. At £40, at £40, at £40. At £40, are we all done at £40? On Easy Live Auctions at 42 now, back on the Sarah, back where we began at 42. At £42, any advance at 42. At £42, selling away at 42. So £42 to buyer SR. 15346. Thank you. Lot 375. Start me off, please. At £40. Do I see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do I see £40 anywhere for the shells? £40 anywhere. Do I see 40? At 20 then. Do I see £20 anywhere? At 20. At 20. At £20 anywhere. Looking for 20. Do I see £20 anywhere? Any interest? At 20. At £10 then. At £10. At £10. At £10 for the shells. Come on, folks. Great umbrella stand. At £10. I don't know how big they're actually. £10. Do I see £10 anywhere? Any interest at 10? Fair warning then, at £10, we'll sort everything in the sale. I'll pay you back afterwards. At £10. Thank you, Joe. At £10. At £10, we all done at 10, fair warning. At £12, we've got an internet there at £12. At £12, are you coming back in, Joe? 15 with you then, at £15 with you, in the room at 15. £15 in the room. Are we all done then? At £15, selling away to you, sir, at 15. £15 to buy at 108, thank you. Lot 376. We've got some more shells here, and a cow shell casing. Starting off at £40, please. Do I see 40? Do I see 40? 40 bids straight in at £40 at £40. At £40 straight in. Any further interest at 40? At £40 on the maiden bid. At £40 then. At 42, back on the serum at £42. Do I see 45? Yes, I do on Easy Live Auctions now. At £45. 48 is the next bid. 48 we have. At 50 is the bid now. On Easy Live Auctions at 50. At 50. At £50 is bid at £50. At 55 now on serum at 55. At £55, serum bidding at 55. £55 on the serum, we all done at £55. Selling away to the serum at 55. So £55 to buy an SR.
1690911.
Thank you. Lot 377, the Canadian £18 artillery shell here. A lot of interest on this piece. Please start me off at £50. Do I see 50? Or we have 90 straight away. As I thought, at £90, I need advance at 90. At 90, at 95. Do I see 90? Or we have 90. At £90 then. At £90, at 95, at 95, £100 now on Easy Live Auctions at 100. 110 back on the serum at 110. 120 back on Easy Live Auctions at 120. 130 back on 140 now. At 140, 150 back on the serum at 150. 160 back on Easy Live Auctions. 170 on the serum at 170. 180 back on Easy Live Auctions at 190. Back on the serum at 190 on the serum at 190. Serum bidding at 190. At 190 on the serum. Serum bidding at 190, 200. Back on Easy Live Auctions at £200 then. At 200, 220. Back on the serum at 220. Do I see 240 anywhere? At £240. Back on Easy Live Auctions at 240. 260. Back on the serum at 260. Do I see 280 anywhere? Yes, I do at £280. On Easy Live Auctions at 280. £300 is bid then. At 300. A little bit above estimate here. At £300. At £300. At £300. 320 now. Back on Easy Live Auctions at 320. 340. Back on the serum then. At £340. Do I see £360 anywhere? At £340 is bid. At 340. At 340. Are we all done then? At £340, Easy Live Auctions, are you coming back in at 360? You've all had a chance at 340. Fair warning. Sold. £340 to buy SR.
1690911.
Thank you, James. Lot 378. Start me off, please, at £50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. £50 is bid straight in away. At £50 is 60 now. At £60 is bid. At £60 is 60. Any advance at 70 now. At £70 is bid. Do I see £75 anywhere? Do I see 75? I've got 80 bid. I've got 90 bid. Do I see £100 anywhere? Do I see 100? At 90 bid. At 90. At 90. Any advance at 90. At 90 what? 95 with you, sir. At 100 against you now. 110 would you like? 110 you have, sir. You'll bid at 110. At 110. 120 against you. 130 would you like? 130 you have, sir. Your bid at 130. At £130. I think you've scared away the bidders on Easy Live Auctions at 130 your bid, sir. Fair warning. Sold. 130 to buy at 196. Thank you. Lot 379. Another collection of shells. Start me, please, at £30. Do I see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. Do I see 30? Do I see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. £10 there. £10. A lot of shells there at £10. £10 with you, sir. At £10 is bid. At £10 is bid. At 12 against you. 15 would you like? 15 you have, sir. You'll bid at 15. Do I see £18 anywhere? Looking for 18. At £15 and at £15. In the room at £15. Selling away at £15. 18 against you. 20 would you like, sir? I'll shake your head at 20. At £18 with our Easy Live Auction bidder. At £18. So 18. Buy 555. Lot 380. Please start me off at £10 again. We'll start off at £10 again. At £10. At £10. At £10 with you in the room, sir. At £10 ahead of the internet. At £10 ahead of the internet. At 10. At 10. At £10. Any further bidding at 12 against you. 15 would you like? 15 you have. Your bid at 15 then. At £15 at 15. Any advance at £15 then. At £15 we all done then at 15. 18 against you. 20 would you like? Shake that at 20, at £18, on the serum at 18, fair warning then at £18. So £18 to buyer.
194, 2266.
Thank you. $183, lot 183, sorry, 381. I'm reading it backwards, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm tired, that's what it is. Lot 40, start me off, sorry, lot 381. Start me off at 40, my apologies, it's getting very confusing up here. Start me off for £40, please. Do I see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do I see £40 anywhere? £40, £10 there, at £10, at £10, at £10 is a bid at £10, thank you very much. On the Sarah at 15 now, on these like waters at 20 is a bid, at £20 is a bid, at 20. At £20 is a bid, at 22 with you, sir, at 25 against you already, 28 would you like, 28 you have, sir, at 30 against you, 32 you have, 32 your bid, 35 against you, 38 would you like, shake your head at 38, 35 is against you, on easy like waters at £35, at 35, any further bidding at £35, fair warning 35, so £35 by 580. Lot 382, got it right there. Start me off, please, at £40. Do I see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do I see £40 anywhere? Start me off at 40. At £10 then. At £10. At £10 with you, sir. At 10. At £10 then. At £10. At £10 in the room. At £10 in the room. Room bidding at £10. At £10 with you, sir. In the room at 10. Any advance at 10. 12 against you on Easy Live Auctions at £12. At 15 now. At 15. 18 would you like? 18 you have. Your bid, sir. At £18 then. At £18, do I see 20 anywhere? At £18 in the room, do I see 20? Fair one then. Your bid, sir. At £18. Sold. £18 to buyer 108. Lot number 383. Start me off, please. At £50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do I see £50 anywhere? Start me off at 50. At £50 then. At 20 then. At £20 then. Do I see 20? Do I see £20 anywhere? Looking for 20. Do I see £20 anywhere? At £10 then. At 10. At 10 with you, sir. At £10 in the room. £10 bid. At £10 bid. At 12 against you. 15 would you like? 15 you have. Your bid at 15 then. At £15 at 15. At £15. Any advance? At £15. Fair warning. Room bidding at 15. Sold £15 to buyer 108. Thank you. Lot 384. Pair of German. Those are going to be sort of £1 shells. Start me off, please, at £20. Do I see £20 anywhere? Looking for 20. Do I see £20 anywhere? Do I see 20? Do I see £20 anywhere? Do I see 20? £10 then. Do I see 10? Do I see 10? £10 with you, sir. In the room at 10. At £10 ahead of the internet. At £10. At £10 ahead of the internet. At £10. Any advance at £10. £12 against you. 15 you like. 15 you have. Your bid at 15. Do I see 20? Do I see 18 anywhere? Looking for 18. At £15 then. Your bid, sir. At £15 in the room at 15. So £15 to buyer. Your buyer's number business 119. Thank you. Lot 385. Another pair of £1 shells. Start me off again at £10, please. Do I see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. £10 with you, sir. In the room at 10. At £10. At £10. At £10. Any advance at £10. Fair warning, selling away to you, sir. Our main bidder at £10. Sold. £10 to buyer 108. My last sheet of the day, lot 386. Start me off, please, at £50 this collection here. Quite a vast collection. Start off at 50, please. Do I see 50? 50 bids straight in on the serum at 50. At £50 at 50. At £50 at £50 at £50. Any advance at £50 then. Fair warning at £50. Selling away to our main bidder at 50. So £50 to buyer SR.
200, 6352.
Lot 387. Start me off, please, at £40 at £40. Do I see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do I see £40 anywhere? At £40 at £40 at £10 there. At £10. Do I see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. Do I see £10 anywhere? At £10. At £10. At £10 anywhere. Come on, folks, at £10. Are you a bidder, sir? At £10. Fair warning then, at £10. At £10 with you, sir. At £10. Thank you very much. At £10. Selling away at £10. Lot 388. World War I British 1916 £6 tank shell, quite unusual. With the £1 there, starting off at £50 please. Do I see 50? Do I see 50 anywhere? Looking for 50. £50 bid, straight in, thank you very much. At 55 is bid, at 55 is bid, at £55, at 55 do I see 60 anywhere? At 55 and 55, any advance at £55, fair warning at 55 I will sell. 55 to buy at SR.
200, 6,352.
Thank you. Lot 389. Mixed collection here, starting off at £30 please. Do I see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. Do I see 30? Do I see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. At £10 then, at 10. At 10. At £10 anywhere. Do I see £10 anywhere? Looking for £10. At £10. At £10. At £10. Fair warning at £10. This will remain with us at £10 will be the first. Fortunately, unsold lot today.
Go on now.
Oh, Joe, saviour.
Well done, Joe.
Well, Joe, you're a good sport. At £10. Thank you, everyone. Both your patience and bidding.
Okay, well done, William. Thank you. Okay, lot number 390, the artillery shell carrier there. And start me with £50 then, please. £50, please. 50, 80 I bid now. £80 I bid. 80 on easy live auctions at 80. At 80 in advance at 85 in the room now. 85 in the room. 90's bid now. Here gets you, sir. 5 a bid. 100 with me. 100 now. 100. 100. 110 in the room now. £110 at 110. Internet, you are out at 110. I'm selling. You will serve on my left. 110 is buyer 192. Good strong start there, thank you very much. And lot 391 now, and it's with me at 180 now, 190 bid. 190 looking for 200 then please. At 190 then, at £190, at 190. At £190 then, at 190, at 190 now, at £200. On Sarah now bidding at 200 then. At 200 then, at 200, at £200, at £200 then, at 200, at 200. It will sell then online on Sarah then at bidding 220 in the room now, 220 against you. In the room at 220 then, £220 then, at 220, at 220. Against you internet, I'm selling in the room, last chance at 240 now, 240 against you. Would you like 260, sir? 240, thank you. At 240 then, I'm selling online at 240. £240 is buyer SR 1,259. Lot number 392 then, the Civil War helmet there, and I'm in on the look at £40 then, at 40, looking for 2 then please, at £40. Made a bid with me at £40, at 40, any advance at £40, at 40, at £40, on commission, 2 out, 2 online there, at 2, at £42, on easy live auctions at 42, selling at 42, all done, and selling at 42. £42 is buyer 560, lot 393 now, the World War II style third right helmets there, 2 in the lot then, £120 start me please, 120 please. At 120, 80 then please, £80, surely at 80. At £80 then, at £80, any interest at £80 then, 60 then please. At £60 then, surely worth £60 please, £60 then. Any interest at £60 then, at 60, 30 then please. At 30, 30 in the room then, thank you, £30 in the room, 30, 32 against you then, 35, 38 bid. £38 at £38 on easy live auctions at 38, 40 the bid now, at £40 at 42 in the room. I've taken 42 in the room, at 42 in the room, at 42, 45 now, 45. Thank you, at £45 I will sell at 45 on the sale now, at £45 all done, and selling at 45. £45 is buyer SR 975813. Lot number 394, combat helmet there, starting at £40 then please. £40, 20 please then for it, £20 then please for the combat helmet there, 20. 20 on bid then, on easy live auctions at £20 then at 20. Any advance at 22 bid, 22 now, at £22, at 25 is bid. At 25, at 25, 28 bid, 28, £30, at £30, 32, at 35, at 35, at £35, at 35, at 35, £38, at 38, at 38, at £38, at 38, at £38, at 38, at £38. All done at £38. I'm selling at 38. £38. They're sold online to buy 560. Lot number 395, the M40 helmet there. Starting at £80 then, please. 80 away then, please. 80 I bid at 170. 170 now on sale at 170 then. At 170. Sarah bidding now 170. It's against you, easy line. 190 bid. 190 now. 190. At 190, 200, 220 bid. 220 now. 240, 260 bid. At £260 now. 260. At 260 then. £260 at 260. On the serum, I will sell at £260, all done. Selling on serum at 260. Sold at £260 to serum bidder SR277049. Moving on swiftly to lot 396, a World War II German M40 helmet there. Stopping at £300 there, please. £300, please. £300 there. 300 then, £200 then please, 200, surely worth 200, 200 I've got now on sale, easy life, 200 sale, 220 now, 220 bid, 220 now, 220 on the serum, 220 on the serum, 240 now, 240 then, 240, at £240 on the serum then, £240, 260 bid now, 260, at 260, at £260, at 260, any advance at 260, I can see you hovering, 280 bid now, at 280, at £280 then, at 280, at £280, at 280 then, 300 is bid, at £300 now, 300, at 300 then, at £300, have we all done? See you hovering here, you're coming back, at £300 then, I'm selling at 320 now, at 320, at 320 then, at 320, selling at £320 then, all done, and selling at 320, 320 is buyer 894612. Lot number 397. A telephone bid. I understand we have a telephone bid for this. Clearly not. Telephone bid. I bid £200 at 200 then. £200 at 200. At 200 I've got on serum at 200. At serum bidding at 200. At 200. 220 then. 220 on easy live auctions at 220. At 220 then. At 220 James. At 220. 240 on easy live now. 240 is easy live. At £240 at easy live. 260 now. 260 on serum at 260. At £260 now. At 260 on serum at £260 then. Are we all done? At £260, 280 in the room now, 280. In the room at 280, 300 is bid now, 320 is bid now. At 320, you sure? At 320 then, I'm selling on the sale room now at £320, all done, and selling at 320. 320 is buyer SR1149342. Lot number 398, the Luftwaffe helmet there, the paratrooper one there. I have a telephone bid for this.
Jeremy, that was one you struck
Okay,
off,
no problem, thank you. Starting with £700 then, please. £700 then, please. 700 then, please. £700 then. £500 then. Any interest at £500 then, please, for the helmet. £300 then. Any interest at 300 then? Thank you, 300 bid. Thank you. The room at 300 then. I have £300 in the room at 320 now on my left. At 320. At 320. Thank you. On my left at £320 then. In the room I will sell £320 then. Any advance then I will sell on my left at 340 is against you now. 340, would you like 360, sir? Surely worth that extra bid. Thank you. 360 in the room now. Still below estimate. At £360 then, I'm selling in the room. Your last chance sale is coming. Please bid quickly. At £360, I sell in the room at 360. £360 is buyer 108. Thank you very much. Lot number 399. World War II German style helmet there. Start me at £100, please. £100 then. £100. Any interest at £100, please. £50 then to go. 50 in the room now. 50 bid in the room at £50 then. In the room at 50. I'm looking for 5, please, online. At £50 in the room at £50 then. At £50, we all done. It's the main bid in the room. I will sell it. Any further interest then? I sell at £50. All done at 50. £50. Same bar as last. 108. Clean sheet for me. We move on to lot number 400 now. The helmet there, the German helmet there. Start me at £100 then, please. At 100, at £100 please, 100 is bid, straight in at the sale at £100 at 100. at £100, 110 now, 110, at 120 now, at 130 bid. On sale at 130, I have 130 then. Looking for 140, 140 is bid. The sale room is out at 140 on Easy Live Auctions at £140. At 140 then. At 150 now, on sale now at 150. Sale room bidding at 160 now on Easy Live Auctions at 160. Are you coming back to the sale room? At £160 then, I will sell at 160. At £160 then. Are we all done? I'm selling them on Easy Live Auctions at 160. All done and selling. 160 is buyer 574. Lot 401, the helmet there, seems World War II German there, M42. £200 start me please. £200 then please. £200 then, £200 I bid then, £200 I bid, straight in on sale at 200 then. At 200, any advance of 200, 220s in the room now. Bidding in the room at 220, 240 is bid now. 240 bid, at 260 is bid now, 260 bid, at £260. And would you like 280, sir? At £260 is against you, sure. At 260, I'm selling to the sale room this time. At £260 is against the room. I sell at 260. £260 then is SR 1259. Lot number 402 now. The M40 helmet there, the German one there, £200 start me please, £200 I bid then, on Easy Live Auctions at 200 then, at 200, at £200 then, at 200, at 200, at £200 then, at 200 then, any advance at 220 now, I've got 220 bid on the sale at 220, at 220, Sarah bidding at 220, at £220 then, at 220, at 220, any advance then, I sell to the Sarah bidder at £220. 220 is buyer SR 1920735. Lot number 403, the M42 steel helmet there again, the German one, and start with £500 then please. £500, 500 is bid, thank you, at 500, straight in at 500 then. At 500, any advance at £500? At £500 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £500 then. At 500, any advance then at £500 then. I'm selling then at £500 then on Easy Live Auctions, 520 now, 520 now, at 520 then, at 520, at £520 then, at 520, looking for 540, I've got 550 now, 550, at 550, at £550 then on Easy Live Auctions, at 550 then, at 550, at £550, are you coming back, Sarah? At £550 then I will sell to Easy Live Auctions at £550, all done at 550. 550 is buyer 545. Lot number 404. And the French helmet there, start me £40 then please. £40 then. Any interest at £40 then? 20, £20, any interest at 20 then please. £20 is bid, thank you, at £20 then on 22 now bid, 22, at 22, 28 now bid, at 28, £30 is bid, at 30, at 32, £32, 32, 5 bid, 35 now, at 35, 38 bid, 38 now, 40 the bid, at £40 then, all online at £40, nothing from the room, room is quiet for this one, at £42 then, at 42 then, all done, selling at 42, at 42, 5 bid, 45 bid, 48 bid, at 48 then, at 48, at £48, I'm selling on Easy Live at 50 the bid, at 50 bid, at £50, at 55, at £55, all done, at £55, selling at 55. £55 is buyer 560. Lot number 405, World War I Imperial German M17 helmet there. £40 start me please, 40 the bid, I straight in at £40 there. At 40 looking for 2 now please, I've got 40, I need a 2 please, 42 is bid, at 45, 50 the bid now, 50 bid, 50 bid, 5 bid, 60 the bid now, 60 bid on the sale room now. At £60 then on the sale room then, at £60 sale room bidding at 60, at 65, now Easy Live Auctions at 65. Looking for 70 please, 70 is bid, £70 is bid, on Easy Live Auctions at 70, at £70 then, 5 bid, 75 bid, at 75 then, any advance at 75, I'm selling at 80 now, at £80, at 80, at 80, above estimate at 80, 5 bid, 85 now is bid, at £85, at 85, any advance at 85, we're all done at 85 then, selling on Easy Live Auctions at 85. £85 is buyer 526. Lot number 406 now, the German helmet there, £70 start me please, £70 is bid, trading on the Serum, £70, at 70 on the Serum now, £70, on the Serum then, 75 in the room, 75 bidding in the room is 75, 8 the bid against you sir, trading bid back, at 80 would you like the 5, 85 is bid in the room, £85, room bidding at 85, 90 they're in, at £90 and at 90 would you like the 5, 95 bid, thank you very much, 100, they're straight back in with that bid at 100, would you like the 10, at 100 sir, 100 against you, 110, back in the room at 110, 120, at 120, they really want this one, at 120, you sure? At £120, and at 120 against you sir, you're going to lose this one, at £120, I sell at 120, 130 you're back in, at 130, back in at 120, 140 now is bid, at 140, now you're out at 140, at 140 then, at £140 then I'm selling on the Serum, at 140, thank you. Online, thank you to the underbidder in the room, thank you, 409, 473. 409, 473. Lovely. Lot 407, the Battlefield Find helmet there, and start me £40 then please, £40 away please, 40, £40 for the helmet there please, 20 then please for it, 20, £20 bidding in the room, thank you, I've got 20, would you like 2 sir? No, it's a fight here, the fight. Not an actual fight, not yet anyway. 22 is against you both. Would you like 25? 25, thank you. 25 then. At 25 then. At £25. It's in the room at 25. Against the internet then. At 25, I sell yours, sir. At 25. 28 against you now, sir. Would you like 30? At £28 is against you. £30. Back in the room at 30 then. At £30 against you, easy live. At £30 then, I'm selling at 30. Are we all done? Selling then at 30. £30 is buyer number, sorry, 108. Thank you very much. Lot 408 now is the helmet there. And I'm in on the book, commission bid here of £150 then at 150, at 150 with me on commission at 150, at 150, looking for 160 please, at £150 then. At 150, World War I period there, at £150 then, any advance then, I'm selling it, it's a commission bid, at £150, any advance then, my commission bid, I sell at 150, £150 is buyer 11266, that's my commission bid, at £150. Now, moving on swiftly to 409, US Army there. And starting at 120 please, at 120, 120 I'm bid, trading at 120, on easy live auctions at 140, at 160's bid, at 160 now, on easy live at 170, 180 bid, 180 now, 190 Serum, 220 now, on the Serum at 220, on the Serum at 220, at 220 then, at 220, any advance at £220 then, at 220 then, at £220, on the Serum at 220, any advance then, I will sell then at 220, all done at 220, 220 is sold, Serum bidder, Serum bidder is 1996,324. Moving along swiftly, it's a clean sheet for me, another one to go, thank you for moving there. Lot 410, the Italian helmet there, £40 is straight in at 40 then, at £40, at 40, at £40 then, at 40, any advance at 2 now, 42 on easy live auctions at 42 then, at 42 then, any advance at 42 then, at £42, at 42, at 42, running out of steam then, I'm selling then at 42, all done selling at 42, £42 is buyer 641. Lot number 411, the Japanese helmet there. Start with £300 please, 300 then, at £300 then, at 300. Any advance at £300 then, at 300 then, £200 please, 200, any interest at 200, £200 I have, at £200 then, at 200, on easy live auctions at 200 then, at 200, any advance at 200 then, all done at £200 then, I'm selling then, on easy live auctions at £200. £200 is buyer 513. Lot number 412. The World War II helmet there, American then. £40 please. Start me at 40. 40 I have then on easy live auctions at £40. At 40. At £40 to 40 I've got already, James. I need 42 please. At 45 is bid now. 45. At £45 is bid. At 45, looking for 8 now, please. At 45. At 45, 50 the bid now. 50 bid. At £50 then is bid. At 50 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 50. Any advance then? I'm selling at £50. Pulled up at 50. Fair warning being given at £50. £50 sold at 50 to buyer 550 for 500. Lot number 412 now, the French M26 helmet there, £50 please. £50 start me, £50 then, 30 and away then please, 30 surely. Here to be sold at 30. £30 then please, 30 on bid then, not 32, 35 I have, 38 now, 40 the bid, at £40 then, at 42 then, at 45, at 48 bid, 50 the bid, 5 bid, 60, 60, at £60 then, at £60, at 60, any advance at 60, I sell at 60 then, all done at £60 then, at 60, all done and selling at £60, fair warning at 60, £60 then is buyer 574. Moving along to lot 414 now, the World War II Foreign Service there, the pith helmet there, and the tin included. £70 please, start me. £70, £70, £50 then please. £50, any interest at £50 please. 50, 30 then. Any interest at 30, surely. 30 I've got seated at 30. On my left, well, 30, 32 I've got now. Against you, I've got 2. I've taken Easy Live 32. Who wants 5? So I'm looking for 35, please. 35 top left. Thank you. 38 then. Against you, sir. Would you like 40? 40 back in the room at £40. At 40. 42 now. At 42. 45 now in the room at 45. 48's bid. Straight in at 48. 50 the bid back in the room at 55 already. At 55, thank you anyway, sir. At 55 then. At 55. Any advance from the room then or the sale room at 55? I sell at 55. All done. £55. 55 is buyer 574. Same buyer class. Lot 415, the RAF type helmet there, and start me at £50 then, at 50 please, £50 then, £50, £30 then please, 50 I'm bid now, at 50 looking for 5 please, the RAF helmet, at £50 then, looking for 5, at £50 please, at 50, any advance at £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, any advance at 50, I'm selling, made a bid then, on the serum, at £50, all done at 55 bid, 55. At 55, then on the sale at 55. Nothing from the Easy Live on this one. I'm selling at 55, sold at 55 to buy SR 1874163 is the buyer. 416, the Vickers pattern steel helmet there, 120 please, 120 please, £100 then. Got 120 now, at 120, I got 180 now, 190's bid, 190 then, at 190, 200 bid, at 200 then, at 200 then, on Easy Live, on Sarah now, 240, 240 Easy Live then, at £240 on Easy Live auction, 260 on the Sarah now, at 260, Sarah bidding at £260 at 260, at 260 on the Sarah then, at 260, any left at 260. Easy Live coming back, we've had lots of time, at 260 I sell, to the Sarah bid then, at 260, last chance online, £260 is SR321925. Lot 417. Flying helmet there. Start me at £50 please. £50 is bid then. Easy Live auctions at 55, 60 the bid, 60 on the serum now. 60 I've got on the serum, 70 bid, 5 bid, 5, 75 now. At 75 on the serum. The Easy Live's out at £75. Serum bidding at 80 bid, 80 the bid now on the serum at £80 then. At 80, any advance then? I will sell then on the serum at £80. All done at 80. Fair warning then at 80. 85, just in time at 85. At 85 then, at 85, 90 the bid now, at £90 then at 90, any advance at 90, at £90, all done, at £90, 5, just in time at 95, any left then, at 95, all done, and selling at 95, 100 then, at 100 then, any advance at 100 then, at 100, I'm selling on the serum at £100, £100 then is by SR732255. Lovely. 418 now is the flying helmet there. Starting £50 then, please. £50 then, please. 50 is bid then. Looking for 5 now, please. At £50 there on the serum. 55. 60 the bid now. 60 bid. At 60. At 60 bid. 65. 70 bid now. At £70. 5 bid. 75. I've I've got 75, it's all on the serum at 85 now, bid, 85, at 85 pounds at 85 then. 85 serum bidding at 90 bid, it's too late I'm afraid, 90 serum, 5 bid, 95 on the serum, at 95 on the serum now, 100 pounds then, at 100, at 100 pounds at 100. Looking for that 10 please, at 110, there it is, at 110, at 110 then, at 110, on the serum at 110, 120, it's rolling on now, 120, at 120, Easy Live, are you all done? At 120 then, it's against the room, against Easy Live, I sell to the serum at 120, 120 pounds is SR 360, 435. Final one on this sheet is lot 419, British RAF there, World War II, flying helmet there, 150, start me please, 150 pounds there, 150, 160 I bid, 160, 160 I am bid, 180 bid, 180, 180 pounds there, 180 then, at 180 pounds there, at 180, 200, 220 bid, 220, 240 bid, 240 pounds at 240 then, at 240 pounds at 240, 260 now bid, 260, 280 bid now, 280, all on the serum for 280. Easy Life, come on in, 300 pounds is bid, 300 then, at 300, I've got 300 on Easy Life, 320 serum then, 320, serum bidding now, 320, 340, serum's 360, 380 on serum now, at 380, at 380, 380 on serum, at 380 pounds, 400 pounds, Easy Live Auctions at 400 pounds, at 400, any advance then, at 400 pounds, and I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at 400, nothing from the room, serum's run out of steam, selling then at 400 pounds, and to Easy Live Auctions at 400, 400 pounds then is by 607. There's a fresh sheet. Thirsty work, so I'm going to have a little drink to boost me up a little bit. Moving on to lot 420 is the World War II helmet there, and £50 start me please, 50's bid, at £50 then on Easy Live Auctions at 50, looking for 5 now please, at £50 then, at 50, any advance at 55 then, at 50, at £50 then, it's the made a bid on Easy Live Auctions at 55 then, at 55 in the room, at 55 in the room bidding at 55 then, at 55 for the Beach Master there, at 55, £55, let me know your number again please sir. It's 108. Lovely. Moving on now is lot 421 now. It's the World War II Dispatch Rider's helmet there. £100 start me please. 100 is bid. £100 then is bid. Looking for 10 now please. 110 is bid. On Easy Live Auctions at 110. At 110 on Easy Live. 120 then on the Sarah now. At 120. Sarah bidding at 120. At 120 then. Selling on the Sarah at 120. Easy Live, are you back in? At 120. Sarah bidding. I will sell to you at 120, 130, just in time, 130 on Easy Live Auctions, at 130, at 130 then, at 130 pounds then, at 130, any advance then, at 130 I sell, 130 is by 610, 422, the steel helmet there, £50 start me there, 2 in the lot, £50 is bid, at 50, at £50 then, at 50, 60, 70 bid now, £70 is bid, at 70, looking for 5 now please, at 70, 80 is bid, £80 at 80, it's still an Easy Live I'm afraid, it's against the room, against the Sarah and Marcel at 85 now, at 85, at £85, anything, you're all looking at me, at 85 then, nothing then, at 85 I will sell Easy Live Auctions, your chance is coming, at 85, 85 is by 610. Lot 423, the British Airways Woods helmets there, 2 in the lot, £50 is bid on serum, I've got 50 on the serum then, at 50 serum, 55 now is bid, 55, 65, 75 bid, at £75 on Easy Live, at 80 the bid, 80 the bid, 80, 90 bid, at £90 then on the serum, at £90 at 90, at £90, any left from Easy Live Auction at 90, I sell at 90 then, at £90, all done at 90, selling at £90 then, £90 then is by 1919735. Moving on swiftly to 424 then, the British Homefront Special Police helmet there, £40 then please, £40, 60 on bid, it's £60 then at 60, at 65, 65, 70, 65, at £70, at £70, at 70 on Easy Live Auctions at 70, at 75, bid, 75 on the Sarah at 75, bid at 75, where is £80 please at 75, are we all done at 8 to 75 then? I'm selling then at 75, £75, that's the sale room then. 732255. Moving along to 425, the home front police helmet there. £40 please, start me, 40 I bid then, at 45, 55, 55 bid at 55, at 55 then, at £55 on Easy Live then, at 55, 60 the bid now on Easy Live still on bidding at £60 then, at £60 then, at £60 then, at 60, coming back Sarah, I see you all excited, at 65 there it is, at 65 then, at 65, at £65 you're wrapping up at 65, I'm selling 70 bid on Easy Live Auctions at 70, at £70 James, at 70, at £70 then, at 75 then, at 75, at 75 then, at 75 on Sarah then, at 75 then, I sell at £75, all done. 75 is 1363641. Moving on swiftly to 427, the Ordnance Department's officers home service helmet there, nice helmet it is too, £200 then please, £200 I bid then, at 200 then, straight in at £200 then, at 200, any advance at £200, 220 I've got in the room, I've got 220 in the room now, at 220, at 220, at 220 in the room at 220 then, at 220, looking for 240 please, at 220, 240 now in the room, at 260 now in the room, at 260, at 260 in the room at 260, looking for 280 please, Easy Live, you coming back? At £260 then, I sell in the room at £260 then, all done, last chance Easy Live at 240, 240 is, sorry 260, apologies, 260 at buy 192, apologies, yeah. Lot 427 then, possibly an all-night issue, riot helmet there, £40, £40 I bid then, at £40 then, straight in at £40 on Easy Live Auctions at 40 then, at £40, any advance at 40, at £40 then, at 40, any advance then, it's the maiden bid on Easy Live Auctions at £40, at £40, any advance then, I will sell at £40 to the bid, room, at 45, against you sir, would you like 48, 48 bid, 50 the bid now, 50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 then, last chance sir, at £50 then, I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £50 then, all done at 50. £50 is buyer 592. Lot number 428 then, the helmets and berries there, collection of £70, start me please, £70 I bid at £70, at £80, at £80 now, at 80, at £80, 90 I bid, 5 bid, 95, £100 is up now, at 100 up, at £100, at 110 bid on Sarah now, 110, at 110, at 110, good collection there, 120. Good value still at 120, 130, at 130. Look at what you're buying there for 140 now, 140, at 140, at 140, 150 bid, 150, at 150, at 160 now, 160 on Easy Live Auctions at 160, at 160, at £160. Are we all done? I'm selling at 160. Easy Live Auctions has this at £160. 160 is buyer 574. British helmets there, 2 in the lot. Start with £40 then for both, please. £40 then, please. £40. Get there anyway. 40. 20 then, please. £20 then, please. £20 then. Any interest at 20? 20 I bid then at 20. At £20 then, at 20, at 22 now is bid, at 22 then, at 22, at 22 then, at any advance at 22, I'm selling at 22 then, on Sarah then, 5 bid, 25 on Easy Live Auctions at 25, at 25 then, at 25, at 25 on Easy Live Auctions at 28 now, on Sarah at 28, at 28 then, at 28, any advance I sell at £28. £28 is buyer 1363641. Lot number 430, Soviet gas mask there, civilian issue. £50 start me please. £50 then. At £50, £30 then. £30 then please. Any interest at 30? At £30 then please. 30. Any interest at 30 then? 20 for it then please. Surely it's got to be worth 20, surely. 20? 20 I bid then. Thank you. At £20 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 20. At £20 then, at 20, any advance at 20 then, on Easy Live Auctions I will sell at 20, all done and selling at £20, £20, 5, 7, 8, the buyer next time, lot 431, the helmet there, Combat 1, £40 start me please. £40 then please. £40 then. £20 then. Any interest of 20 then? Surely 20 please. £20 then. Any interest? £10 then please. Got to go for tenner surely. £10, 10, 20 I've got now. 20 I have at £20. Looking for 2 please at £20 then. At £20. On the ceremony at 20. At 20. Are we all done? At £20 then. All done and selling then at 20. £20. Sarah bidder is 951937. Lot 432, the armoured vehicle crewmen tanker helmet there. £40 please. £40 then. Any interest of 40 for this one? £40 then. £40 then. I can see you're hovering at 40. 20 then please. £20 then please. 20. It's got to be worth 20 surely. I've got 20 in the room now. 20 too late internet. 20 I have in the room. 22 against you now. 25 now. 25. Would you like 28? 28 now. You're in at 28. At 28 in the room. 30 is against you now. 30. 2 in the room. 32 in the room. At 32 in the room. At 32. At 32. At £32. At 35 against you, sir. 38 now. £38. At 38. £40. At £40. At £40. Short. Thank you. At £40 on the serum. I'm selling at 40. £40, Sarah bidder is 1355701. Lot 433 now, Northern Ireland issue riot helmet there, £70 please. £70 is bid, straight in at £70 then, looking for 5 then, at £70 then, at £70 then, at £70, looking for 5 then. At £70, it's a maiden bid, 5 in the room, thank you sir, 80 is against you now, straight in at 80, 85 now, 90 I've got, 90 I've got, 95 in the room, at 95, online is out at 95, in the room at 95. Any advance then? It's yours, sir. Third row at 95. £95. Your bidding number is, please, 124. Thank you. Lot number 434 now. Brody helmets there, possibly replicas there. I have a commission bid for £40 with me at 40, at £40 then at 40, at £40 then. At 40, any advance then at £40 then, 42 is bid, at 42, commission is out early, at £42 then, at 42, on the sale at 42, any advances against the room, against Easy Life, 45 we're up to now, 45 bid, at £45 then, at 45, at 45, any advance then, at 45, 48, just in time at 48, at 45, 50 bid now, at £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, all done, selling at 50, £50 is by 975813. Lot number 435, the M1 helmet there, so I'm in £80 please. £80 then. £80 the American one at 80. £80 surely at 80. £50 then please. £50 then please. 50. £50 then. 40 then for it. It's got to be at 40 surely. Any interest of 40 then please. £40 then please. Any interest of 40. 20 then. 20. I've got 40 now. At £40 then, at £40 then, at 40. Any interest at 40, any further interest, sorry. At £40 I'm selling then on the serum at 40. £40 is via 951937. Lot number 436, a Cold War power trim I have in there. £100 please. 100 then. £100 please. £150 please then. £50 then. Any interest at 50 please. £50 then. £50, any interest at 50 please. They're to be sold at 50. 30 then for it's going to be a 30. 30 in the room now, thank you, at £30 then. At £30, at 30, any advance at 32 is against you now, online. 35 in the room now, 35 in the room at 35. Bidding in the room at 35, you come back either of you at 35, I will sell at 38 now, just in time at 38, 40 in the room now. £40 in the room at 40, at £40, still in the room at 40. £40 is by 192. Thank you very much. Lot 437, the M1 pattern helmet there. Start with £40 please. £40 then please. £20 then please. 20. 20 for it please then. 20 is good with 20. £20 then. 10 for it then. £10 then. 10 in the room, thank you, at £10 in the room at £10 then. Any advance then? 10, 12 against you now, sir. £12 against you, 15 in the room, £15 in the room at 15, at 18, back with me at 18, 20 in the room now, £20, 22 now, online at 22, at 25 in the room, 25 in the room, at 25, 28 now is against you, sir. Would you like 30? At 28, 30 in the room now, £30 in the room at 30. Any advance then? I'm selling in the room at £30. Last chance, last call at 30. £30 is 108. Thank you. £30. Lot number 438, Swiss helmet there, firefighter Swiss helmet. £40 start me please. £40 then. £40 then. Any interest of 40? 20 then please. £20. Let's get it going at 20. 10 for it then please. 10 then. Any interest of 10? £10 for the firefighter helmet there please. It's got to be over 10 surely. I can't go on until I get 10. 10 I've got. 10 I've got. Thank you. At £10 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 10. At 10. At £10 then. At 10. Any advance then? I'm selling because I made a bit of 10. £10 is buyer 560. Lovely, thank you. Moving on, there's another clean sheet. Thank you, moving there. 439. The flying helmets there. £50 start me, please. £50 there, please, for the flying helmets of 50. £50 then. Any interest of 50? 50. 20 there for 22 there for 20. £20 then. 10 for the both. 10 I've got in the room. Thank you. At £10 then. At £10 then. You advance then at 10. At 12 against you, sir. Now 12. 15 back in the room at 15. At 15. At £15 then. At 15. At 15. At 18 against you now at 18. 20's bid now. £20 is bid. At £20 then. At £20 then. At 20. At £20. All done. Selling at 20. £20 is buyer 192. Lot number 440 now. Cold War. Parachute helmet there. 120 start me please. 200 I'm up to 200 bid. 200 now. I've got 200. 200 on Easy Live Auctions at 200 now. 220, 240 bid. 260 bid. 260, 280 bid. 280 now. 300 bid. £300 then on Sarah there. £300. 320 now. Lots of bidding online. 320, 340 now. 340. 360 bid. 360 at 360 at £360 then. 380 bid. 380. 380 now, £380, £400 at 400 on the Sarah now, 400 at £400 then, at 400 at £400 on the Sarah at 400. Any advance then? I'm selling at 400, 420 now, 420 at 420 at £420, 420, well above estimate of 420. Sarah me coming back, £420. I'm selling to Easy Live Auctions then at 420. Last chance. Last call at 420. £420 by 667. Lots 441. The goggles there, 2 pairs of £40 then please. £40 then for the goggles at 40. At £40 then. At 40, 20 then for the goggles then please. At 20, 10 then for the please. £10 then. Any interest at 10? 10 then. 10 I bid then on the serum at £10 then. At 10, any advance then at £10. So we all done at £10 then. Fair warning and selling at £10. £10 is buyer 360 435. Lot number 442 then. The tunic and cap there, £80 then. At £80 please. £80 then. £80 then. £80 then. Any interest at £80 then? £50 then please. £50 then please. 50. I've got then. Thank you online at the Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 then. Any advance then? £50 then. At £50. At 55 now. 55. At 55 then on sale at 55. Any advance at 60's bid now. At £60 then. At £60. At £60 on Easy Live Auctions at 65 now on the serum at 65 against you Easy Live. At 65 on the serum at 65. Any advance then? I'm selling on the serum at £65. Fair warning. All done and selling at 65. £65 is buyer 1920735. Lot 433 then. The German side style cap there. £50 please. £50 please. Any interest at £50 please. 50. £30 then please. 30. £30 then please. 30 on bid then. 30 on bid on the serum. I've got 30, 35, 38 bid. 38 now is bid. At 38 on Easy Live Auctions at 38. At 38. Any advance at 38. At 38. At £38 then on Easy Live Auctions. You coming back, serum? At £38 then. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at 38. 38 is buyer 624. Lot 444. Side cap again there. World War II. And £70 start me please. £70. That's £70 then. Any interest at £70 then? 70 I've got on the Sarah now. That's £70 then. That's 70. Looking for 5 now, please. It's £70 then on easy lot answer on the Sarah then. At 80 now. 80 bid now. At £80. At 80. Any advance at 80? At £80 then on Sarah then. At 80. All done. And selling at £80. At 85, just in time. At 85 now. At 85. Looking for 90 now, please, Sarah. At 85 then. All done, and selling at 85 then on Easy Life Auctions, all done at 85. £85 is buyer 624, same buyer as last. Lot number 445, they get the youth flask there. £80 start me, please. £80 then, £80 then, 80. Any interest at £80, please? £50 then, please. Got to be 50. Surely it's worth 50. £50 is bid then. £50 then on Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 then at 50. Any advance at 50 on Easy Live Auctions at 55 now is bid. At 55 then is bid. 55 at £55 on Sarah. 60 is bid now. At 60. At £60 then on Easy Live Auctions at 60. At £60 then, are we all done at 60? I'm selling at £60 on Easy Live Auctions at 60. Last chance. £60, and the buy is 574 this time. Lot 446 then, and that's the World War II German Army field cap there. And starting at £80 then, please. £80 is bid. Thank you. Straight in at £80. At £80, looking for 5 now, please. At 85 then. At £80 at 8 or £80, looking for 5. At £80 then, it's the maiden bid on 85. 90 I've got now. 90 I have. 95. 95, 100 now, 110 I've got, 110, 120 I've got, 120, 120 on Easy Live Auctions, at Easy Live Auctions at 120 then, 130 now, 130 then, at 130 then, at 130 then, on the Serum £130, any advance at 130, 140 now on Easy Live Auctions, at 140 Easy Live Auctions, at 140 then, Easy Live Auctions, 150 now on the Serum at 150, at 150 then, at 150, all done at £150, all done at 150 on Serum. 150 is buyer 277049. Moving along now to lot 447. The lift of the side cap there, 120 please. 120 start me please. 120. £80 then please. £80 then. Any interest at 80? £80 then please. 80 on bid on Serum now at £80. Serum bidding at 80. At 80, looking for 5, 90 bid, 5 the bid now, 95 is up, looking for 100 now please. At 100 then on Easy Live, 110 on Serum, 120 now, 120 Serum, 130 Serum, 130 then, £130, any advance at 130. At £130, we all done at 130 then. I'm selling at £130, fair warning at 130. 130 is a Serum, 1920735. Very quick there, James, weren't you? Lot number 4, I've got it, sorry. 448 now is the Hitler Youth Luftwaffe field cap there. 120 then, please. 120, 170 I'm up to now. 170, 200 I've got now. 220 I've got. 220 I've got on Serum now. 220 then. 240 I've got now. On Easy Live Auctions to 240, 260's bid now. 280 bid. 280. 300 then. At 300, 320. 320 now. At 320. 340 then. At 340. At 340 on Serum now. £340. At 340. At £340 then. All done at 340. I'm selling at 340. 340 to the Serum there is 134532. And we move along now to lot number 449 now. The camouflage tunic there, World War II then. Starting £250 then please. 250 please. £200 then please. Any interest at 200 then? At £200 then. At 200 then. At 200 then. With me at 200. Any advance then at £200? At 200 I've got. I'm looking for 220 please. At £200 then. At £200. 220. At 220. At 220 then. It's 220 on. I've got 220. I'm looking for 240 now. At 220 then. 240 then. 240 then. 240. I've got 240. At 240 on Easy Live Auctions. 260 now. 260 I've got. At 60. It's against the Serum at £260. We got there in the end, didn't we? There's a fight all over the place. At £260 then, I'm selling at £260 on Easy Live Auctions at 260. Any advance then I will sell at 260. All done and selling at 260. 260 is buyer 545. Lot number 450 then. The combat tunic there. Start me at £300 then. £300 please. That's 300 then. That's 300 then. That's 300 I bid then. £300. I bid 300 on Easy Live Auctions. You came in first. At 320 now is bid. At 320 on Serum. 320 Serum bid. At 340 then. At 340, 360, 380 now. The Serum 380. Serum bidding is 380. I need 400. 400 is bid. At 400 then. At 400 then. At 400 then. At 400 then. At £400 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 400 then. Are we all done? It's £400 then on Easy Live Auctions at £400 all done. £400 is buyer 545. Lot number 451, the German equipment there, collection of World War II there. You okay?
Fine.
Yep. Okay. 451. Okay, £80 then please. £80 then. £80 then. 80 is bid then on Serum at £80 then. At £80 then. At 80, any advance at 80? At £80 then on the Serum then at £80. Any advance? It's a maiden bid. At £80, we're done selling at 85, just in time at 85 then. At 85, 90 the bid, 90 bid now. At £90 then at 90, at £90 at 95, then at 95, at 95, 100 the bid, at 100, at 100, at £100 then at 110 now on Easy Live Auctions at 110, at 110, at 110, at £110 then. All done and Easy Live Auctions at 110. 110 then is buyer 668, lot 453, the 452, sorry, the canvas rucksack there, German one, £70 start me please, £70 then please, £70 then, £50 then please for it, £50, any interest at 50 then please, at £50 then, £50 then, £30 then please, got you at 30, surely please, £30, any interest at 30 then, 30 I've got in the room, at £30, in the room at 30, at £30 then, at £30 in the room, I will sell at £30. £30 is buyer 138. Lot number. You alright? You take three? Sorry?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Coffee. Okay, coffee's being decided. Seems we've got a result, and we're off and running again at lot 453. The World War II German backpack there. £70 please. £70. £70 then. £70. £50 then please. At £50 then. £50 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30? I got a bid in the room. 30, 32 bid. 32. 32. Would you like 35? 35. 38. £38 then. You're also in the top left at 38. 40 now online. To get you both. 40, 42 back in the room at 42 then. At 42 then. At £42 in the room at 42. Any advance then? I'm selling the room at 45 just in time. 45, would you like 48 sir? At 48 back in the room at 48 then. Looking for 50 please online. At £48 then I'm selling in the room. At 50 just in time. Online at 50. Thank you anyway. At 50 I sell. £50 is buyer 194 2266. Lot 454, the web in there. Various other items in the lot there. £50 then please for it all. £50 then. £50 then. £30 for everything there. £30, could be a lot there at 30. £30 then. £30, 20 for it then. £20, all the web in there, everything there. 20, 10 for it all then please. £10 then. Any interest at 10? It's got to be worth 10. All that there for £10. £10 I've got at Easy Live Auctions at 10 and £10. I will sell at 10 as well. Any advance then? Selling at 10 and 12 bid, 12, 15 in the room now, 15 bid in the room. At 15, 18, 22. 22 I have now, 22 then, at 22, thank you anyway, at 25 now is good, at 25 then, at £25, we all done, I'm selling at 28 now, back in the room now, at 28 then, at 28, I'm selling in the room at £28, £28 is buyer 192, lot number 455 then, various officers caps there, etc, £70 then please, £70 then, £70 then, £70, £70 I bid there on Sarah then at 70, any advance then at £70 then, at 70 it's the maiden bid on Sarah now at £70, any advance I will sell at £70. £70 then is 1019400, lot number 456 now, the Grenadier's Guard there, and £50 please. £50 I bid then, 50, 75 now, Sarah is 75, Sarah bidding at 75, Sarah bidding at 75, at 75 on Sarah then, at 75 then, at 75, at 75 then, on Sarah at £80 is bid then at 80, at 80, at £80 then at 80, at £80 then at 80, at £80 then on Easy Live Auctions, at £80 then, all done and selling at 80. £80 is buyer 577. Lot number 457 now. Gone back clothing there, £50 then, £50 could be handy for Will, at 40, £50 then, 50, 50, 30, £30 then, £30 then, any interest at 30, Will are you bidding online or not, 30, 30, 20 then, surely 20, £20 then, any interest at 20, £20 then, at 20 then, 10 for it all there, it's got to be worth 10, £10 please, 10, I need £10 for it. Anyone interested in all of that there for £10? £10 is bid, thank you Sarah, £10 then, at 10 then, at 10 I bid now, at 10, 15 I bid now, 15 I bid, at 15, are we all done at 15, all done selling at 15, 15, it was too late I'm afraid, there's plenty of time, the 610 is the buyer, I'm afraid that was too late Sarah, you were given plenty of time. Lot 458 now, there's a schmuck there. And start with £200 then please, 200 is bid then, at £200 is bid, 260 I'm up to, 280 I bid now, at 280 then, at 280, 300 I've got, 320 I've got, at 320, 340, 360, 360, 380, 400 bid, 400, 420, 440 now, 440, 440, 460, 480, 480 now, 500 bid, 500, £500 then at 500, any left then at 500, at 500, on the Sarah at £500 then, at 500 then, at £500 then, on the Sarah at 500, any advance at £500, at 500, I'm selling at £500, all done at 500, 550, just in time, 550 there Gordon, at 550, at 500, £600 now, at £600 then, at 600, at 600, at 600, last chance Easy Live, the gavel is raised, at £600 I sell, 650, just in time at 650, at 650, at 650 Easy Live. Would you like £700 Sarah? Impress your friends. At £650 then, I'm selling Easy Live Auctions at 650, it's your last chance Sarah at 650. £650 is buyer 561. Good old-fashioned battle that one, Gord. You missed out on that one. You saw the best bits. Okay, lot 459. The flying suit there. £50 please. £50 then please. £50 then. £50 then. £30 then please. £30 then. £30 then. £20 then. Any interest at 20 then? Surely 20. £20, 20 I bid then at 20, I bid then at 20, at £20 then at 20, at £20 then at 20, at £20, any advance then at 20, I'm selling on Sarah at £20, have we all done? At £20 then, fair warning at 20, £20 is buyer 360435, lot number 460 now, the Westlife Preserver there, £80 then please, £80 then, 80 I bid then, I've got 85 already, 90's bid now, 90 the bid, at £90 then, at £90 then, £90, £100 is bid, at 100 on Easy Live Auctions at 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 240, 280, at 280 now, at £280 then, at 280, 320, 340, 360 bid now, at 360 then, really moving on there, at 360 there, at 360, 380 now, new bidder on the Sarah then at 380, at 380, £400 is bid now, at 400, at 400, 420 is bid, 420, at 420 then, 440 is bid, 440, at 440 then, at £440 then, at £440, any advance then, I'm selling Easy Live Auctions at 440, the gavel is raised at 440, all done, £440 is buyer 607. Lot 461, the flying jacket there. £150. Start me, please. 150, please. £150 then for the flying jacket. £100 then, please. £100 then. Any interest at 100, please. 100 then. £80 then, surely. £80 then. £80. Any interest at 80? £80 then. £80 then. £50. Got to be worth 50, surely. 50. Top left. Who wants 55? 55 bid. 55. 60. 65. 65. 70. 70. Top left at £70. I'm still going to sell at 70. Any further interest at 75 online now? 75. 80 in the room. At £80 in the room at 80. At £80 then, in the room at 80, 5 against you, sir. 85 then, I will sell at £85, 90, just in time, you're back in. Good strong bidding there in the room at 90. At 90, 5 against you now, 95, surely make it 100. Let's make 3 digits. At 95, your last chance is coming, sir. I'm selling at 100, that's the way. At 100, at 100, at 100. Always listen to an auctioneer, they're always right. At 100, except when they're not. At £100 then, I'm selling at 100. £100 sold in the room to buy 192. Thank you. Lot 462 now. The naval officer's uniform there. It's with me at 120 now, 130 now. At 130, 130, 150's bid now, 150 then, 160. I've got 160 now. At 160, 170, 180, at 180, at 180, at 190, at 190, 200 now. At 200, 220, at 220 then, at 220 then, at 220 then, at £220 then, at 220, at £220 then. Any advance at 220? I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at 220. Fair warning at £220. Any advance then? I'm selling at 220. 220 is buyer 546. Lot number 463 then. Military equipment there, World War 1 and 2, various items. £70 then, please. 70 for it all there. £50 then, please. Start me at 50. £50, £70 I bid. That's the way to do it. £70 at 70. Looking for 5 now, please. It's £70. Looking for 5 then. At £70 then. Any advance then at £70. I will sell then at £70 then. All done and selling at 70. You're very keen, aren't you, Claire? Thank you. Lot 2006352. Lot number 464. Lot 464. The government issued repository tubes there. 1938 German ones. Mixture in the lot there. £70 please. £70 please. £70 then. £70 then. £50 please. £50 then. Any interest at 50? 50's bid now. At 50 the bid. At £50 then. At 50. 5 bid. 60's bid. £60 is bid now. At 60. 5 bid. 70 bid. 5 bid. 80 bid now. 80 the bid. At 80. 5 bid. 85 now. 90 bid. 90. £90 then a bid. At £90. At 90. Any advance at £90 then. 95. £100 is bid. At 100. At 100. At 100. At 100 then, at 100, any advance then, I'm selling at 100 then, all done, and selling at top estimate at 100, £100 is buyer 574, lot number 465, the gas masks there, £50 then please for all of those, £50 then please, any interest at 50, £50 then please, £50 then please, any interest at 50, no, going to pass that, no, 30, £30, surely it's 30. £30 then please. 20. 20 for all those gas masks there. All those gas masks there for 20. 10 then, surely. Let's be sold. £10, good with that. £10 I've got. £10 I've seen it first on Easy Live Auctions, and that's the bid I'm going to take. Those Easy Live Auctions is ahead at £10. Would they like 12, Kim? 12 bid. Too late for 12. I'm bidding and selling at 12. All done at 12. £12 then is buyer 574. Same buy as last. Lot number 466, the Ottoman belt there. £70 start me please. £70, 70, I've got 110 now, at 110, at 110 then, at 120 bid, 120, 120 I've got on Sarah then, at 120, Sarah bidding at 120 then, at 120 then, any advance there, 130 bid, 140 bid, 140 on the Sarah, 140, at 140, at 140, at £140 then, at 140, any advance there at 140, at £140 then, selling at 140, 140 is buyer 1978626. Lot number 467, the button polishers there. Other items in the lot, £40 start me please. £40 then please. 40, 20 then for the collection there. £20 then, 20 I bid then on Easy Live Auctions at 20, at £20 then to the bid, 22, at 22 then to 5 in the room now, 25 I've got in the room, 28 against you sir, 30 in the room now, £30 in the room at 30, 34, 35, 38 in the room now, £38 in the room at 38, 40 against you sir, 42, 45 I've got in the room now, 45 in the room, 48 against you sir, 48, 50 back in the room at 50, at £50 then, at £50 I've got 50, looking for 5, 55, 60 bid in the room now, 60's bid in the room, at £60, so yours sir at 60, at £60, at £60 then, at 60, any advance, 65 against you now, would you like 70 sir, £70, at £70 back in the room at 70, at £70 then, any advance then at 70, at 70, I'm selling at the back of the room at £70, waiting all day for this, having you at £70, worth that wait for £70, buy at 126. Thank you for being so patient. Lot 468 now. Collection of military items, World War II and later. I have a commission bid. It starts with me at £40. At £40 to 45 with me, 45, 45, 55, 60 to bid, 5, 70 with me, 75, 80 with me, £80, 5 with me, 85, 90 with me, 5, 100, 100 with me, 100, 110 on Easy Live Auctions at 110. At 110, commission is out at 110. At 110 on Easy Live Auctions at 110. Easy Live then, Easy Live then, Easy Live Auctions at 110. And coming back at 110 then, selling on Easy Live at 110. 110 is Easy Live by 668. Lot 469. The web in there, and I got a bid here at £120 at 110. Now with me at 110, 130 rules them out. At 130 then, at 130 on the sale, 130 then, large collection of web in there at 130 then, at 130. Any advance then at 130 then, at 130 then. Selling on the sale at £130, all done at 130. 130 is buyer 951937. Lot number 470. The webbing and belts then again. Starting at £70 then please. £70 then for the collection. £70 then please. £70 then please. £50 then for the collection please. £50 then. 50's bid there at 50 the bid. At £50 then at 50. Any advance at 50. It's a negative bid on the sale at 50. At £50 all down the sale. 55 I've got now. Would you like 60 in the room? Got 60 now here online at £60 on Easy Live at 60 at £60 then 65 back in the room now 65 in the room at 65 room bidding at 65 you coming back online at 70s against you now sir would you like 5 thank you anyway it's £70 then selling at 70 £70 is buyer 610 lot number 471 the belt buckle there £40 start me please £40 then please for the belt buckle there £40 then please, £30 then please, £30 then please, £30 then please, any interest at 30, 20 then surely for it, £20 please, it's got to be worth 20 please, any interest at 20, 10 for it then please, £10 then please, 10, 20 I've got now, I've got 20 bid, £20 is bid then at 20, at £20 then at 20, at £20, on the sale at £20, 22 is bid, 22 now, at 22 on Easy Live then at 22. All done at £22. All done and selling at 22. 22 is Easy Live by 624. It's some good army webbing, Will, if you're interested. You may need it. It's got quite cheap. Don't worry, plenty more coming. 472 now. The hit the youth belt buckle there. £50 start me, please. £50 then, please. £50 to hit the youth one there. £50. £30 then, please. £30 then, any interest at 30 please, £30 then please, £30, 20 then please, any interest at 20 then, surely 20 please, £20 then please, 10 for it then, 10, it's going to be a 10, £10 then please, 10 I bid, £10 then, I bid £10 then, £10, on Easy Live Auctions at 10 and 12 now I bid, at 12, on the sale at 12, at 12, at 12, at 12, £12, I'm selling at £12, £12 on the sale at 15 now, Easy Live Auctions at 15 on Easy Live Auction at £15 and at 15. All done, I'm selling at 15 on Easy Live Auctions at 15. 15 is 591. Are we going for a substitution?
Yes,
Substitution.
We're going to let Claire have a moment.
Get Claire have a
Then
moment.
have a minute.
As a substitution there, big made then. For easy life. Substitution. Substitution for Claire for Kelly. Kelly's going to be taking on the next 110 lots.
Oh, no, not that many.
Well done, thanks for volunteering that. Lot 473 now, the hit the style youth belt and buckle there. Start with £50 then please, £50 please, £30 then please, £30 then, £30 then, 30, any interest at 30 then, let's go the hard way then, £10 then please, £10, £10 is bid, 12 is bid now, 12 is bid on all on easy live at £12 then, at 12, 15 now on the Sarah at 15, Sarah bidding at 15, Sarah at 18 on easy live is 18 now, 18 on easy live auctions, 20 now on the Sarah, 20 Sarah, 22 on easy live, 22 on easy live, it's £22 on easy live, 5 on the Sarah. You're off and running, you two already. 25 on the Sarah then, at 28 then, plenty going on for you. At 30 bid now on the Sarah, at 30 bid, at 30 pounds, at 30, at 30, at 30 pounds, at 30, all done and running out of steam at 30. 30 pounds, got there in the end, that was a long way. 975813. Moving on to perhaps some easier lots now. 474, it's about again. £50 then, start me please. £50 on bid, £50 straight in this work time at £50, at £50, looking for 5 then please, at £50 then please, looking for 5, 60 the bid now, £60 is bid, on easy live auctions at 60, where's that 5 please, 70 bid now, straight in, someone's bidding against you online at £70 then, at £70, you're bidding against the auto bid, £70 then, 5, 80 the bid now, £80 at 80, at £80, any left at £80 then, all done, and selling at £80 on easy live auctions at £80. £80 is buyer 577, lot 475 is the belt buckle set at £70 please, £70 then, £70, 70 bid there, £70 then is bid at 70, any advance then at 70. It's the auto bid then on easy live auctions at £70, fair warning at 70. £70 is buyer 577, say buyer as last. Lots 476 now. The belt buckle there, £80 please. 80, 120 we're up to now, 120 now, at 120, at 120 then, at 120, any advance then, at 120, I sell at 120. 120 is buyer 503. No, it's 120. I'm afraid they're well after. I'm afraid, Kim. We've given plenty of time. Okay, we're on lot 477, third right there. The political leaders belt stamp there. Start me at £120, please. 120, please. 120 is bid at 120 on Serum at 120. At 120, any advance there at 120. At 120 then, on Serum at 120 then. At 120, we all done at 120. Selling then on Serum at 120. 120, Sarah bidding there, 1294810. Moving on swiftly, a clean sheet, another one, let's carry it on please. 478 now, the brass belt buckle there, £70 please, £70 please, £70, £50, at £50 then, £50, £30 then, £30 then, 30, it's got to be 30 surely. £20 for it please then, thank you Ruben at 20, 10 then please, 20 I've got, 2 bid, 2, 22 I've got, 5 the bid now, at 25, 28, all on easy live at 28, 32, they jumped ahead at 32, on the 7 at 32, 5 the bid, 5, at 35 then, at 35, at 38 bid, at 38, at 38, 40 the bid, at 42 bid, 42, at 42, Sarah, 45 now, £45 on Sarah, 48 then, 48 on Sarah now, 55 bid, at 55 on easy live auctions at 55, at £55, and we all done at 60 bid then, at 60, at 60, at £60, 5 bid, 65, at 65, 70 bid now. At 70, got to the lower estimate eventually at £70 then. On Sarah then at £70, 5 bid, 75 then, at 75, at 80 bid now, at £80 then, at 80, at 80, 5 then, at 85 then, at 85, at 85 then, at £85. All done at 85, last chance Sarah at £85. £85 there, Willie. 85 is by 602. Lot 479, third right belt there. Starting £40 then, please. £40, please. £40 then. £20 for it. Let's get going then. £20, please. 22 bid, 25 bid, at 25 then, at 25 then, at 25, at 28 bid now, 28, 30 bid now on Serum, on Easy Life, 30, 32 now is the Serum, 32 Serum, £32, 35 on Easy Life then, 35, at 35, at 35 then, all done, and selling at 35, 38 just in time, 38 at 38 pounds, 42 now, at 42 on Easy Life Auctions at 42, at 42 then, at 42 then on Easy Life Auctions, at 45 now, Sarah bidding at 45, at 45 then, at 45, 48 on Easy Life now, at 48, 50 the bid now, £50 is bidding at £50 then, at £50, at £50, we're all done, at £50 then, selling at 55 then, at 55, at 55, all done, at 55 then, I sell at 55, 60 bid then, 60, this is a long lot, isn't it? At £60, at 60, are we all done at 60 then? 65, clearly not, at 65 then, at 65 on Easy Live Auctions, at 65 we sell. That was a long day, wasn't it? 65, thank you. 621. We're moving on to 480 now. Another belt buckle there. For starting at £50 then, please. £50, please. £50 then. £50 then. £30 then, please. £30. A Hilly Youth belt buckle there. £30 I bid on Sarah then. £30. Sarah bidding at 30. At £30 then. At 30. At 30, 32 now, 32, all the way from Sweden now, 32, at 32, at 32, at £32 then, I'm selling at 32 on Easy Life, 35, just in time at 35, at 35, at £35, at 35, any further interest then, selling at 35, oh, we got 35. Thank you, 35, selling at 35, we like 35, I'm going to sell to 35, buy 732255, is the buyer. Time for a little drink. Lovely. 481 now. Another belt buckle there. Hit the youth one again. £50 please. £50 then. £50 please. £50. £30 then please. £30. £30. 30. Any interest at 30? 30's in the room. Thank you. Bidding in the room at 30. Coming in online, 32 against you, sir, already. 32, 35 in the room. 35 in the room at 35, 38 against you, sir. 40 now, in the room at 40. At £40. At 42 now against you. Thank you. At 42 then. At £42 then on Easy Live Auctions. At 42 then. Selling at 42. 42 is by 602. Lot number 482 now, the belt buckle again. SS1 there, £70 then, £70 is bid, straight in at 70, 80, 80 I've got now, £80 is bid at 80, at £80 then on Easy Live Auctions at 90 bid, 90 the bid now, at £90 then, at 100 then, at 100 then, at 100 then, at 100, any advance at 100, 110, at 110, at 110, at £110 at 120 then, at 120, at 120, at 120, at 130 now, at 130, 140 bid, at 140, at 140, at 140, at 140, at £140, 150, 160, at 160, £160 then, at 160, at £160. Are we all done? At 160, last chance at 160. 160 is by 545. Lot number 483, desks, paperweights there, helmets in the form of German helmets then, £70 please. £70 then, £70 then, any interest at 70, 50 then please, £50 then please, 50 I've got on Sarah now, at 50 I've got, 55 now, 55 on Easy Live, at 55, Easy Live Auctions at 55, 60 I've got now, 65 in the room now, puts you both out, 65 in the room, 65, at 65 you're also at 65, 70 against you now, 75 then, at 75 then, in the room at 75, any advance then, at 75 then, top left at £75, all done, top left at £75, 192 the buyer for £75. Lot number 484, the porcelain bust of a soldier there, German soldier, £50 please, £50 then, £50 then, £50 then, £30 then please, 30 in the room then, thank you, bidding in the room at £30, 32 now, 32 I've got, would you like 35? 32, with you, top left at 32, I've got a bid at 32 in the room.
So I've got a bid at 32 in the room.
Yeah,
There we go, sorry.
room bid at 32, yours sir, seated on my left at 32, I'm looking for 35. Would you like 35? 35 now, 38, 38, thank you, at 38. Top left hand corner at 38. Are you coming in online? At 38 then, selling the top left corner at £38. £38 by 192.
One second, I just, how do I go back?
Okay. Okay, so
Sorry.
just amending the lot there, going back to the lot 484, which is what we're on.
So,
It's sold for 38.
90.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm better at sale room than I am on this one.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Lot 484, what did it sell for you?
38.
And the buyer was?
190.
Lot 485, the porcelain figure there of a grenade thrower. Starting at £200 please. £200 then please. £200 then. £100 for it then please. Any interest at 100 then? £100 then. 100 then. Any interest at 100 then? £50 then please. £50 then. Says to be sold 50. Any interest at £50 then please. Bidding online, any interest? £50 then. £30 then. £30 is in the room. £30 bidding at £30 then. At £30 then. At 30. 30 I've got. I've got 30 in the room. I need 32. I've got 38 now, sir. 40. Back in the room at £40. The room is 40 bid. At £40 then. In the room at £40 then. At £40. Any advance at 40. I will sell them in the room at £40 for your last chance at 40. £40 is by 192. Lot number 486 then. Various World War II style figures there. £50 start me for all of the figures there. £50 please. £50 then. 50, £30 for them all please then. 30 is bid, £30 is bid, 35 bid now, 35 I've got. 35 then, at 38, 40 I've got now, £40, 42 bid, 42, any advance at 42 then, at £42, are we all done at 42, 45 bid, at £45, at 45, at 45 then, at 45 then, at £45 then, all done, and selling at 45. £45 sold to buy 660. Lot number 487. The bust there of a German soldier then. £50 please. £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 then. £30 then please. £30 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30. 20 then. 20. £20 I bid then at £20. So online at 20. At £20 then at 20. Any advance then. 22 then is bid at 22. At 22. On Easy Live Auctions at £22. We're all done at 22. Selling at £22. 22 is buying 654. Moving on to lot 488. 100 lots left to go. This one hasn't got a picture. Novelty money box there. Start with £20 then, please. £20 then. 28 I have. 28 I have. At 28. 30 I've got. 32 at 32 at £32 at 32 at 32 then at £32 then at 32 at £32 at 32. Any advance then at 32. I'm selling that at £32. All done at £32. £32 is by 660. Lot number 489. Bronze statue there. Start with £70 then, please. £70 then. £70 then. Any interest at 70. £50 then, please. £50 please. 50. Any interest at 50. 30 then, please. £30 then. 30 on bid. Thank you. At £30. 35. 40 on bid now. £40 is bid. At £40 to the bid. 42. At £42 then. At 42. Any advance then? At £42. At 42 then. All done and selling at £42 then. All done at £42. 42 is buyer 660. Lot number 490 then, the casts there. The bust 120 please. 120 then, 120. £100 then, any interest at 100 then. At 100, at £100 then please. £80 then, £80, any interest at 80. At £80 then, at 80. £80. Any interest at 80? 50 then, please. It's got to be 50. Surely 50. It's got to be 50. I've got £50. Got there. Online at £50 then. At £50 then. Any advance then? 55 bid. 55. At £55. At 55. At any advance at £55. All done. And selling at 55. £55.
I can undo that because it.
Yes, have to undo that. I'm afraid. Too late.
55.
641 the buyer, thank you. Please bid quickly. Lot 491. Bronze bust there. £150 start me, please. 150. 150. £100 then, please. Any interest at 100 then? £100 then. Any interest at 100? £80 then. It's got to be up 80, surely. £80 then. £80, £50 please, thank you. £50 is bid. I've got 80 now. I've got 80. Who wants 5? 85. I've got £80 then. Who wants 5? 85 then. 90. £90 on my left at 90. At 90 then at 90. Would you like 5, sir? 95. 95. 100 then. At 100. 110. 110. 120. 120, your sir, top left at 120. At £120 then, top left at 130 is against you now, sir. 140 bid, 140, at 140 then. In the room at £140 then. Any advance then? I'm selling at £140, top left at 140. 140 is by 192. Lot number 492 then, German Shepherd dog there. £40. £40 is bid then. At £40 then is bid. £40. At 42 bid. 42 bid. At 45 bid now. 45. At £45 then. Are we all done at 45? 48 bid in the room at 48. At 48 then. At 48. At £48 then. Are we all done at 48? At 48. At 48, 50 the bid now, £50 is bid, at 50 bid, at 50 bid, it's 55 now bid, at 55, at 55, at £55 and at 55, are we all done at 55? Fair warning then, selling the room at 55, 55 is buyer number 108, 493, the enamel sign there, starting at £40 then please, £40 then please, £40 then please for the enamel sign. 40, 20 then for it please, 20 is bid then, 20 online at £20 then at 20, at £20 then at 20, at £20 then are we all done, and selling at 20, £20 is by 641, lot number 494, cast iron German sign there, £50 then, £50 please, £50 then, £30 then, any interest at £30 then, 30 on bid then, online at £30 then, 30. Looking for 2 now, please. £30. Maybe bid online, then I will sell at £30. Then all done and selling at 30. £30 by 641. Lot number 494. The plaques there. One of a German soldier there. And start with £40 then, please. £40 then. 40 on bid then on Sarah then at £40. Sarah bidding at 40. That's £40. Looking for 2, please. £40 then. 45, 48, 50 the bid now, 55 bid, 55, at 55, at 55, any advance then at 55, all done, and selling at 55. 55 is buyer 732255. Lot number 496 then. The foundry plaque there, the plaque, sorry, with the foundry mark, £40 please, £40 then, 40. £40 is bid then, £40 bid, at £40 on Sarah now, 42 on Easy Live, 45 Sarah now, £45 on Sarah, 48 on Easy Live, 50 the bid, 50 the bid on Sarah now, 50 bidding on Sarah, 55, 60 now, £60 on 65 then on Easy Live, 65 on Easy Live, at 65 is Easy Live Auctions at £65. At 65 then, at 65, Easy Live Auctions at 65, any advance then at £65. Could you take that off, please, Kim?
Yep.
Thank you. At 65, they won't be able to bid otherwise. 65 then, at 65 then on Easy Live Auctions at 65. 65 is by 602. Lot number 497, the railway plaque, railway star plaque there, £400 please. £400 then. £400 then, any interest at 400 then. 400, £200 then please. Any interest at £200 then please. £200 is bid. 200, 220, 240 is bid now. At 240 now. At 240. At £240. Sale now. 240. 280 is bid. 280. 280. At 280. 320. 320 now. 320. 340 bid now. £340 then. At £340 at 340, at £340 at 340, all done at £340 at 340, all done at £340, 340, and that is 377634. Moving along swiftly to lot 498 then, and the railway similar lot again then, £70 start me please, £70 then please, £70, substitution being made, £70 then, that's £70, £50 then please, £50 then please, 50, will you, 50,
Keep up.
£50 please,
Sorry.
£50, anyone interested at £50 then please? £30 then please, any interest at £30? £30 I've got, at £30 I've got, 35 I've got, 35 I have, 40 I've got now, £40 I've got, at £40 then at 40, any advance at 40 I will sell, 45 now has been, at 45 then bid, at 45, any advance then I'm selling at £45, £45 is buyer 641, lot number 499, plaque there again, £50 start me please. £50 then, at £50, 50, £30 then please, £30 then, 30 I bid then on Easy Live Auctions at 30, careful at the back there, £30 then, at £30 is bid, at £30 then, at £30 then, at £30 we sell, £30 is buy 641. Lot number 500 now is flagged there, and £200 please, £200 then please, £200 please, £100 then please, any interest at £100, £100, any interest at 100 then please, £50 then please, £50 then, any interest at £50 then, I've got 50, I'm 55 now, 55 I bid, 55, 60 I've got, 65 I've got, 70 I've got, all on Easy Live at the moment please, £70 I've got, £70, 5 on Sarah, 75, Sarah bidding at 75, Sarah bidding at 75, 80 now on Easy Live Auctions at 80, at £80 then, at 80, at £80 then, at 80, at 85 then, at 85, at 85 then, at 85 then, at 85, any advance I will sell at 85, at 90 bid now, £90 then, at 90, at 95 then, at 95, at 95 then, at 95, at £95 then, at 95, at 95 then, all done, I'm selling on Sarah now, last chance Easy Live, at £95, all done, at 95, £95 is 73, oh sorry, really?
Oh yeah, sorry.
732255, sorry, yeah, got it, 2255. Lot 501 then, flagged again then, 150 start me please, £150 then, £100 then please, 100 then please, 100, £80 then surely, £80 then, 80 I've got now on Easy Live Auctions at 80, 85 then, Sarah bidding now at 85, at £85 then, at 85 then, at 85, any advance then, it's £85 on Sarah, 90 I've got now, 90 on Easy Live Auctions at 90, 100 I've got now, £100 then, 100 on Easy Live Auctions, 110 on Sarah then, at 110 on Sarah then, 110 then, on Sarah then at 110, are we all done? At 110 they sell, at 110, 120, just in time at 120 then, at 120, at 120 then, at 120, all done, and selling at 120. 120 is buyer 577. Lot 502, hit the youth flag there, £150 then please, 150 then, 150 then please, 100 then, 100, any interest at 100, £100 please, 80 then for it please, £80 then, £80 then, any interest at 80, £80 then, 50, 50 out in the room, thank you, £50 then, at £50 I've got it, 50 in the room, 60 I've got now, at 65 in the room, 65, 70 I've got against you sir, 75 in the room, £75 in the room at 75, any advance at 75, 80 against you sir, thank you, at £80 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £80 then, at 80, any advance then, selling at 80, all done at 80, £80 is buyer 560. Lot number 503. German flag there, £200 please. £200 please. 200 I bid then at 200 on Sarah there at 200. Sarah bidding at 200. At 200. Sarah bidding there at £200. At any advance then. At 200 then, I'm selling at £200. All done. At 200. £200 is buyer 1675971. Lot 504. Marksmanship there, lanyard, £70 please. £70 then, start at 70. £70. £50 then please. £50 then please. £50. £50 is bid then at 50 on Easy Live Auctions at 50 then. At £50 then, at 50. Any advance then at £50. 55 in the room at 55 then in the room at 55. You're coming back. Easy Live at 50. 60 is against you now, sir. 65 bid. 65 in the room at 65. At 65 then. At 65. Any advance then? 65 we sell. 65 by 138. Lot number 505, the sports pendants there. £100 then. £100 then please. 100 then please. £150 then please. £50. That's going to go at 50. £50 then please. 50. I bid there on Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 then at 50. At 50. At £50. Any advance then? At £50 then. All done. At £50 we sell. £50 is buyer 577. Lot number 506 then. Youth there, World War II, get the youth there. Enamel badge there. Start with £50 then please.
Telephone bid Robinson, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
£50. I'll ask for 50. £50 then. £50 then. £50 then. Does he want 50?
Don't know, he wants to see where you go, sir.
Does he? I can go up. I can go up if you want. £30 then. £30. £30 then please. £30 then. 30 I've got, 32 I've got now, 32, 35, 35 I've got, 38 I've got now, 40 I've got, 42 I've got, 42, 45, 48, 48, so 50 back again. Would you like 50 this time? This time we've got a real bit. Too late, 50, 55, 55, 55, at 55, 60, £60 is bid, that's £60 then, at £60, at £60, on the serum it's £60, at £60 then, any advance then? I'm selling at £60, last chance Gordon, £60, all done, and selling at 60, sold for 60, £60, and the buyer is 975813. Lot number 507. Start in £100 then please. 100 I've got, 110 I've got now, 110 on Serum, 120 Easy Live, 130, 140 on Easy Live, 160 on Easy Live, 170, 180 on Easy Live, 190 Serum, 190, 200, 220. 220 then, 220 on Sarah, 220. At 220 then, Sarah bidding at 220. At £220, 240 now is bid, 240, 260 bid, 260 then. At 260 then, on Sarah, 260, 280 is Easy Life, 300 back. On the Sarah at 300 then. At 300 then, 320 now, 340 is bid, 340 now, £340 then. On the Sarah at £340, 360 is bid then, 380 bid now. At 380 then, at £380 then, at 380, at 380 then, all done at £380 then. Fair warning, at £380, I'm selling on the serum at 380. 380 is buyer 1675971. Lovely. Moving along now to 508. And starting £100 then, the armbands there, £100 then. £80 then please for the armbands, £80 then please, £80 then please, 50 then please, 50, 50, 50 for the armbands there, 50 I have, at £50 there, at 50, at 55 now it's bid at 55, at 55 on Easy Live Auctions at 55, any advance there, at 55, 60 is bid now, 60 bid then, at 60, 65 bid, at 65 then, at 65, at 65 then, at 65, at 65, all done, and selling at £65, fair warning, 65, £65 is buyer 560. Lot number 509. Hitler Youth armbands there, £80 is bid on Serum at £80, 85 now, £85 at 85, looking for 90 now please. 85 then, on Serum then, at £85, at 85, looking for 90 please. At 85 then, run out of steam, we sell at 85. £85 is buyer 732255. Lot 510, the pair of armbands there, third right ones there, and the telephone bidder. We're on £80 please. £80 is bid, £80 is bid. I've got 80, 85 now, at 85 now, at 85, at 85 then, is bid 85, would you like 90? At £85, at £90 on the telephone, at £90, telephone bidding at 90 then, at £90 on the telephone. It's against the telephone then, sorry, it's at £90 with the telephone, against you internet, at 90 I sell. £90, is it
C9044, sir.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you to the telephone bidder there. Lot 511, hit the youth items there. Start me at £100 then, please. 100 then, please. 100. £80 then, please. £80 then, please. Any interest in 80? £50, please then. £50 then. Does he would you like £50? I've got on the Serum now. 55 bid. 55. 60's bid now. At £60 then I've got, 70 I've got now, 70 I've got all on the Serum at this moment, at £70 then, looking for 5 please, £70 then, 75 now on Easy Live Auction, 75, at 75 on Easy Live Auction, 75, 80 the bid now, 80 the bid, 80 bid, thank you, at 85 now, 85 on Easy Live Auction at 85, 90 now is bid, at £90 then, at 90, at 90, at £90, 5 bid, 95 then, at 95, 100 now, 100 is bid, at 100 then. On the Serum at 110 now, Easy Live 110, Easy Live at 120 Serum now, 120 on the Serum at 120, at 120, 130 then, at 130, at 130, at 130. Any advance then, I'm selling at £130. 130 is buyer 600. Lot number 512, collection what have we got there? Tie pins, various other items. £30 then is bid. £30 on the Serum, 38 is bid now. 38 then, 40 the bid now. 42, 45, 45, 48, 50 the bid. At 55 bid. 55 on Easy Live Auction, 55. 60 the bid now on Easy Live. 65, 65 is bid. At 65 then. At 65 then. At 65, at 65, 70 bid now, 70 bid, at 70 bid, at 70 bid, at £70, then all done, and selling at £70. £70 is buyer 732255, lot number 513, various items then, coins this time, starting £70 then. £70, 75 is bid then, 75 bid, at 75 then, 80 is bid now, £80 is bid, at 80, at £80 then, at 85 bid, 85 then, at 85, £85 at 90 the bid now, 90 bid, 5 bid, 95 then at 95, at 95, that at 100, 110 now, a new bid for 1,000 then, at 110. At 110, that's a big jump. 120 then bid, 120, at 120, at 120 on Easy Live Auctions at £120 then at 120. All done and selling at £120, selling at 120. 120 is buyer 629. Lot number 514. Silver there, starting £300 then please, 800 on bid, 800 on bid, at 800 then, at £800 then, at 800, looking for 50 now please, 900 trade in at 900 then, at 900 then, at 900, at £900, any advance then, at 900 then, at £900 then, at 900, any advance at 900 then, at £900 I'm selling online, at £900 all done, and selling at £900 all done at 900. £900 is buyer 608. Lot number 515 now, third right tumbler there, £40 please. £40, 42 I'm bid now, 45 I'm bid now, at 45 then, at 45 then, at 48 bid, at 48 then, at £48 then, at 48, at £48 then, all done at 50 the bid, 55 bid, at 55, at 55 then, at 55, at £55 then, at 55, all done at 55, then selling online at 55, 60 just in time, 65 then, 65, at 65 then, all done at 65 then, selling at 65. 65, Easy Live Auctions has that one by 602. Lot number 516 then. Coffee pots there, milk jug, £70 start me for this lot there. £70 please, 70, £70, £30 then please for it all there. £30 then, it's going to go 30, thank you, 30 bid at top left at 30, in the room at 35 against you already, 38 bid at 38 then, at 38 then, in the room at 38, 42 I've got now to jump to 42, 45 bid in the room, at 45 in the room, at £45 in the room at 45, at 45, 48 gets you sir, 50 the bid, at 50 £5, 55, 60, at £60, at £60 then, at 60, at 60, 65, 65, 70 now, £70 is bid, at 75, 75, thank you, at 75 I'm selling to Easy Live Auctions at 75, 80 back in, at £80 they're back in at 80, at £80 5's getting away again, at 85 then, all done at 85. 85 is by 660. Lot number 517. Silver compact there. £50 start me please. £50 then please for the silver compact there. Silver one as well. £50 please. £50 then. 50 on bid then. Thank you online at £50 then. At 50, at £50, 5 in the room now, 55 in the room, at £55 in the room, at 60 against you sir, 65, at 65, at £65, at 65, 70 against you now, 75 bid, 75 then, at 75, 80 against you sir, at £80, we're selling at 80 then, all done, at £80, 85, 90, just in time at 90 as well, at 90, at 90, at 5, at 95, then at 95, at 95, all done, and selling at 95. 95 is by a 573. Lot number 518, the enamelled ring there, starting at £40 then please, 40 on bid then straight in at 40, 40 I've got on Easy Live now, 40 I've got on Easy Live, 40 I've got on Easy Live, at £40 and at 40, looking for two please Will, at 42, at 45 now, 45, 48 in the room bid, at 50 the bid now, 50 the bid, 55 here, 55 here, at 55 then, selling at 55, all done, 60 just in time in the room at 60, that's £60, at £60 then, all done, at 60 we sell, in the room at 60, 60 is by 138 for £60, lot number 519, the honour ring there, £70 then please, £70 I'm bid on the Sarah, £70 Sarah bidding then at 70, at £70, at 70, at £70 then, at 70, any advance then at £70. On Sarah then it's a maiden bid at £70, all done at 70, 75 just in time, at 75, 75, 80 now, at £80 then, at £80, Sarah bidding at 80, at 80, at £80 then at 80, at £80 then at 80, all done at £80. £80 is by 1915685. Lot number 520. Ring there again then, and start me at £80 then please, 80 on bid, 5 on bid now, 85, 95, at 95, at £95, at 95, and at 95, and any advance at 95, I sell at £95, on the Sarah then at 95, and any advance at 95, selling on the Sarah then at 95, 95 is 1647408. Lot number 521. German ephemera there, £50 please for the collection of 50 I've got, 55 I've got now, 55, 60 I've got now, 60 I've got on the Sarah now, 65, 70, £70 then, £70 then, 75, 75, 80 on the Sarah then, 85 on the Sarah then, 85, at 85 then, at 85, at 85, at 85 then, at 85, at £85 then, all done and selling at £85. £85, that's the serum, and that's 1445803. Okay, moving along to 522, some ephemera map, military maps here, £70 please, £70 then, 70 bid then, at 70, straight in at 70 there, on Sarah then at £70, at 70, any advance then at £70, at 70 then, it's a maiden bid then, I will sell at £70, all done, and selling at 70. £70 is by 717261. Lot number 523. The Nazi collection of Nazi related items there, £70 please. £70 then, 70, £50 then please, £50 then, £50 then, £30 then, 30, £30 then please, 30. Any interest at 30? 30 I have then on Easy Live Auctions at 30 then, at 32 bid, 35 bid, 35, at 35 then, at 35, at 35, at 35, £35 then, all done at 35 then, at 35 then, at 35 we sell. 38 just in time on Sarah then, at 40 now is bid, at 40, at £40 then, at 40, at £40 on Easy Live Auctions we sell, 42 just in time, 42, at 42, at 42 then, all done, 42, £42 there is buyer 654. We move along to 524, the collection of cigarette boxes there, £70 start me please. Thanks Larry, £50 start me then please, £50 there, bid at 50, I've got 50 on the Sarah, it's where I saw it first, at £50 there, 55 then is bid, at 55 then, at 55 on Easy Live Auctions at 55, at 55, any advance then, at 55. 55 then is buyer 641. Lot number 525 now, the badges there. £40 please, £40 then, 40 then, any interest at 40 then, 20 for the badges then please, £20 then please, 20 I bid then, at 20, at 22 bid, 22 then, at 25 bid, at 25 then, at 25 then, £25 at 25, at 25, all done and selling at 25. £25 is buyer 602. Lot number 526 then. The assault badge there, start me £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 please. £50 I can see you hovering, Sarah, you're coming in at 50. £30 then please. £30 then, 30 on bid then, thank you. At £30, 35 I've got now, 35, 38, 40 I've got, 42, £42, 42 then, at 42 now, at 45 on Easy Live, at 45 then, at 45, Easy Live bidding at 45, would you like 48 Sarah, at 45 then, selling at 45, 48 bid, at 48 then, at 48 then, 50 the bid now, 50 bid, at 50 bid, then at 50, at 50 bid, then all done, at £50. £50 then is buyer 602. Fresh sheet then we move along. Thank you Ruby. 527 then, the Luftwaffe cap there, and breast badges there. £40 there, £40 is bid, thank you, at £40 then a bid. At £40 then, 42 now bid, 45 the bid, at 45, any left at 45, at 45, at 48 bid, 48 bid, at 50, at £50, at 50, at 50, at £50, at £50, we all done, 55 bid, 55, 60 bid down, 60 bid, 5 bid, 65, 70 bid, 70 pounds, 5 bid, 75, 75, 80 bid, 80 bid, 5 bid, 85 now, and 85 on Easy Live, 90 Sarah, and then at 90 the bid, at 9 and 0, 9 and 0 we all done, at 90 pounds I sell, at 90 on Sarah, 90 pounds there, Sarah bidding, 163076. Lot number 528, German tinnies and tie pins there, party badges, rally badges, other medals and other items. £70 start me please, £70 please, £70 then, £70 then, any interest of 70, £50 then, surely it's got to go at 50, 50, thank you online, 50, it's a nice collection there at £50, 5 bid, 55, all on the Sarah now, 55, at 55, looking for 60 please, 55 is bid then, at 55, all done at 65 bid, 65 now, rolling on, moving in the right direction at the very least, 65 then, all done at 70 bid, 70, at 70, at 70, at £70, at 75 then, at 75, all done at 75, at 75 then, all done and selling at 80 bid now, at 80, at £80, at 80, at 80, we all done at 80, selling at 80. £80 then is 975813. Lot 529 then. The patch there, £30 is bid. Thank you online already. £30 is bid then at £30 then on Sarah 30. Any advance at £30 then at 30, at 30, £32 then at 32 then, at 32 then, at 32, at £32 then at 32, all done at 32 then, fair warning selling at 32. 32 is 1376328. Lot number 513, the third right badges there, plaques and other items in the lot there. £80 starting, 80 I've already got. £80, 5 minute 5, 85 now, at 85 on the Sarah at 85, Sarah minning at 85, at 85 then, at 85 then, at 85, all done, and selling at 85, last chance, easy live, and for room at 85 we sell. 85 is 1445803. Lot number 531. The badges there, various other items, £70 start me please, 75 are up to now, 80 bid now, at £80 then at 80, at £80 then, 85 bid, at 85, at 85 then at 85, 90 the bid, 90, at 90, at £90 then at 90, at 95, 95, 100, at 100 then at 100, on the Sarah at 100. At £100, 110 now, at 110, at 120 now, at 120, at 120 we sell to Italy at 120. 120 is by 101. 9400. Time for a little drink, maybe the last one before I finish. $532 now, the German badges there, and where should we start? £150 then, 150 for these please, 160 is bid, 170 is bid now, 180 bid, 180, 180 now, 180 now, at 180 then, at 180, at 180, at 180 then, at 180, 190, at 190, at 190 now, £190 at 190, at 190, at 190, at 190, at 190, on Easy Live Auctions at £190 then, at 190, at 190 is buyer 629. 533, collection of badges there, £100 then, £100 then please, £100 then for those then, £50 please, got to be worth that, all those there for 50, 50 is bid then, at 50 on Sarah then, Sarah bidding at £50 then at 50, at 50, at 50, any advance at 55 now, bid at 55, 60 the bid, at 60, at 65 then, at 65, 70 bid now, 70, at 70 pounds, 75 bid, at 75, 80 the bid now, at 80, at 80, at 80 pounds and at 80, at 80 pounds and at 80, at 80 pounds and 5 bid, 85, 85 then at 85, at 85 then on the Easy Live then at 85 we sell at 85. £85 is buyer 579. Lot 534, they hit the youth badges there, various, 4 in the lot this time. All stamped with makes mark, £70 start me please, £70 please, £70 then, £50 then please, 50 on bid then, thank you, Sarah then at 50, 50 I've got already on the Sarah then, 55 bid now, 55, 60's bid now, 65, 65, 75 is bid, 80 bid now, on Easy Live Auctions at 85 now, we're back at 90 now, £90 bid at 90, at £90 then at 90, at 90 on Easy Live Auctions at 100 now, at 100 at 110 now, 110, at 110, at 110 it's moving quickly, at 120 then, at 120, at 120 we sell on Easy Live Auctions at 130 now, at 130, 140, at 140 now, at 140, all done on wrapping up then, I sell at 140, 140 is buyer 574. Lot 535, games badge there, start me £50 then please, £50 then please, £50 then please, £50 then, £30 then please for the badge then, £30 then, £30 then, £30 then, any interest at 30, 20 then for it surely, 20, £20 then, 20 on bid then at 20, at 22 then at 22, at 22 then at 22, 5 bid, 5, 25, 28 then at 28, at 28 then at 28, any advance at 28, selling then on Easy Live Auction at £28. £28, another clean sheet is done there. Buyer 517 there. Moving on swiftly to lot 536, the World War II badges there. £70 start me please, 70 bid. 70 bid, 5 bid, 75 now, 75, at 75 then, at 75, at 75, 80 the bid, £80 then is bid, at 80, at £80 then at 80, at 80, all done, at 80 on Easy, fuck the 85, 90, £90 then at 90, at £90 then at 90, at £90 then, all done at 90 then, fair warning, at £90. £90 then is buyer 629. 537 now, £70 is starting then, online at 70 on Sarah I saw first, 75 now, 75, at 75 then, at 75 then, at 75 on easy live, 80 bid now, at 80 now, at 80 pounds, 5 bid, 85, at 85 then, at 85, at 85 then on easy live auctions at 85, selling at 85. 85 is buyer 577. Lot number 538. The Hitler Youth badges there. Start with £200 then, please. £200 please. 200 then. £200 please. 200 then. £100 then, please. £100 then, please. 100. Any interest at £100 then? 180 then, please. £80 then, please. Got to be worth 80, surely. £80 please. £50 then. Any interest at 50? £50 is on bid, £50, 5 bid, 60's bid now, £60 is bid, 5 bid, 70 bid, 70 bid, at £70 at 70, at 75, 75, 75, 75, at 75, any advance there, I'm selling at 75, any left then, at 75, on easy live auctions at £75, all done, at 75, £75 is buyer 585. Lot number 539, the SS items there. Start me at £120 please. 120 please. 120 then. 120. 120. £100 then at 100 then. At 100 please. 100 then. 100 I've got then on the sale now. £100 then a bid. 100. At 100. Looking for 110 now please. At 100. Sarah bidding now. 110 now. Easy live. At 110. Easy live auctions at 110. At 110. All done at 110. I will sell at 110. 110 is buyer 629. Lot number 540 then. The patches there. £70 please. £70 then for the patches there. £70 then please. £50 then please. £50. 50 bid in the room at £50 then in the room at 50. I have a bid against the internet at £50 in the room at 50. Any advance there? I sell in the room at £50. We're done at 50. £50 is buyer 108. Thank you, sir. Lot 541, the assault badge there. £50 then. £50 please. £50 then, please. Any interest online at 50? £30 then, please. 30's in the room then at £30 then. In the room at 30. At £30 then. At £30 then. At 30. Any advance then? 32 against you, sir. Now 35 then. 35 in the room. 35 in the room. At 35. 38 against you. £40 in the room at £40. £40 in the room at 40. At £40 then. At 40. Any advance? Selling in the room at 42. Just in time. 42. Would you like 5, sir? Thank you. At 42 then I sell online at 42. 45 now. Just in time. At 45. Online at 45. Selling at 45. £45 is by 636. Lot number 542 now, the U-boat class there. £50 start me, 2 in the lot you're buying. At £50 start me, please. 50, £30 then, any interest at £30 then, please. At £30, 30 I bid, thank you. 32 now is bid, 32. At 32, 35, 38 is bid now. 38, £40 is bid. At £40, £40 on easy live auctions at 40. At £40 then, at 40. At £40, at 40, any advance at 40. I bid 42, 45 now, 45, at 45 then, at 45 then, at £45 then, on easy live auctions at 45, wrapping up and finishing at 48 now, at £48, 48, selling at £48, all done at 48, 50, just in time, I'll take that, £50, at £50 then, at 50, last chance, last call, I will sell at 50, 55 then, 55, at 55, last chance now. The gavel is raised at 55. 55 is by 585. Lot number 543. Class there, £80 is bid. £80 then, shredded at £80 on Sarah then at £80. £80 then at 80. Any advance at £80 on Sarah, we will sell then at 80. Any advance then, made a bid then at £80, 85, just in time at 85. 90 is bid now, 90 on Sarah. 90 Sarah bidding at 90. £90 then at 90, all done at 90. £90 then, 163076. Lot number 544 then. The badge there, £50 then. £50, 75 I'm up to, 80 I'm up to now, 85, 90 I bid, £90, 5 bid, 95, at 95 then, at 95 then, at 95. Any advance at 95? At 95 then, at 95 then. On the ceremony we sell at 95, all done at 95. 95 is buyer 244260, £95. Lovely. Lot number 545 now. The Luftwaffe badge there, £80 start me please. £80, 170 I'm up to, 170, 190, 190, 200, 220, 240 bid, £240 now, at 240, at £240 there, 260 bid now, 260 bid, 280 bid, 280, at 280, at 280 now, at £280 there, at 280, at 280, at £280 now, £280, at 280, all done at £280 then. Fair warning, I'm selling now on the serum at £280. 280 is buyer 150860. Another clean sheet there. Ruben will be back, won't he? Lot 546 then. 546, and we're off and running at £40. At £40 then at 40. £40 bid then at 40, at £40 then a bid, at £40 then at 42 bid, 42, at 42, at 42, at £42 then at 42 then, at 42. Any advance then at 42. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 42. All done and selling at 42. 42, 578. Lot number 547, the Destroyer War badge there. For £80 is bid then, 5 bid, 85 then, at 85 then, at 85, 90 is bid now, 90 bid then, at 90, 95 then, at 95, 100 now, 100 in the Czech Republic, at 110, at 110, at 110, 120, 120, 120 now, 130 Sarah, 130, 140 Czech Republic now, at 140, at 140 now, £140 then on Easy Live Auctions at 140. Are you coming back? 140 then, I will sell to Easy Live Auctions at £140. 140 is buyer 552. Lot number 548. The Paratrooper badge there, start at 120 please. 120 I'm bid. At 120, 320 now. At 320 is bid, 340 is bid now. At 340 then, at 340, at 340 then. At £340 then, at 340. At £340 then, at 340 on Easy Live Auctions then, at 340 then, all done at £340. 340 now is buyer 503. Lot number 549 now. Tank assault badge then, £70 then, £70 please, £70 then. £30 then please, 30 I'm bid in the room, thank you, at £30 in the room at 30, 32 is against you sir, 35 back in the room at 35, at 35 in the room at 35, 38 against you, £40 is bid, at £40 then at 40, at £40, I've got 40 in the room.
Sorry.
Bid is £40 in the room, £40 I'm looking for 42 against you, 45 back in the room at 45 now, at 45 in the room. At £45 in the room at 45, I sell in the room at 45, 48 just in time, at 48, 50 the bid, at 50 bid, at 50 coming back, at £50 I sell at 50, 50 is buyer 138. Lot number 550 is the assault badge there, starting £50 then, £50 then. We've done it before, £50, 2 bids. I'm taking the Easy Live Auctions bid at £50, 55 now, 55, 60's bid then, at 60, 65, 70 bid now, 75, 75, 80, 85, 85, 90, at 95 now, £100 then, at 110 on Serum then, 110 on Serum, 120, 130, 130, 130 then, 140 at 150 now, at 150, 160, 170 now, 180 then, 180 on Serum, 180 Serum, 180 on Serum,
It is.
180 on Serum, 180 on Serum,
No. Room?
180 at £200 now, £200 then, 200 on the on Easy Live. That's one way of doing it, at £200 then. At £200 then, I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £200. £200, 552. Lot 551 then, the badge is there, and start bid at £70 then please. 79 bid then on Easy Live Auctions, £70 Easy Live, 75 Sarah now, 80 bid now, 85, 90, 5, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 150 on Easy Live Auctions. Easy Live Auctions at 150. Easy Live Auctions is 150 at £150 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 150 at 150 then at 150. Any advance then? I'm selling at £150 then. 150 is buyer 530. Lot 552. The badge there again. £70 please. 150. 260 I've got now. 260. 260, 300, I've got now £300, at 300 then, 320's bid now, 320, 340, I've got 340 on Easy Live Auctions, at £340 on Easy Live Auctions at 340, at 340, at £340 then, at 360's bid now, 360, at 360, at 360, at £360 then, all done, at 360, 380, 380, 380 now, on sale at 380. At 380 then, I sell at 380. 380 is buyer 244260. Lot 533, similar badge again then. 120 please. 120, 120, 120, 100 then. £100 then please. 100, £80 then please. Any interest at 80? 80? £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 then for the Coast Combat class there. 50 on bid then. 50 on Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 then at 50. At 50. Any advance then? 55 in the room at 55. At 55 then. At 55 then. At 55. Any advance? I sell at 55. Buyer 138 for £55. Lot number 554. The Socialist Party badges there. £70 please. £70 then. £70 then, £50 please, £50 then please, any interest at 50, at £50 then please, 50, £30 then please, £30, I bid 30, I've got 30 on Easy Live, 32 on Easy Live now, at 32, Easy Live bidding then, at £32 then, at 32, 35 bid, 35, at 35 then, 38, £40 now, £40, at £40, at 42 on the Sarah now, 42, Sarah bidding at 42, at 45, at 45, at 45, 48 bid, 48, at 48, 50 the bid, Easy Live Auctions at 50, at 55, 55 now, at 55, at 55, at 55, at 55 then, 55, all done at 55, fair warning then at 55, we all done at 55, yeah. 55, 9975813, 555. Similar one again. Start with £50. Let's not go the long way this time. £50 please. £50 is bid. Thank you. 55, 55. At 55 then at 55. On Sarah then at 55. Any advance at 55. I sell on the Sarah then. 60's bid this time. At 65 bid. 65 then. At 65 then. At 65 then. At 65. Are we all done at 65? Selling then at 65. We're done. 70, just in time at 75 bid. 75 then. At 75. At 75. We're all done at 75. Selling at 75. 75 is buyer 975813. That's the same buyer as last. Moving on, another fresh sheet there. 556, the assault badge there, tank one this time. £50 start me please. £50, £50 then, £30 please. £30 then please, 30 on bid, 2 on bid, 32. 32 then, at £32, 32, at 32, 5 bid, 35, at 35, 35, any advance at 35. I sell at 35 then, to the Easy Live bidder at 38 now, 38, just in time at 38, at £38, all done at 38, 40, just in time at 40, at 40 pounds, and at 40, at 40 pounds, all done and selling at 42. New bidder on Sarah now, 42, Sarah then, Sarah at 45, on Easy Live Auctions at 45, at 48 now, both on 48, at 48 on Easy Live Auctions at 48. At 48 pounds, 50 the bid now, 50 bid, at 50 bid, at 50, at 50, selling at 50 pounds then, all done at 50. 50 pounds is by 636. Lot number 557. That's the third right, 40 pounds please, 40 pounds then, 40 pounds then, 40 pounds please, 20, 20 pounds then, 20 pounds then, 20 on Sarah then, 20 Sarah bidding is 2 bid, 5 bid, Easy Life now at 25 then, at 28 bid, at 28 then, at 28, at 30, at 30, at 30 pounds then, at 30, at 30 pounds then, at 30, at 30, at 30 pounds, all done, at 30 pounds then, fair warning, at 30, 30 pounds, so that's 629, lot number 558 then, the iron cross there, second class in the box, 70 pounds please, 70 pounds, 110 now, 120 bid at 120, at 120 then at 120, at 120, at 120 then at 120, at 120, at 120, any advance then, selling then on the serum at 120, 120 is by 1915206. Lot number 559, various medals, £100 start me for the medals please, £100 please, 100 by bid then, selling the bidding at 100 then, at 100 then, at £100 then, at 100, any advance then, at 110 now, at 110, at 110, at 120 then, at 120, at 120, at 120, at 120 then, at 130 now, at 130, at 140 now, on the Sarah at 140, 150 Sarah, at 150, Sarah bidding at 150, at 150, at 150, at 150, at 160, at 160, at 160 then, at 160 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 160 I sell, at 160, all done at 160, 160 is buyer 629. Lot 560 now, the iron cross there, first class, £100 please, 100, £100 then, 100, 80 then please, £80 then, at 80 then please, £80 please, £50 then, surely it's got to be 50, at £50, half the estimate at 50, at £50, at 50, £30 then, £30, any interest at 30, surely 30, 50 I've got, 50 I've got, 50, 55 I've got now, 55 I've got, £55, I've got 55, at 55, at 55, on the sale at 55, are we all done at 55, we sell, £55 is 1, 2, 5, 2, 2, 7 and 9, lot number 561, the iron cross with second class, with the ribbon this time, £70 please, I've got 80, I've got 90, I've got 5, 100 now, at 100, at 100 then, at 100 then, at £100 then, at 100 then, on the sale then, at 100 then, any advance then, 110 now, Easy Live Auctions at 110, at 110, on Easy Live Auctions then, at 110, selling at 110, fair warning, at 110, all done at 110, 110 is buyer 621, lot number 562, the iron cross there, £70 start me please, £70 please, 70, £70, any interest at 70 please, £50 then please, similar to the last lot, strange. £50 then, please. 50 on bid then. 50 £50 is bid. On Easy Live Auctions at 50. At £50 then. We're selling at 50. Are we all done at 50? Selling then at £50. 55 at 55. 60. £60 then at 60. At 60. At £60 then at 60. All done at £60 then. All done and selling at 65.
Sorry.
Excited. 65 at 65, fair warning, 70, 70 at £70 then, at 70, at £70 then, last chance, at 70 I sell, £70 is buyer 629. 563, the iron cross, first class, £100 start me please, 100 a bid then, on Sarah at 100 then, at 100 then, at £100 then, at 100, any advance at 100. At 100, 110, 110 now, at 110, at 110, on Easy Live Auctions at 110, at 110, at 120, at 120 now, at 120, at 120, 130 now, at 130, at £130 then, all done at 130 then, at 140 now, Sarah bidding at 140, at 140, at 140, at 150, at 150, any advance at £150 then, Fair warning, we're selling at 150. Last chance, Sarah, 160. 160 now. At 170 now. At 170. At 170. At 170. All done at £170 then. Selling at 170. 170 is buyer 629. Lot 564 now. The iron cross then, 120 then, at 130 bid, at 140, at 140, at 140 then, at 150, at 160, at 160 I've got, at 160 I've got, at 160, at 160 on sale now, at 160, at 160, £160 at 160, at 160, at 160 on the sale then. Are you coming back easy live? At 160 then, on the sale then, at 160. 160 is buyer 10900016. Lot number 562. Iron cross there, second class. And £50 start me please. 50 I bid, 5 I bid now, 60 I bid, 5 I bid, 65. All on the serum at the moment please. At 70 I bid, 75 then, 75, 80, 90 now. Easy live auctions at 5, 100, 110 now, 120 bid, 120, 120 now on easy live auctions at 120. At 120, selling at 120. Sarah, are you back in or are you in or out? At 130 bid, at 130 now, at 130, at 130 then, at £130. All done, and selling at 130, 140, just in time there. Easy live at 140. The gavel is raised now. 140 I sell. 140 is buyer 621. Moving on now to lot number 566 and £70 is bid, £70 in a bid, at £70 and it's starting at 70, at £70 in a bid, at 70, at £70 and at 70. Any advance then? 5 bid, 75 bid, at 75 then, at 75 then. Are we all done at 75 then? Selling at £75, all done at 75. 75 is buyer 629. Similar lot again now, 567. Start with £70 then please. 70 bid now is bid, 5, 80 bid, 5 bid, 85 now at 85, at 85 bid, at 85 now on easy live auctions at 85. At 85 then, selling at £85. Fair warning at 85, selling at 85. 85 then is buyer 602. Lot number 568 then, starting £70 then please. 70 bid then at 70 bid, at 70, at £70 then at 70, at £70 then any advance then at 75 bid, 80, 90, 80, 90, £90 then at 90. Looking for 5, £100 to already jump that bid. 120 bid now, 120, at 120, at 120, at 120 then, at 120. Any advance I sell at 120. 120 is buyer 598. Lot 569 now, £70 is starting then. On Sarah now at 70 bid, at 70 looking for 5 please. £70, Sarah bidding at 70, at 75 bid, 75 now, 80 the bid now, Sarah bidding at 80, at 80, at £80 at 80. At 80, on Sarah 5 bid, 85 now, at 85, 85 then, at 85, at 85, at 95 bid, 95 now, at 95, that's the way to do it, at 95, at 95, except when it's not, at 95 then, at 95 we sell, at 95 on easy live auctions at 95, 95 is 629, 570 now. Second class cross there, starting £70, 70's in then, 5 bid, 75, at 75 then, at 75, 80, 80 bid, 80 bid, 85, 85, 90 bid, 90, at £90 at 90, at £90 on sale at 90, at 90, at 90, at £90 at 95, 95 then, at 95 then, at 90, at 95, all done, and selling at 95, 95. That is 159680. 159680.
Okay.
Okay, happy with that? Okay, we'll move on then to lot 571. That's it, get the word inspirations in. 240 bid, 240, 260, 260 bid, 280 bid, 280, 300 bid, at 300, at 300, at £300 then at 300 then, at 300, at £300 then at 300, at 300, at 300, at £300 then at 300, at £300 I will sell at 300. Last chance, 320 bid, 320 now. 320. On the sale now, £320 at 320. Any advance there? We sell at 320, 340 bid. Now 340, at 340, at 340, at 340, at 340. Selling at 340. You coming in? 360, 360, at 360 then, at 360, at 360 then, at 360. Last chance. I'm going to sell now. The gavel is raised at 360. 360 is 730843. Hi, Ruben. Staying on lane. 572. The shield badge there, £50 please, 50, at £50 and at 50, at 50's bid on the Easy Live Auctions at £50 and at 50, at £50 and at 50, any advance at £50 at 50, I sell, made a bid of £50, all done at 50, £50 is by 636. Lot number 573, medals and badges there, starting £40 then please, £40 please, £40 then please, at £40, at 40, at 40, at £40 then, 20 then please, 20, 20 please, 20 I've got, 2 I've got, 5 I've got now, 25, 28, 30, £30, 32 now, 32 bid, 32, 35 bid, at 35, at 35, 38 bid, 38, 40 to bid, 40 bid, at 42, 42, at 42 now, at 42, 45, Sarah now, Sarah bidding at 45, at 45, at 45, then selling at 48 now, Easy Live Auctions at 48, 50 to bid, at 55, £55, on the Sarah at 55, at £55, 55, 55 is by 159680. 574, the medals there, third right there, £50 start me please for the collection of, £50 is bid, traded at 60 bid, 60 at 60 now, £60 at £60 then is bid at £60 then at 60, anything from the serum, £60, 5 bid, 65 on the serum now, 70, £70 then at 75, 75, 80 bid now, 80 bid on Easy Live Auctions, 85 on the serum now, at 85 then, at 85, 90 bid, 90 bid, 5 bid, 95, at 95 then at 95, at £100 is bid at 100, at 100, at 100, at 100 then, at £100 we sell on Easy, careful James, at 100 then, at 100 then, Easy Live Auctions at 100, the buyer this time is 503. Lot 575, the medals there, German ones, and £100 is bid at 100 then, at 100 then, at £100 then, at 100, at £100, at 110 now, at 120 bid, at 120, at 120 then, at 120 on 120 then, at 120 on Sarah at 120. And Sarah bidding at 120, looking for 130 please, 130, thank you, at 130 on Easy Live Auctions at 130, 140 Sarah now, at £140, on the Sarah at 140, at 140, 150, I've only got one more lot, Grace, at 150, 160, at 160, at 160, you go, come back, at 150, 160 bid, at 160, at 160, at £160 now, 160, Sarah bidding at 170 now, on Easy Live Auctions at 170, at 170, at 170, at 170, 180 bid, 180, £180 now, 180, 190 bid, 190, at 190, at 190, at £190 we sell this time, and final call at 190. 190 is by 629. We move along swiftly, and there is a clean sheet to 576 then. The Mother's Cross is there, £80 then, at 80, at 80, £80 is bid on Easy Live at 80, at £80, 90 Easy Live, at not 100 then, at 100, 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110 then, at 110, at 120 then, at 120, at 120 then, at 120 then, Sarah bidding at £120 then, at 120, at 120, at 120, at 120, all done, and selling at 120. 120, very keen there, weren't you? 159, 680, 577. 577, the Mother's Cross is there, £70, start me please, at £70 then, at 70, at £70 then, at 70, £50 then, at 50, at 50 bid then, 55 bid, at 55, at £55, at 55, at 55, 60 the bid, 6 and 0, 5 the bid, 65, at 65 then, at 65, 70 bid, 75 now, 75, all on easy live, 75, 80 the bid, 80 bid, 80 bid, at 80, at £80, running out of steam, Sarah at £80, we sell to easy live bidder, £80, £80, and the buyer is 629, familiar number, 578 now. The Mother's Crosses again then, start with 70, 70's bid then, at 75 then, at 75, at 75 then, at 75, 85, 85 then, 85, 95, 95 then, at 95, on the serum at 95 then, at 95 then, at 95 then, at 95, at 95, at 95, 100 now on easy live auctions at 100, at 100, at 100, at £100 then, at 100 then, all done, and selling 110 just in time at 110. At 110 on the serum, back on serum, 120 now, at 120 from the Czech Republic, at 120 then, on easy live auctions at 120, selling at 120, 120 then is buyer 552, 579, merit cross there, second class, with the ribbons there, starting at £50 then, at £50 then, 50's in, straight in at 50, at £50 then on easy live auctions at £50 then, 55 serum now, 55 serum, I've taken the bid, 60 bids, 60 the bid, easy live auctions at 65, 65 now, 65, that's £65, at 65, 70 bid now, 70 bid, at 7 and 0, 7 and 0, £70, at 70, on the serum 5, easy live now, 75, easy live auctions, at £75 on easy live auctions all the way from Hong Kong at 75. 75 is buyer 629. Lot number 580 now, World War II military ribbons there, starting at 50, 50 straight in then, on Sarah then at £50 then, Sarah bidding at 50, at £50, 60 bids, 60 bids, 5 bids, 65 now, against the serum is on easy live now at 65, at 65 then, at 65, 70, 70 bid, 7 and 0 at 70, at 70, at 70, 5, 75, 75 then at 75, at £70, at 80 bid, 80 bid, at 80 and 0, at £80 then, at 80, at 85 now, at 85 then, at 85 then, at 85, we all done wrapping up, I sell at 90 now, at 90, at £90, at 90, at 90, at £90 then, at 90, at £90 then, all done, and selling at 5.95 now, just in time then at 95, selling at 95, 95 then is buyer 621. Lot number 581, various medals again, the German World War II ones, £80 is starting online, at £80, on the serum this time, at £80, at £80, at 80, any advance at £80, at 85 now is bid, 85, 85 on easy live auctions at 85 then, looking for 90 please, 90, here it is at 90, at £90, serum bidding at 90, at 90, at £90, and at 90, at 5, at 95 then, at 95, at 95, are we going to make it 100? At 95 then, I'm selling, at 95, last chance then, 100 bid, £100 at 100, at 100, at 100, at 110, at 110 now, 110, at 110 on easy live auctions at 110, at 120, at 120, at 120 now on the serum then, 120, I sell at 130 now, 130, at 130 then, at 130 then, at 130 then, all done and selling at 130 then on easy live auctions at 130. 130 is by 629. Lot 582, the German World War II medals there, collection of £100, 180, 190 we're up to now, 190 now, at 190, at 190, at £190, at 190, at 190, at 190, at 190, 200 bid now, 200, 220 is against you, easy live, at 220, on the serum, 220 then, at 220, at 220, at £220 then, at 220, 240 bid, 240, 260, good strong bidding there, Sarah, at 260, at 280, at 280, at 280 now, £280, 300 bid, at 300, at 300, at £300 then, at 300 then, at 320 now, at 320, at 320, at 340, at 340, at £340 then, at 340, on the serum I will sell, easy live, your last chance is here, the gavel is raised, at 360, at 360, at 360 then, at £360, and ceremony coming back, we've come quite a long way, 380, that's the spirit, at 380 then, at £380, at 380, Easy Live, you coming back? Well, it's your last chance at 380. You can see the gavel's raised at 380. 380 now is by 159,680. We move along now to 583. 50 years of faithful service there. £100 start me please. 100 is straight in. At 100 then. At £100 then. At 100. At £100 then. At 100. At 100. At £100 then. At 100. Main bid on the serial 100. Any advance at 110 now. At 110. All the way from Sweden this time. 130. 140. 140. 150 now in bid. At 150 on the serial. £150 then. At 150 then. I sell at 150 on the serial. 160 bid. 160. At 160 then. At 160. All done. At £160 then. All done at 160. 160 there, the serum then, 159,680, that's the same buyer as last. Move on to 584 now, the German cross there. And start me at £1,500 then please, at £1,500, at 1,500 then, at £1,500 please, £1,000 then please, £1,000, £1,000 then, £1,000, this is going to get me, £1,000, at 1,000 then, at 1,000, at 500 then, at 500 then. Any interest at £500? At £500, that is what I need. At £500, at 500. With me at 500 then. At £500 then. At 500. At 500. At £500, I will sell at 500 as well. At £500, that is with me at £500. We've done at 500. £500, that's sold to buyer at 25. Lot number 585 now is the German 40 years of faithful service there, and start me at £50 then please. At £50 then, £50 then please. £50 then, £50 is bid, at £50 is bid, at £50 then, at 50, at £50, 5 bid, I've got 55 on the serum, I'm looking for 60 please, Easy Live, 60's bid now, too late, at £60 then, at £60 then, at 65, at 65, at 65 then, on the serum at 65 then, at 65, at 670's bid now, £70 is bid then, all on the serum, it's against you Easy Live, £70, I'm selling at 70, last chance, Easy Live at 75 now, just in time at 75 then, at 75, at 75, all done at £75, you're coming back Sarah, last chance at 75, £75 is buyer 560. Final two lots now is 586, it's the fire brigade medal there, 85, 90 bid, 90 the bid now, at £90 then, at 90, at 95, 95 then, at 95 then, at 95 then, at 95, at 95, £100, 100 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 100, at 100 on Easy Live Auctions at £100, 110, 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at £110. All done at 110 then, at 110, I sell to the serum bid at 110, 110, and that's 159,680. Lot 587, the final lot of today. Let's make it a full sale now. And start me at £50 then, please. I've got £50 at 50, at £50 then, at 50, at 50, at £50 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 55 and 60 bid now. At 60. £60 is bid. On Serum now, £60 then. At 60, at 60. All done at 60. The gavel is raised at 60. Fair warning, 65 now, 65, 70's bid now, at £70 then, at 70, at £70 then, I'm selling at 70, to the Sarah bidder at £70, the last lot, all done at 70, £70 is sold to 159,680, and that completes our sale. Come on, Willie. Come on, Willie.
Hang it up. Hang it up.
What do I do?
Hold it up.
I think you show John.
Let's have it in front of your face.
Right, let's get a couple of photos as well. Video. We'll do. Well done.
Well done, Willie.
Well done.
Willie.
Absolutely fantastic job. Hugely well deserved.
John, got the camera on John.
You can do there as well. Good stuff.
Thank you.